It says OBS crashed as soon as I hit start. Damn it. What happened last time? I have to just relaunch, I think. Alright. I think we're back. Oh, I can hear myself. There we go. Alright, apologies, so that's like the worst way to start a stream ever. It's just like as soon as I hit like start stream, it launched one frame and then it just crashed. But it's so weird. OBS crashes and the stream keeps going until the window like actually closes. So you can, if you don't accept the crash, like you don't hit OK on the dialog box, it just stays there. So it's like really weird. Like it's something has crashed, but not necessarily the stream. Anyways, hello, welcome back. Been a little while, I wasn't here yesterday, apologies for that, but we're going to be jumping straight back into Satisfactory, the 1.0 streams, not the save file for Oasis, but just the regular streams that we've been doing anyway, and continuing on to get the next phase of the space elevator done. Sorry, just moving something out of the way. So yeah, thermal propulsion rockets is what we're looking at next, but there are many steps involved before we can get to that. Hello, and thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for the kind words on the video series. The Let's Play has begun, finally. Finally got there. Sorry, it feels like I haven't streamed in so long. There's all the clutter all over my desk. There's cables and wires. Get to that. Get my little scene switcher back out. There we go. Back to Norman. No music. Get the music going. Maybe not so loud. Sorry about that. Alright, where are we? We are at the Quartz area. Yeah. Nice. Okay, cool. So, I haven't done much planning for this one. We're going to be kind of planning on the fly. I just know that thermal propulsion rockets is the next thing we need to do. I also need to get back to base temporarily, just so I can now... The magnetic field generator, have completed. We've done all 500 now. And what I'd like to do is just make sure they have some sort of overflow. And I'll catch people up on what's been going on, what we've done last. Switch that. Oh, I don't have any biofuel with me. There we go. So yeah, we just need to get back to base. Once I'm back, then I can set up overflow for the magnetic field generators, and we can look into what we need next. I don't know where I'm going here. I found myself at the base of these cliffs. I guess we'll just go around. If I could get a good jump, that'd be nice. RuneScape, and hey Jamichael, RuneScape and Darren for oh yeah, it's Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving for those of you in America and anywhere else that just celebrates it. Totally forgot that, actually. Completely forgot. I haven't seen anything to do with it this year. Normally, you know, I listen to a lot of American podcasts and media just generally. Like, I knew it was coming, but I just forgot it was today. I've noticed that the sound for it breaking doesn't play anymore, ever, on any of them. I don't know what that's all about. Even in the other save file, like Brand New World. Like with the this update, they don't break anymore or something. At least for me. Has anyone else found that? I'm in America, says Fear. Hello, Soar Scoot. There's a way up in the Crystal Cave. Oh yeah, if you go all the way through. You're right, yeah. I forgot. But yeah, once you get back to base, then we'll just have a quick look at like where we're at for progression, what we want to do next. I've got the particle enrichment milestone listed there. We need 50 turbo motors. I don't make them yet. We need 100 fused modular frames and 200 cooling systems. Don't really make any of those. We make some cooling systems. Now, the funny thing with this milestone, or not funny thing, the good thing with it is, if we made turbo motors, fused modular frames, and cooling systems, that's what we need in order to make the thermal propulsion rockets. You need those three things, I think. So, no getting around it now. It's like, you gotta just set up, you know, some sort of automation for these things. Now, in this stream save, if anyone hasn't jumped in before or watched before, they just came off of watching the Let's Play, for instance, the first episode of that. I'm playing this one differently than I am the Let's Play. The idea of this save is more to almost do the bare, not the bare minimum, but you know, I'm trying to just like make what's needed to get to the next thing done and just keep doing that. And it's served me well so far. We've been progressing, I think, relatively quick. Although I think the save file is like at 100 hours. But you know, a lot of me is chatting with you guys and not being super paying attention to what I'm doing sometimes. So yeah, so I think it's kind of an interesting way to play, just trying to do like, oh, low volume, and know that it'll just tick up in the background. It's like, oh, I don't need more than 8 smart plating per minute, because, you know, the amount of time, unless you needed 10,000 of it, which you never do, it seems like you can get everything done relatively quickly. Is that a... No. Not relatively quickly, but easily, by just waiting in the background. Anyways, hey Philly. Hello, David. The progression is going at a pretty good pace. Yeah, for me, anyway. It's definitely the fastest I've ever gone through it. It's taking the long way to get there, though. Anyway. Hey, Visor. How's it going, man? Hey, Fabio from Rome. Nice. I was in Rome once before. Paid tribute at the Theater of Pompeii on my little pilgrimage. I have pie. What kind of pie? Satisfactory is a beautiful game just now. Yeah, it's really nice. Especially with global illumination turned on, certain biomes, you get rid of the UI, you just hang around and you take a moment to enjoy it. It can look really, really good. Sometimes it can look really bad, but most of the time I think it looks really good. Black powder. Well, I mean, while I'm here, you'll be able to get that, right? Don't know if I threw it into the cloud or not. We have the Nobelisks. Ooh, I've got 20. Just enough. You only needed 2. By my math, we had 10 times more than we needed. Oh, stop. What is this? This is a hard drive site. Something very OCD about just leaving this stuff here. I can't do it, you know? You gotta pick this stuff up. Alright. Just keep going. I'll put it in a hard drive when we get there. Or in a Nice. I feel like the game is quite loud, is it? Oh, it is, actually. There we go. This is my yeah, that might have been really loud the whole time. Anyway, it should be back to normal volume now. You have to turn on the NFL games later. Yeah, when I was in college, that was the only time I ever watched any NFL. It was always just... Oh, wait, no, it was the Super Bowl. This is just Thanksgiving. Yeah, I know that's obviously tradition and everything, but, or, you know, a lot of Americans do that. But yeah, in college, for the Super Bowl, we used to actually place bets on it and watch it. We'd watch maybe like a couple of the games, like the semifinals and then the finals. That was always a good time. Can't say I'm a big fan of it, though, to be honest. It was just when I had money on when I've got money on the line, anything's fun to watch, you know? But the game itself, yeah, not for me. But granted, not much sport is, so. Alright, here we are. So this is what I wanted to just tidy up first, was this is where we left off on the previous stream, really. I put down these 4 machines. They're actually load balanced, which is why the logistics looks crazy, the belts and everything. So we're making electromagnetic control rods here, and then we have the versatile framework. Those two combine and they make the magnetic field generators. But we filled it up, so we're kind of done with that. So I was thinking of just cramming in another sort of overflow system thing here, seeing if we can get away with it. I think we can. About 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. And we need an overflow for these also. So just let that overflow in there. I gotta set it to actually be an overflow, I guess. When you get backed up. And then when your buddy gets backed up, we can line it up so that's right here somewhere. Man, thank God for smart splitters, huh? Alright, cool. There we go. Everything should be getting thrown in there. 488 tickets. Looking good. Is Satisfactory realistic in your opinion? No. No, not at all. There's almost nothing realistic about it, I would say. Nope. Can't even think of anything. I was trying to think like, well, what about how you move around? Not really. You know, you're on an alien planet. You've got conveyor belts that just move without power, so that's a bit weird. In the earlier tiers, at least what you're kind of making is somewhat like feels realistic, because it's like, okay, I'll take iron ore, you know, and that gets refined in a smelter into iron ingots. But if you were to look at that just even as a process, there should be, well, I suppose you could say you burn everything else away, but I was going to say there should be some waste. Typically there would be waste, and purity and all of this kind of stuff. But, you know, if you want to then say like, well, it's an alien world, it's future technology, you're building holograms out of your gun. If you take all of that and say, okay, if we're working from a baseline of there, it's like, yeah, I guess, kind of, but not really. Yeah, where's the slag? But, you know, in terms of factory games, it might be one of the most realistic. I'd say Factorio is probably even more realistic in some ways. Quick question. Any tips for the first-time Manor Lords players before I start it? For first-time Manor Lords players? What, oh, actually, in the next update, I've, like, overhauled all the tutorials. So I was going to say, like, make sure you keep your tutorials on. I mean, you can still do that now. So I know this is a bit of a boring answer, and I'll just be very quick before we get into the actual gameplay. But yeah, I would turn on the tutorial. It's just little pop-ups. It's very unintrusive. And, yeah, that would actually help you. But generally speaking, ultimately what you need to do, early game, I would almost say the first time you play without the Baron. So you just play the relaxing mode. So you learn what to do. Because otherwise he's going to gobble up all the territory and you'll feel very overwhelmed. He's quite aggressive. Or just turn him off and turn bandits on, so at least you can fight bandits. But in terms of actual tips, I'm just trying to think, is there anything? I feel like the game's pretty self-explanatory in what you need to do. Yeah, as long as you read the tutorials, it should be easy enough. Yeah, I don't really have a good answer, other than just tutorials on, and then it's just free organic building. So I'm kind of getting distracted in my own head because like the market has changed for the new game or for the new update, and there's new tutorials and a few new changes to things. So it's like I almost don't want to tell you like, oh, you know, there's some things you'll have to be worried about, issues, because it's like, oh, well, we fix them later. So you'll, I don't know, almost pointless mentioning them. So yeah. There's gravity? There is gravity in this. So yeah, a bit of a terrible answer from someone who works on the game. I should know better, but it's just like... I'll tell you what, here's what I would do if you're very first time playing. Build a logging camp first. That should always be the first building. Build a granary and storehouse next. So those would be the next 2 buildings. And then build 5 houses. Just do it in that order. And it'll just help a small bit because food can go off now. So if you make sure that you have a store... So basically, you put down a logging camp. You don't even have to assign anyone to it if you don't want to. But then put down a granary and a storehouse. And then assign 2 people to them, like at 1 each. And they'll quickly just take stuff in from the rain and store it. Then you can take someone off the storehouse and even off the granary until you start making your own food. But it's just good to get that in somewhere first. Store it. Because you start the game with it just sitting out in the open. And it can be stolen, and it can also be... it can spoil, and then bad weather can also just damage it, so... I work on Manor Lords, yeah, so I'm a developer on Manor Lords at the moment. For the last few months I've been. Greg is the... you know, project manager slash sole developer up until its release, and then after it released he started to hire on a few people, so I'm one of those people. I'm just on a contract though. I always just mention that because it's like we could just be done next week. Like, I don't know. But so far everything's still going well, and you know, we're doing pretty good. I'm mostly doing writing on the game, by the way. So that's why I mentioned tutorials and stuff. I've done a little bit of UI, doing some UI programming. I have a degree in programming. but I haven't used it in a very long time, so I'm still kind of learning or relearning things and getting familiar with Unreal Engine 5. So I've been doing a little bit of programming. That's one of the reasons I was late today, and well, kind of one of the reasons yesterday was I was doing work on the game and just didn't really have time for the stream, unfortunately. That's pretty rare that happens. It's just we're getting close to a update. What else? Oh yeah, and I've done a little bit of design. Like Greg wants me to do some stuff with policies and the development tree, and the food spoilage mechanic was mine as well. So there's a few things I've got in there. Anyway, that's all for that. Excuse me. Oh yeah, is it on sale now? The Steam sale just went live today, actually. I'd just be curious if it is on sale. Yeah, I had a playthrough on the game on my channel before I worked on it. And then I stopped it because I started working on it. I felt like maybe that wasn't really necessarily the right thing to do. Yeah, it's 30% off. Shout out. 30% off. Update on the way. There'll be new, you know, Greg teases it on his Twitter. If you follow @Lords Manor on Twitter, you can kind of see. But there's also on Steam a preview of what's coming, like new map and stuff like that. So lots of cool content coming down the pipe. This one was a weird one because there's a lot of reworks. But after this now, it really will just be like adding content a lot. Because lately it's been kind of fashioning things into a better shape, and that's taken longer than I think everyone expected. But now that that's kind of, we're really happy with certain, I don't want to give it away, but like some of the overhauls, really happy with them. It's like, great, this is like now finally like the great foundation. We can really start like just adding everything on top of it without having to consider reworking anything. Because a lot of the things that we wanted to add, it was like, but because the market works this way, or because this works this way, or trade works this way, it's like we can't really, you have to like redo it. So that's game development though, you know. Anyways, and I don't think Greg ever anticipated the game just being so big and getting so expensive. But shout out to Greg. Greg's awesome. I'll always be indebted to him for giving me a shot. I didn't apply to the job. He reached out to me, and it was super amazing. Anyways, right, so we're here in Satisfactory, and so I've just redirected, yeah, that's good. So we just redirected the stuff into that. So the magnetic field generator's going here. That's all done. All right, we'll head down to the hub. And then I also want to boot up my Milanote document to see what we make, and then see what our next factory is going to be. We need to get thermal propulsion rockets, or that's the next thing to do for the space elevator, but the components of which are turbo motors, fused frames, and cooling systems. So I have to decide which one we're going to do. We could also do stator factory, a pretty smaller / easier factory to do, and that would allow us to make more electromagnetic control rods and kind of finish off the previous factory that we were working on. So, quick wire, I just wanted to fill this up again. I don't know why, but just fill it because it annoys me that it wasn't. Okay, so let's have a look. Thermal propulsion rocket. Alright, one recipe for it. Apparently it'll be used in something else later down the line, but for now we know that it just goes into the space elevator. We need modular engines, so let me boot up my Milanote document and see how much of everything we make. And also, I don't have my chat open on my other monitor. I like to have it on both monitors because I'm bad enough at reading it as it is. Bear with me one sec. Pop out chat. Yep. And my alerts actually is another on right now. Cool. Alright, I can see you almost entirely. That's super cool. Saw yesterday it was on sale on Steam. So thinking to pick it up, 30% off. I hate food spoilage, but it makes perfect sense. Stop ruining my games by making them good. Well, the cool thing with food spoilage is you can turn it off if you don't want it. So we added the option for that. I was a little against adding the option for that, but the option is there in case people feel like it's too difficult. You can also make it even more difficult by doubling it. So there's options at the game start where you can say no spoilage, regular spoilage, or double. Have you read today's Satisfactory patch note? Generators copy pasting in settings. Oh no, I didn't even know the game got an update. Is it updated already? I'll have to check that out. I had no idea. That's great though. That's gonna be so good because I'm just about to do coal power for the next video, like in part of the series. So that's so funny because I was thinking of designing coal power where you don't copy this, you don't change the clock speed, because a lot of people complained. I was like, oh, you need 100 generators. People are like, oh, you have to put in 88.888 like 100 times over, and I'm like, yeah. Oh well. So I was like, okay, I'm going to avoid that this time and make sure whatever I do, the numbers will just work out. So that's what I was working on. But if you can copy and paste it for coal generators, that'd be really nice. Maybe it's fuel only. Well, I'll check it anyway. Sounds good. Thank you. Time to go back in time and start the stream over. See you in the future. See you later, DBC. And I hope you enjoy Manor Lords if you do end up picking it up. It's on sale? Okay, sorry, I can't watch your stream anymore. Did you update your Mila note, Doc, of everything? Yeah, after the stream I went through it, so here we are. This is the Satisfactory 1.0 series. Alright. This should be it here. So, it might be not 100% up to date, but it should be pretty up to date. Can't move it anymore to the left. So, thermal propulsion rockets. So we need modular frames. Let's see, or modular engines. How many of those do we have? Only make 3 per minute. Ugh. Well, you only need 2.5 per minute. And we only need 250 of the rockets. So maybe one machine would be enough if we're trying to do this, like, if we're trying to be cheap. Maybe. Let's be cheap. Only 1 turbo motor per minute. That seems easy enough. 3 cooling systems. So how many cooling systems do I make? I don't think they're even listed here because I think any amount I make just gets consumed immediately. It's the heat sinks that take them, and it says 6 and then 0. I think I just made exactly what I needed for something. I'll have to check that out as well. And then fused modular frames. Oh, I remember now. Everything requires aluminum. Pretty much. Yeah, we need a new aluminum factory. That's what we gotta do. How did I not remember that? I'm so stupid. But that's what we need. Bigger, more aluminum. It doesn't have to be massive. It just needs to be more than we have now, for sure. At least twice the size of what we got. Alright. Before we go any further with that, though, there's also then the question of... At some point, I have to do the stator thing. Get the electromagnetic control rods. So electromagnetic control rods, we're making a few of them. Stators and high-speed connectors together. Yeah, so I've got a huge amount of high-speed connectors now, for me, right? I've got 48 per minute. If we wanted to do it with AI limiters instead, we've also got loads, 156 per minute. So we're looking good there. Plastic and rubber is pretty good. Compacted coal. Making at least 160. Packaged turbo fuel as well, so that's all set. So that was just something I wanted to do to make more of these, which get used in the magnetic field generators. We could make supercomputers, could do batteries, turbo motors. I feel like we'll need more of them. We're going to need a stator factory at some point. Or a stator module to go onto the factory that we have. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking out loud and planning out loud here. I'm just wondering if we need to do that now. Like find and make stators and add it onto the factory so that we make more electromagnetic control rods, or just go straight into doing aluminum. We're gonna have to do both anyway, it just depends which one. Train time? Maybe, because you could pack up some bauxite and bring it down via train into a factory, but I don't think I'm gonna make like any super big train network. I don't think I'll ever do that in this save. In my other save I probably will, but I don't think this world needs it. Not everything needs to be connected that way. Because nothing's that high volume. The drones are doing the job of carrying things back and forth. Totally fine. It would just take way more time to do it with trains. especially with our new drone setup, we now have drones since the last episode. Drones are now capable of refueling all my trucks really easily with liquid biofuel, so that's an awesome setup. We just put down one station and send it to go get the biofuel, and it'll just fuel everything in that area, and it'll fuel itself, which is great. This thing here from my production flowcharts or whatever, this is called Milanote, Milanote, and it's what I use to make my diagrams and stuff. But I think you have to pay for it. I mean, go check it out. But after I say I think, because I do pay for it, I'm trying to remember like how much of the stuff is free. I can't remember. I think you get one board or a certain amount of, it's like 100 objects or something for free, and then you have to pay. Oh yeah, the hard drive. Sorry, we should have been doing that in the background. I have, oh yeah, I've got 8 hard drives. I went around the map and I cleared a bunch from, I think, this biome. Yeah, so there's none in that radar range. So after the stream yesterday, I was testing, well, I was troubleshooting a few things, and that's when I went around and found out what all the factories are making and made sure I updated my numbers. But then I was just in this area and I was like, oh, there's only 3 hard drives I haven't got yet. So I just went around and found them. And I actually did it the legit way. Not that it matters. I could have just looked it up online. But I just happened to come across them. And then using this system of where my little containers were, I was like, oh, there's no containers out here. I was like, oh, it's probably out there. And it was. So that was good. So we got a load of hard drives. A lot of fun. And I remember thinking like, oh yeah, we'll unlock them all in the stream, which would be good. So cool. It's like a different person played last week. You know, I don't remember anything. All right, so I think we'll just do aluminum. It's a bit more fun. Stators will be more gratifying, so probably get it done in one. Let me just quickly check stators to see. Wire and steel pipe. I could make both of these from iron ingots. And just make enough. Pretty tempting to do that. Just need one iron node. 5 per minute. I'm just trying to think how much I would need. Because we'd be using them in turbo motors primarily is what I need them for. But there is another recipe for turbo motors. It's the... Oh no, that is the one. Yeah, the electromagnetic or the turbo electric motor. Okay, so I could ignore it then if I really wanted to. Excuse me. Alright, we'll just do aluminum then. I'll leave the stators for a bit. I think you have a possible alternate recipe with quick-wire 4 stators in your MAM. Yeah. I don't know if it's in here, but if it is, you're correct. I know the recipe though. There it is, right? Yeah, there's only 2 recipes for quick-wire, and that's the other one. I'll just leave it there. I don't plan on using it. We use all the quick-wire already, so I would rather use the... And as you said, it's a bit meh. I think it's totally fine, but... No, you're right. Meh is the right word for it. It's like, using... The fact that in this update, there's now... You can make steel pipe from just iron ingots. And then we can make wire from iron ingots. It's like, oh, cool. You can now make stators just from iron. All just from iron ingots, if you just divide it up right. That's pretty nice. Makes things a little easier once you get them. But I'll leave that. Been a bit distracted. Instead, we'll just do aluminum. Okay, so to do this, we'll be planning from the beginning. I'm not sure exactly how much I'll need, but we'll try to use a full, just one node fully. If that makes sense. If not, we'll add another one. I just need to log in. Get rid of the ads. Then we'll be off to the races, they say. Right. So let's turn off hard drives. Don't need to see those. I'll just leave the stuff on, actually. It doesn't really matter. But we're looking for the... So that most of the bauxite in the world is up on these cliffs up here, right? If I'm not mistaken, I would say actually almost all of it is. I'm going to leave it on, but then I'm just going to clear it just so I see exactly where that is. And then we can see what else is in the area in a moment. Put everything off. Pretty much. Why are these ones still on nitrogen gas? Oh, that's resource wells, isn't it? Turn on the water wells, I guess. Alright, so there's our bauxite. So, what I'd like to do is maybe tap this one, maybe that one together, and build a factory out here. That's what I did back in the day. I wouldn't build it the same, I don't really remember it, but just, you know, do that now with my new knowledge of what we can do and my learnings in the game. So out there, yeah, we haven't really gone there in this playthrough. That might be kind of cool. So that'd be 1200 per minute. Seems like a lot. It could be 2400 per minute actually, because we do have minor Mark 3s now. And then I don't know, we just get a train to bring it down, or a vehicle. It's pretty rough terrain up there. Build it out here. So let's have a look then at what else we need. You'll need a lot of aluminum. Everything in the swaps. Everything in the swaps is almost not enough. Good thing about the swap is oil. Do you mean swamp? It depends how much you think we'll need. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to go through the game with low volume, and so far it's serving us quite well. I have a small aluminum factory and it's fine. I don't plan on making anything in super high quantity. And I don't want to just add on like huge amount for no reason. Maybe just even one of these at 1200 per minute would be enough. So I'm just going to work that out and see like how much do we get. And if not, then we'll just add another one on. If you think about efficiency, you almost want to do the minimum amount possible to get the job done. Rather than go like, I'm going to grab all the bauxite in the world. Now that's fun. Don't get me wrong. But if I want to get this game finished one day, I feel like I need to just go like, well, what's the least amount we could use in a reasonable amount of time? Alright, so bauxite. I need more casing and alclad, right? I obviously need both. So we have the sloppy aluminous recipe. Do you get bauxite as a byproduct in something? Quite interesting. So 120, I need to just write down very quickly. 120 becomes 120 solution, or 200 becomes 240. Okay. Then we go into the next chain. And we say, what is this used in? Oh yeah, we might want to make the canisters as well, actually. So, to make scrap, you need coal? Oh, yeah. It'd be really nice if we found an alternate that doesn't need that. Damn Car! 5 gifted memberships again. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot, Damn Car. Always in with the gifted memberships. You can make stators and rotors from the same recipe as well. So good for motors too. Oh yeah, shout out. Yeah, good point. You have some untapped pure nodes at your baby aluminum factory. Oh yeah. There's one pure one over there. We just used the 2 impure, didn't we? I still think I'm going to sit over here and use a pure node. At least one. Oh, so I guess we need to then see, well, where's coal? Okay. And water. Thanks again, Damkara. Yeah, I'll probably use the sloppy recipe. I just got stun locked for a second there, sorry. I need to just think then, or look online and see Satisfactory, Wiki, GG. I just want to see what the other recipes are that we don't have yet. Right, so electrode aluminum scrap. So instead of coal, it's petroleum coke and then instant scrap. Oh wow, so you don't even need the solution. You just go straight from bauxite. if you can get the sulfuric acid. And see. That's kind of interesting. It's just so I couldn't even begin to weigh that up, like if that's any good or not. It just seems so different. It's like, okay, there's less coal. The water comes in later. You have to add in sulfuric acid. It's just sulfur and water. That's pretty easy. That's not too dissimilar then, just from doing bauxite. Yeah. I guess it makes your bauxite go further, though. Certainly for bauxite, it seems like better. But I think we'll just go with this. If you need coal either way, to me it's like whatever. So we don't need an alternate for that then. Alright, well let's just work to the ingots point, and then we'll draw a line and say like, well, what are we going to do with those ingots? For now, we'll just get to the ingots. Because ultimately, from there, we're going to then decide what they get made into. So scrap plus silica makes ingots, or the pure ingots 60 to 30, so you get half out. You get more than half out if you can mix in the silica. Do we make silica? Did I set something up to make a lot of silica? I can't really remember. Because what do we do? Silica production 01. Oh yeah. Probably be increased. But it's okay. Anyway, yeah, so I think I'm going to go out there. I think I'm just going to tap one node because it seems like you get a lot out of it. Especially if we did a Mark III 1200 per minute. Oh, I don't have that belt. So it would have to be 2. Yeah, so 1200 per minute I think maybe is what we try. And then I'll just work out how much we can get out of that. So how much scrap do you get from 1200 per minute? It takes more power and resources, the instant scrap. It takes more power and resources. Electrode is the best in my opinion. You need very little oil. Can I pay you to do a video on just balance / load? No. You have to pay me a lot. It would have to be a lot. So no. On balance / load. I don't even know really what that means. On doing load balancing. You said balance / load. Do you mean just a video on doing load balancing versus doing manifold? Anyways, right, so 1200 per minute. Well, this is easy enough. It takes in 120, right? So you need 10 refineries. 1800 water. 15 water extractors. That sounds good, right? We get a load of silica out, of course. So that's what I was thinking, mixing that little bit of extra silica. Oh, sorry, that's the standard one though. Oh yeah. How much silica would you get? Oh, it is just 10 machines, sorry, yeah. That's 500 silica. 500 silica. Need to write this down. Can't hold it in my head. Right, so 10 machines means that we need 1200 blocks and 1800 if we were to do the standard recipe. Just hang on. That will give us 1200 a solution, and it'll give us 500 silica. Now, at the next phase, we want to make aluminum scrap. David Shaw, thank you so much as well for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that a lot. John, I didn't read out the previous names actually, but these have gone to John, Wolf, Blue, or Boo, Boo Rayner, and Steve Dean and Brandon. Instant scrap is not so good, says Damcar. Sloppy alumina with pure ingot is good. Yeah, I'm just thinking the numbers are so neat with the standard recipe. I'm just going down that chain just really quickly before I decide. Okay, so here then we have... Oh, so you only... I see. See, this is why it's so tempting to keep the silica, because it's obviously, it makes making ingots then a bit easier. And you get more out of it if you can keep the silica. I don't know where that leads to ultimately. Because I know Damcar just said, like, sloppy alumina with pure ingot is good. So you cut out silica altogether that way. But out of your scrap, you're only getting half out. I say only, it's not that bad. You only need smelters, which is kind of nice. But for this, though, you get more aluminum ingots out if you can just provide the silica. But most of the silica is provided for you. You just need to bring in a little extra. So I quite like that. I'm tempted to just go down the normal chain. I'm using the correct wiki, yep. Satisfactory.gg. Three sloppy aluminum refineries go into 3 refineries making aluminum scrap. Pure aluminum ingot is 18 smelters. 3 seconds, just don't use it. Why does everyone want to go for sloppy so much? I went with sloppy in the first one. So just as an FYI, like we have a factory over here. Baby aluminum. And I used the sloppy recipe on that one because it was small. But I don't know, just the way I'm looking at it just seems kind of good to go with the standard one. Alright, let's look at how much you get out for boxes. So let's just game it out fully. If I was to go down the complete standard chain, see how many ingots we'd get. So at this point we're at 500 silica comes out, we're at 1200 solution comes out. So to make scrap, we need to then, I guess, choose which one we want to do. I'm not going to make petroleum coke or anything like that. I know you just have to provide a little bit of oil, but I'll leave it at the standard one. So it's going to be 240 divided by our 1200. So you need 5 refineries. And that's our 1200 alumina. And then we need coal times 5, so 120 times 5. You need 600 coal. And that'll get us 5 times 360, 1800 scrap. I make 3240 ingots from 3600 bauxite. 5 times 120. 600 water comes back out. Alright, and then from here we make our ingots. We have some of the silica already, so we use this one. Higher volume for what goes in. 1800 scrap divided by 90 is the intake. You need 20 machines, 20 foundries. 1800. Alright, so 20 times 75. 1500 silica. Well, there's the issue, isn't it? Because we only make 500 silica. You need a lot more, actually. I thought you need a little bit more. The other way around. You need 1,000 extra. It's kind of a lot. Alright then, and then 20 times the 60 output. 1200. So from 1200 bauxite, I would get 1200 ingots. So in terms of ingots, it is better. It's 1 to 1. But it does mean that you need silica. But silica's not difficult, right? Dissolved silica. Whoa. What the hell is that? I've never seen that before. Dissolved silica. Guess that's new. Raw quartz plus a little bit of nitric acid. And you get quartz crystal plus dissolved silica. I kind of want to do this just for the fun of it. This is different. Smelters are easier to deal with than foundries. I'm going to be a stick in the mud though. I'm just going to go with the standard recipe, guys. We get 1-to-1 out. All we have to do is provide a little extra silica. Here's the total numbers. 1200 bauxite, 1800 water, gives us 1200 solution and 500 silica. Put the silica to the side for now. With 5 refineries then, we need to provide all the solution plus 600 coal. That will give us 800 scrap, or 1800 scrap, and 600 water. That water will feed back in to the first group of machines, meaning that you only need truly to provide 1200 water, which is 10 water extractors. Then we have 20 foundries. Just 20 foundries. Not that bad. Couple blueprints. That'll be done. That'll take in the 1800 scrap. And it'll need an additional 1000 silica. And it'll put out 1200 ingots. That is a crazy recipe here. Dissolved silica. This is, yeah, so in looking on how do you get the silica, it's like, obviously we could just do quartz to silica. Keep it simple, in a constructor, whatever. Or we could do what we did, which was we mixed it with limestone. Or we could go down and get crazy with it. And go dissolved silica with limestone and water. So 2 in a blender. 2 liquids. And that'll produce 270 per minute. Now the dissolved silica, I guess, how do you get that? It's only one way of getting it, and it's technically an alternate. That's so weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before, or I'm just not thinking about it if I have. So it's like, okay, you take in your quartz and you mix it with nitric acid, which we looked at earlier. Oh no, I looked at sulfuric acid. You need gas and water. That's so crazy, actually. Okay, that's a bit extreme. But, okay, we could just do the cheap silica version. I would like to do that. I'm definitely going to do that in the series, because it just seems so out there to get like a super high volume. You have to do it. But for the stream, we're trying to go a bit quicker. I think I would just go with the cheap silica, so it's not too difficult, this one. It's not too much of a side progression thing. Alright, that's what I'm going with. I'm not saying it's the best recipe, I'm just saying it's the one I'm going with. We did sloppy already. Now I'm doing regular. And we just have to provide a little extra silica. Now, the only thing I want to do, we'll just have a look at what recipe we just got, actually. Coke steel ingot, blended turbo fuel. Let's just throw these. I should have really done this earlier, shouldn't I? Sorry. Just keep doing that until we get these things. And I'm going to head down here and see what our silica production is currently like. Then we're going to go up here. We're going to tap these nodes. 2 nodes, Mark II miners. The best belts we have, that's going to be 1200 per minute. Pop it onto either a train or most likely a truck just to bring it down the hill. Or a train, it doesn't really matter. And bring it somewhere over here and build a whole new factory. So that's what we're going to do today. It took me 48 minutes to figure that out. Overall, after my chit chat as well. But I'm excited. This is going to be fun. It's going to be great. You need particle enrichment for the nitric acid. Oh, well, I guess we couldn't do that anyway. Floppy and pure. I don't think anything is so difficult with this. What's so difficult about it? Getting the silica seems to be the hardest thing. But I like the fact that we're feeding water back in and we're feeding silica back in. That's kind of cool to me. As someone who's just done the sloppy version, which is simpler. Not that much simpler, is it? Really? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking clearly. I'm like, oh. Like sourcing a bit of coal and silica is the hardest part of this. That's all. And I don't think those two are very difficult. Or time consuming. The coal is easy. That's all we need is one coal deposit. Done. That's done. 600 per minute. Nothing. One truck, one deposit. Done. The silica, it's like, okay, yeah, we need to find a good quartz deposit, find some limestone, mix them, and then bring them over. That's done. They'll also allow you to remove the silica, I guess. Ow. Yeah, there's an achievement for going up there, I think. I haven't got it yet. I should do that. Reaching the highest point in the game or something. Isn't there like uranium up there, I think? Also, I think that's it. I don't know. There's another achievement for getting to the very top of the world. I haven't done either. I just finished my aluminum factory at where his old small one was. So I can make fused frames. Dissolved silica is amazing if you need a lot of crystal and silica. Does quartz crystal get used in anything later on? I mean, I guess I could just quickly look. Because as far as I can tell, you only ever use it for like cosmetics. Oh yeah, crystal oscillators. Forgot about that. I do use it actually, in a decent amount, but nothing too crazy. Dark matter residue. Ooh. Diamonds. Okay. I've just never seen that before, so cool. Oh my god, excuse me. I had McDonald's earlier. Getting vibes of the aluminum. Yeah, exactly. The Update 7 factory. Indeed, we're gonna do it in the same place. Built totally different. It'll be the same, but different. But first, I'm gonna be a little mischievous teenage boy and climb up to the highest thing, just because we haven't done that yet. And then yeah, we'll do land clearance. I'll outline a new to-do list and lay the foundations, get it all ready. I look forward to this. Aluminum's super fun. People get really scared by it and stuff. I don't know. I welcome the variety of stuff that you need. I think it's kind of cool. When you need like lots of things that need to be refined many times over, that's when things get daunting for me. And that's obviously the progression of the game. It's like you need this thing and it has to be refined multiple times. It's like, oh, fuse modular frames. It's like that requires one component of that is a heavy modular frame. It's like, oh my god, even that took a lot. So that's where things get pretty daunting for me. But the idea of bringing like 6 things together in a certain place, I think that's great. It's like, cool. As long as those individual things didn't need to have much work done on them, I'm cool with that. You know, it's like, oh, you need to get coal and bring it in. Great. That's fine. Silica, it's like, okay, it's just 2 things together. It's not that bad. And the 2 things are base ingredients. They're not, we call it like refinements themselves. If you just build up to this, you're a coward. I want everyone to know that. Nitric acid should really be under the same milestone as nitrogen gas, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel like they're never going to change. I think there was a Reddit post that mentioned a few inconsistencies with certain recipes. Like, a lot of people are saying that the rocket fuel is just way too good, that it makes making nuclear power almost obsolete. I haven't really looked into it, but I believe what people are saying. So it's like, yeah, I wonder will they ever do a rebalance? I doubt it, because they know that if they rebalance things, they break, you know, a lot of people's saves and stuff. You got to be quite sure. And they did extensive testing right before patch, and maybe people told them like, you know, this is like super powerful. Maybe they were just like, yeah, that's okay. This is the uranium I'm using for nuclear power. Don't ask why I picked this one. My plans, not for this save, but for in my update 8 series, was to do nuclear power, and the plan was to set up a drone to pick up from the, what is it, 3 different deposits, and just ship all the uranium ore by drone somewhere. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it seemed, because they're often in hard to reach places, that seemed like where it should be. Hey, I didn't get the achievement. Do you not get an achievement for being up here? Or did I get it and I just missed it? Don't even know how to check. There we go. Achievements. Reach the... Well, that's the maximum world height. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was something for just being on the peak gameplay. You got it? Oh, right. Did we do that just now? We literally... I just missed it. Damn. I missed the best part. Seeing it. Alright, well, cool. Reach the highest cliff in the world. Done. Ew. Impure. Alrighty. The problem with fuel gen power is you need to have a bajillion fuel generators. I don't go past turbo fuel because I felt that was just too much. That's a good point. I suppose that the trade-off is that the nuclear power plant does way more power in a smaller footprint, right? That's an interesting point. I just feel like a way they could boost that or change that softly to encourage more people to do nuclear, maybe, is to just boost what nuclear gives you. That way you don't ruin anyone's saves, you're just kind of improving the output that people already had. Maybe. Hey. I just thought I took damage, and yet I had full health, and I was like, what's going on there? So I let him hit me that time just to see. Right, the place that we're going to build is just somewhere over there. Oh, actually, I really should look at the calculator map one more time and just see... Is that an okay spot? Could I build up there without having to bring the bauxite down? Maybe. Steel rod and infused uranium cells. I'm gonna keep spamming these for a little bit and see what we get. Got 5 more. 6 more if you include the one that's in. There's a hard drive side somewhere out here if I recall correctly as well. Yeah, right there. Haven't got that one. Let's see. Oh, we're not too far from one of my nearby factories, so we can bring power here easily enough. Gotta love the homing ammo, man. So good. Arguably too good. Boom. Alright, nice. Factory footprint matters because your time as a player. is sometimes the greater resource. I think so. Yeah, I agree. That's one of the reasons I don't want to do trains, at least in this thing, because I find it just takes so long to make them. But maybe I'm crazy with that. Alright, I don't mean it for more train slander here, but I think they're so cool when they're set up, though. It's like, oh, I just have this heavy weight on me when I even think about having to make them. Whereas I'm sure there's probably people that bang them out in like seconds. Alright. Yep, so I'll just stop here for a second. We'll have a look online. It's one last time. So I know everything I need in terms of resources, so we can just quickly check where around us can we get that stuff. I should close my Discord, actually. Still logged in? E. So, we need water, silica, aka quartz, and coal. And that's it. Quartz up here. Coal on the edges of both places. There's the bauxite, but that's quite high up. Quartz here we're already using. Can't use that. All... well, it's underneath anyway, so it's not like it'd be easier, but... there is a cave that goes straight through here and leads out there, isn't there? I feel like you could maybe just even pick that up and drive it out here, but that's really no different than just getting these and driving them down. So, same thing. Me. I would leave them, because they're already doing something. Yeah, I'll just... it could... what about doing it somewhere over here? Might not be big enough, though. We need 15 refineries and 20 foundries. That seems like so small. I guess it's just to get the ingots, not to get the other stuff. And then 12 water extractors. I'd say just do it down here, it'd be easier. I've never built there, though. That's why it's kind of tempting to do something with it. What do you think? I know about that. It's in a cave. The exit's there, and there's another exit like somewhere over here or something. Build out over the cliff. Talk about things that would take time away from what you're doing. Let me just have a look over here, and then we'll decide if that's going to be the location or not. I'll drive there. Are still hot. Built it to the east of Crater Lake. Yeah, that's where my small one is. Of Crater Lake? So my small one is down here. So I guess it's to the east, but it's pretty far east of the mountains. Sounds like he might have built it a bit closer. Crater Lake area is pretty cool. Compared to Rocky Desert, there should be a lot less clearance needed. Yeah, possibly, yeah. I wanted to drive up here and see how flat it is. There's like a natural road that leads up here as well. Sorry. Well, we could certainly fit the water extractors, that wouldn't be a problem. Gotten that one already. I mean, there's a decent amount of trees here as well. I like the look of this place. Where's the coal is there? Oh, I put all the biofuel in the car, that's why. I was wondering where it went. I don't see why not, you know? I don't see why not. The only thing is, how do we get the quartz here? The road that leads down. Because the quartz, that's kind of far. I mean, I could do a train that just brings it straight over or something. Well, again, that's in a cliff, isn't it? So it would have to be... Yeah, that's a bit awkward to get it over there. If we built here, it would have to be those nodes. So let me just have a quick look at how we'd get them. Oh yeah, drone. I think the volume might be too high for a drone, because we need 1,000 silica per minute to be brought in. And that's just like a lot for a drone, isn't it? Seems like it would be. Not that far for a drone though, which is the good news. It's basically just over there. How far is that? 600 meters. We can make a bridge that goes down here and just build a road straight over to it. I'd probably just do that. It's a long bridge road thing. Might look kind of weird though. There's Sam ore in that cave as well, I think. Is this it? This is... oh no. Man, where's the entrance? You'd even drive it from this place if you wanted to. I mean, obviously, you could just belt it. Driving it down here might be kind of cool. And just put like obelisks all along the ground, just like clear all the rocks and then just smoothly drive in and out. Yeah, there we are. There's the Sam. And that leads out to the northern coast. Hey, there's dead spiders in here. I don't really remember coming in here, so why is there dead ones? Back. This is me when I'm fighting one spider in like a bathroom. Big one got hungry, yeah, maybe. That's pretty scary. You go into an area and just see like all the hostiles are dead already. It's like, oh my god, what killed them? Yeah, anyway, I think I'll commit to this. We'll make it work. We'll figure it out. You know, it's part of the fun. So the quartz is going to be taken out of here for sure. Brought along there. We'll get to that. I'm going to start with... Okay, let's figure out then what we need to... Well, hang on. Let's do the mem tree for the mem. Plastic smart plating. I don't know why you'd ever do that. Silicon circuit boards. Speaking of silica, we already have like hundreds of silica circuit boards ready to go per minute, so we're fine on that. Yeah, so let's do the to-do list, right? So the first thing, I guess we'll just outline some land clearance and foundations, right? So land clearing, I don't know how big the factory is going to be, so we won't do too much, but just some basic land clearing and foundations. The first thing we'll have to think about is, like, you know, truck and train stations, or just truck stations, depending on what we do, and then getting the resources into them. So I guess transport, pretty much. And then the first stage would be the, oh, we'll just say refineries for solution. So that's all we've got on the docket right now, but let's see how fast we can bang it out. I'm excited. This is going to be good. Oh my god. Hit escape, which isn't the right key at all. Yeah, maybe drones. Alright, let's begin. Now we can finally start. Oh yeah, this was the first SAM node I ever found. That's right. I went way east. Or west. Rather than going east where there was one really close by. That makes a bit more sense now. In fact, just while I'm here, let's get the obelisks and blow some of this stuff up. Because I reckon we'll be driving all the way out. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. Ooh, found a little crack in the world. I kind of don't want to waste the mycelia, so actually, before I blow it up, which we'll do later, I'll just probably, I'll probably have to chainsaw my way out, and that way we can just pick up everything. Why do I have it in my head that I want to keep mycelia? Is there a reason for that? Because in my head I'm like, I've been trained like, oh no, yeah, you should keep that stuff, it's important. But maybe it's not, I don't know. How am I today? I'm pretty good. Doing better. Had a bit of a rough week. Yeah, I reckon I could probably just blow it all up. I don't need to be so cautious with it. Used for inhalers? Maybe, yeah. I thought there was some other reason. I think it's because a long time ago people said, like, they don't grow back, so they're finite, so you gotta be really careful with them. But the plan is to drive. I want to drive in and out of here, so I'm just going to clear all this bumpy terrain. I just saw a spider over there. He's hiding on me. That was a few of them. Maybe I could lure them. Come on, lads. I got a few. Stalactites and stalagmites. I remember geography class. Our teacher said, mites rise up from the bottom because they're like mighty. They're pushing up. Something like that. And tights hang down like tights on a clothesline. Still remember it. Cat mode. Fabric, you can make that with polymer resin now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a weird irrational thing. I guess it's not important anymore. That should make it a little smoother. Maybe we'll do another pass at some point again in the future. Another crack in the world there. Be cool to seal this up with like big metal automatic doors and stuff. Alright. Okay, we'll be back here when we need to get it. Alright, back to our location. So we're building somewhere different. That's going to be fun. So we're going to build up in Crater Lake, build a kind of a rectangular sort of factory layout. And then we just need to figure out where the places of entry and arrival are for the various things that we need. So we need bauxite and water straight up to come in. 1800 water, or really just 1200. The extra water will be cycled back in later. And if we control how we start the machines, shouldn't need to provide the extra water. It should just make it there on its own. A weapon factory? Maybe someday. But this, for the streams, these streams that I do are mostly, I'm just trying to focus on progressing through the game and beating it. I've never done that before, so as fun as a weapon factory would be to do, it's a bit of something that's not really needed, I guess. But in my YouTube series, which is more just like videos, like better prepared videos, frankly, it is more about like doing things that are interesting rather than just trying to get to the end of the game. At least that's the idea. I thought I saw a sphere up here, no? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Alright, here we are. It's roughly where it's going to be. So I'm just going to have to do a little bit of land clearance. That's our first protocol today. This stuff. I don't know why so much of that has come out. Oh, they're never going to get uploaded, actually. Send that into the biofuel factory, I guess. Make even more. Question on how you keep going. I hit aluminum yesterday, but with janky starter factories, how do you get motivated to go back and fix them, rather than starting over? And as Ice Rice Flag said, go somewhere else on the map. That's what I would do. Don't start anything over. It's just too boring and too much of a pain most of the time, for most people, to go into a janky starter factory that's like, you know, was built around lower numbers in the game, and you're at higher numbers now, and just either power it down if you want to reclaim the power, or just go in there and just demolish the whole thing and build, then just go take the materials, go somewhere else and build somewhere else, if you need the materials. What I would do is honestly just leave it there. Just leave it there, maybe disconnect it when you don't need it anymore. And get yourself in a different biome so it feels fresh. And just start over. Start to just build a new iron factory, but like bigger, you know, and with different stuff in it. New recipes that you have now, that kind of thing. That really is the best way to avoid. I mean, if that sounds daunting, or even that sounds like you don't want to do that. Although you say you appreciate the viewpoints, yeah, so at the end of the day, see, what I'm trying to do is get ahead of that. In my new series, the idea is that I'll be building a factory. See, obviously if you're playing the game for the first time, you can't know this stuff, right? So it's no one's fault. But I'm building future factories now with a belt speed ahead of the one that I'm at. So that means that when I go back to the iron factory, it's not janky as it could be. It's like, oh, it was built with, I had 120 belts at the time, but now I've got 270. So now I just upgrade the belts, power on the extra machines that were just left there dormant, and that's it. And that's like such a nicer way to do things. But yeah, if you find yourself in a situation where you're like, oh, to rebuild starter factories, just build new ones and save the power, turn them off, or destroy them. And yeah, building in a new area can make things feel more interesting. He's stuck in a rock. I was wondering where he was. Do a little bit of rock clearing. We do a little bit of rock clearing. I like to save some of the biomass though. I have 100,000 packaged liquid biofuel, but it's not enough. This can't be removed, right? I don't think. No. Oh, yes. Great. Good to know. Power. We need to get power out here as well. And then I could just float around. So probably just do that next. Actually, just build power cable lines that bring us out here. Power towers. Sorry, another map thing, right? Man, time just flies. I haven't done anything. 10 minutes just keep going by. Alright, aluminum rods and recycled plastic. Again, we'll rescan some of these soon, but we'll just get rid of them all first, and then we'll do rescans. Right, power tower. Whoop. Hot Games. Hey man, how's it going? Been watching your videos for a while. It's going good. Thanks for asking. And glad to have you here. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the world of Satisfactory is so big that if you just go like, oh, I started in grassy fields and I need to redo a factory there, it's like, just go somewhere else, man. Bring some power with you, go somewhere else, explore the world, and then like I said, if you need to go back there in the future, you can just delete everything and do something else in that area, you know? Right, I can't remember where I dragged power out from here, but over here there should be a power tower, no? Thought. There's one. Alright, so that gives us power out to our new area. So we're just going to do land clearance, try to be kind of quick. Fly around then, just make sure that everything's good, flatten it out, and then we have to decide how we lay it out for trucks to arrive. So nice big truck stations, good road network. That'll bring in the bauxite. Now the bauxite's 1200 per minute, so it's a bit high, and the silica will be a bit high, so it might warrant having trains. It's just trucks are so much easier to set up right now because I could just refuel them with a drone port. I don't have to do anything else. They just kind of will operate then. So I think I'll lean towards trucks just because it will be quicker than setting up train rails that go up and down to 2 different places like that, and they'll take less space. But they'll be busy. I have things coming in and out of them a lot. It's 1200 per minute. And they have to go all the way up here and then back down. So that, you know, one truck will fill up quite quickly that way. So you'll need quite a few. I imagine like 4 at least. Maybe like 6 or 7 or 8. Greetings, hey Sebastian. By the way, for people who are asking, the video series, I aim to have 2 videos per week on it. See how that goes. But that's the plan, have about 2 videos per week. So the next one I think will probably come around Sunday. It'll be all based on coal power, fluid dynamics, how to do fluids in the game, coal power. And then the one after that, the plan is to do stuff with the Dimensional Depot. Alright, I reckon this is good enough now to start flattening with bombs. Just get rid of some of the rocks. And I suppose I could just pave it now and then see whatever's sticking out. Throw bombs on that, probably be a bit easier. I'm gonna work because I don't have vertical nudging. Can't look at the bottom. That's pretty low down. Go there. Creatures in the way. Oh well. I hope this works. I don't know if it actually works through foundations like that. Oh, it does. Cool. Nice. I was told there would be spaghetti. There's a little bit. Yeah, lasagna. Not a little bit. Back at the base. Alright. So to do transport, we'll have to set up little miners that make the bauxite. Or get the bauxite and then bring it down into here. Nice. Alright, cool. What do you use for your trucks fuel-wise? Sometimes I'll still just use coal if it's like in the area. You know, it's just easy to use. Like, I can't remember exactly where, but there's a factory. Yeah. I think it is the baby aluminum, right? So I bring in coal into this aluminum factory, or sorry, I bring in coal into this factory, and a truck does it. It just drives along. Excuse me again. Just drives along here, and because it's using coal, I just got the truck to, you know, fuel itself via the same thing it's bringing in. What the plan is now, I think most trucks are actually using coal in my world. Typically they're using, so I should turn on the trucks so we can see them. That would probably be good. There they are. Yeah, so most of them will be fueled by nearby coal deposits. But I recently built a liquid biofuel factory, and it has like 100,000 packaged liquid biofuel just sitting there. So I only built it just for my jetpack, but we have so much of it now because the game with summer sloops, you can just duplicate things. You can duplicate, you put in like animal remains. Now you get twice as much biomass out, or twice as much hog protein out. You put in the hog protein to make biomass. That now gets duplicated to make twice as much of that. You put that into making like the biofuel, and then you get twice as much biofuel out of the refinery if you have enough summer sloops all along the way. So it's like, geez, we just have an insane amount of liquid biofuel just sitting there. Hundreds of thousands. Just, you can't even run. It's just so much. So the idea was, I was hoping that we could use it in drones. Turns out you can't, so that sucks. And normally I would avoid using something that's like not fully automated. We have to drop stuff in there to make that factory work. You have to go around, grab it, drop it in, and make sure it never runs out. So it's a little like, ugh, I don't know about that. But the volume is now so high that I'm confident that I can easily keep up with it. Easily. Because it burns much slower than regular fuel anyway. Right, so what we did in the previous stream was we set up drones that now pick this up and we'll distribute it wherever we want. And they'll fuel themselves with turbo fuel. So we have loads of turbo fuel now that they're getting. So the turbo fuel is here. It flies down and fuels like any drones that need it at the liquid biofuel plant. Now we can build drones that can bring this anywhere. So, long way of saying, the plan is for the trucks here, even though there is coal next to us. I suppose we could just use the coal. But the plan is to kind of get them to use the liquid biofuel. Actually, they might need it because the journey is going to be so long up here and then back down. One stack of coal might not actually be enough. I don't know. Maybe. The same with the one that we have to go all the way into that cave and drive into the cave. It's like, there's coal there though, so, you know, we could do it either way. But I like to think we could try use this new system we have for the fun of it. So yeah, long story short, in one of my old worlds, it was turbo fuel. I made sure everything was powered by turbo fuel. And I got drones to refill them. Alright, so this is good enough to get us started, I think. Maybe widen it out somewhere, but ultimately what we need to decide now is how do we bring stuff in? Like, where does it go? Where's the truck station? How big is it? How do the trucks come in and out? So there is this depression in the cliffs here. Right there. So that'll be a natural way out. So I feel like even just somewhere here, the... Yeah, okay, I've got an idea. So maybe... Like, this is a bit of a road going out that way, too. You have to go around the lake anyway. So we go around and then up to go pick up our stuff. So if the asphalt just went like this, like a straight line here, and then we have a truck station here and a truck station here. One taking in bauxite, one taking in... What is it? This stuff? Coal, sorry. No, sorry, bauxite, and the other one's taking in quartz. That's it. The coal comes in on the other end, because the deposits are over there. So yeah, that's what I'll do. We'll just make a little road that goes straight through. Then I have to just figure out where the trucks will actually turn. Alright, so this is kind of our edge, so we'll leave that. Put that off. I like to leave one gap, so I'm just thinking maybe somewhere here. Suppose if we make it thick enough, they could just do a turn. We'll be using trucks, not tractors or anything else. Yes, we drive on the right side kind of in this world. The plan was to really just come in, drop something off. I think what the other one would do. Yeah, okay. So maybe the exit is out here then. Sure. Go with that. Feels bad, man. Alright, let's just finish off the land clearance then. Hey, Tomek. I don't know how he did that. He like threw it almost exactly where it needed to go. Good. Alright. That's... That's... Alright, clear the vegetation there later. So that's going to be where the quartz will come in. And this will be where the bauxite comes in. So the bauxite's going to come in somewhere here and then go into a truck station. So we want a blueprint for the truck station. So I'd actually need to go a little wider. Yep. Alright, cool. So yeah, truck station then. So this area maybe? And the other one will have a gap. Be about here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Alright, that's where the 2 truck stations are going to go. Alright, there we go. 2 truck stations. Name of the music, I'm playing the soundtrack to Shape Z 2. You know, you could make a drop-off point at the liquid biofuel so you can make way stations, a blueprint that drone over raw materials. So that is a distraction. You can make a drop-off at liquid biofuel so that you can make way stations that drone over the raw materials. You mean, I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but someone mentioned in the previous stream, I think it was, that if I build a drone port and I tell it to go and fetch me biofuel, I could send it, like, anywhere. The vegetation and stuff that I have on me. So it's like, it'll take that out there, it'll drop all that off, and then it'll come back with the biofuel. So that way, from anywhere in the world, I could go, you know, drop off the biomat, like the whatever the organic material is. So that's totally doable. I just would have to go down to the factory and hook up the output of the drone port to go into the input of the biofuel factory. Not that big of a deal. It would just be a bit messy. It wasn't really planned that way, but I could do it. You could build it along the roof, maybe. Took it away there. Because that would be interesting. And then you just have to guarantee that you drop everything off, though. That's the only other thing. You have to have a buffer, make sure it completely empties out, so that then it can load in the biofuel correctly. And that would be... Yeah, I never thought of that, because it's like, oh yeah, you can always send something and retrieve something. And that way you never have to go there. Well, I like going there. I try to make it look nice. That's the only factory we did any cosmetics for. But yeah, totally a good idea though. I think, you know, that stuff would be great for, again, the YouTube series where having now played around and understanding sloops a bit better and drones and stuff, it's like all this could be kind of planned, built with that in mind. Alrighty, there we go. The beginnings of the factory. I'm just wondering... Yeah, that grass creeps through a bit too much for my liking on that side, but oh well. Get rid of this bit. Keep the road there, I guess. But yeah, just get rid of that bit. This can go on just a little further. We get to the hard drive, and then we'll cordon that off. Pay respects to our fallen comrade. Although, who knows? Maybe they survived. Alright, I would say land clearing is now done. The main part in the foundations, like that initial bit. The transport next is the next thing that needs to be done. So this is going to be vehicle settings will be unload. Okay. Now, this one will be bauxite. So it, in theory, it's going to be 1200 per minute. So I'll need 2 belts coming out, 600, 600. Going into the factory into 10 machines. Because we're going to just use the regular recipe. This is an example. I'll just build one just here, even just for a test. This one. 120, 180. Now, we probably won't drop quartz in. I reckon I'll be dropping the silica in. We'll make the quartz on site somewhere, either in that cave or just outside of it. And then bring the silica up. Seems like it might be easier that way. Because it's 1,000 silica. Which just seems like a lot, because I'd have to then bring in limestone as well, so I don't want to do that. And that way we just keep the factory running on silica. So, 1200 per minute, 10 of these. And then they'll need their water. Let's just hook up the bauxite. We'll do that first, and then we'll decide how the factory is laid out after that. Right. Do we need the ramp? Okay. Build another explorer. Go map this journey out. I suppose I could look online as well just really quickly and see, is there other nodes that are closer that I could get? Yeah, there's a pure node really just up over the hill. And then there's a normal node with a Mark III miner we could get the 600 out. So we could do that. That might be a bit better. That's what I'm looking at, sorry. So I was going to take this one and this one. They're quite far out now. We're going to be driving kind of around up here. I don't think the train's easy to drive up. We'll build a road or something. But this is what we're trying to get. This one, which can easily do 600 at a Mark II. And then this one, 600 if we build it a Mark III. I'll combine them. Maybe have a pickup station somewhere in the middle. I just don't know what the terrain is really like there, so we'll have to just go up and see what we're dealing with. Battle going on out there. So it was blocked by boulders, but I blew up 1 or 2 of them already. Same with the other side, right? This was initially blocked. I blew up a couple of them before when we were going through. Alright, let's drive through. Nice that it's like that, actually, because we could maybe make a loop. I'm not using sloppy lumina for this one. I did in my other one. This one I'm going to keep it normal. Technically get more for our bauxite if we don't use it. Well, kind of, I suppose. Right. This goes on for quite a bit, doesn't it? An hour ago, a patch was dropped and they added copy and paste for generators and extractors. Yeah, someone said that in the beginning of the stream about the patch notes. That's great that it's out now, though. It's perfect because I'm building a coal power plant in the next video. So now I might change the initial plan I had for it. I was initially planning on not doing any clock speed changes because you couldn't copy and paste it. So with 100 generators, it's like a lot. But now it's like, well, now we could just do it much quicker. Let me just mark where these are. Well, I don't even need to do that. I could just build a radar tower or something. Yeah, let's build a radar tower. Go grab that sloop rope. What the hell is that? Oh, that was my thing. I was like, there's some white thing on the ground. Okay, so that has power now, so now we can see exactly where those resources are without me having to keep checking. Alrighty, ooh. Little crude oil thing next to me. So that's the one we want, or one of them, and that's the other one. I just need to carve a path out. That we can drive into and collect. Or we bring both together in one place and collect from there. Oh, we're gonna chew through a lot of my ammo actually with this. I'm sorry. You put your VODs up. All my streams stay up as videos after the fact. Yeah, it takes about an hour after the stream is done before they become available to view. But I don't edit them or anything like that. They just stay up. So on YouTube, there's like a live tab on a channel. So in the videos tab, they won't be there, but they'll be in the live tab. And you can watch them back there. And they're all there. This is the 26th stream, I think. I am. Oh, it doesn't say the amount of time in the game anymore. It used to say it down here, didn't it? Well, anyway, I think. Oh, it probably says it in the save though. 153 hours. Yikes! Thought it was less than that. But yeah, that's where we're at. All right, so there's our pure bauxite. So what should I do? I'm just trying to think. You could drive up here, collect, drive around, collect, and then go back down. Or I could just bring it over on a bridge into one area. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Just like big straight line that just comes over, connects into here somewhere. This one connects into here. Car comes up, picks it up, drives back down. Seems most reasonable. Alright, so that's one. Let me just build on that actually, quickly. I'll need to get the automated miners. That's okay, dumb car. It's alright. No water extractor nudging. Yeah, that annoys me. But oh well. Right, I just wanted to build there because it might help prevent those enemies spawning again, at least right away. I'm thinking they go to there, basically. So I have to clear a lot of this stuff. I don't really want to blow it up. I kind of want to just get some of it. Look at that. Oh my god. The amount of wood. Holy shit. Jesus. One thing got me 989 or something, it said. I don't want to build a completely elevated road over it. I will build some sort of road though, yeah. As someone pointed out to me before, it like kind of defeats the purpose if you just build over everything. It's like, yeah, I guess. I guess. It's not nice to hear that, but it's true. I don't think I can carry any more wood. Now it really would make sense to send it into the drone port that just delivers it out there. For now, I'll build a container. Maybe we will do that because that just seems a bit insane. I feel like I've made no progress on that as well either. The idea is this will go over here, go down, and then somewhere I just need to make a little pickup area. I just need to figure that out. The other route we drive up is here. We drive up there, come around, maybe there, just somewhere even there, that could be the pickup. Oh, actually, if you drive up... Oh, no, yeah. I thought the cliff was in the way, but it's not. Yeah. Let me chop through the jungle as we connect the two areas so they can just drive between them. The important thing, I guess. We'll be in a different biome, though. Do you have any power management in mind? What do you mean? I guess I don't. I guess I don't. So yeah, not sure what you mean. For this build, this particular build, no. I've done really big builds where we do all sorts of like power control rooms and stuff like that, but I don't really plan on doing anything like that in this. Everything's just connected on one network, and it's fine. Alright, I think that's pretty much it. So we drive up there, drive through here. You can just make that little loop around. So just somewhere in this area it needs to be the collection point or drop-off point. Maybe on this little island. I don't know, it just feels like a waste of resources if I just blow everything up. I'd like to gather it. Because we make liquid biofuel, it's what powers all my trucks. So it's like, yeah, this is all fuel. I mean, I get a little lazy sometimes and blow some of it up, but I just feel like it's very wasteful. I mean, there's thousands of wood there. It's actually insane. I didn't realize there's so much. But this is like 100,000 biofuel, probably. So it's worth it. What's the plan for today? We're building an aluminum factory, and I'm just getting the bauxite out of the hills, basically, at this point. We're making it so that we can. Okay, he just teleported. So many enemies in this area. I feel like I'd just be here forever. At least take the biggest guys down. How much ammo do I have? Not much left. Richard, thank you. Yeah, I feel like I've been a bit quiet. I don't know. I've been like that a lot lately. I don't know why, but just as I'm getting a few things done. Well, we're making progress pretty fast once we just finally clear out all the land, or all the area here. Come on. Jesus. I don't have unlimited homing ammo, by the way, either. We don't automate it, so it will run out eventually. We got 1,000 left. I have automated the high-speed connectors, but not the actual making of the rifle ammo. Alright, that's good enough. Let's get the little slug as well out of here. I just exterminated a whole zoo. I just changed the ecosystem forever. Can I get out of here? Yeah, there we go. Right. Okay, so here's the plan. I'll get rid of some of those gas pillars. The idea is that from... That's our factory location. Drive up here. Truck goes to the right. Hits some sort of... well, actually, further along. Hits some sort of truck station just over the water, I guess. Somewhere here. Which will be fed from this. And it'll also be fed from one that's over there. Which needs to come a much longer distance. But whatever. It's fine. Anyway, then the truck will just circle back around. Go down this hill. And drive back out. I need to keep them separated because there's going to be multiple trucks, so it's good to have like a little natural route around if you're not building specific roads, which it won't be up here. But down there maybe, and not that you need them at that point. It's really just a straight line. Get in. That's the plan anyway. Okay, so the actual truck station that needs to go here now is the next thing then. I suppose I probably will pave over a little bit of this. He's friendly, right? Yeah. Or it is friendly. But yeah, I reckon just somewhere here. Just make a nice big clearing. Alright, that's good enough. I'll flatten it out and build a little road, I guess, because otherwise it will be a little awkward. Much as I would like to not do that. Or even just a platform. Alright, give me some power. Give me some juice so I can float. Start with regular foundations, I guess. And just 1 meter higher than that would be good. Just to be safe, we'll do 2. Yeah, alright. Feel bad building over the stream like that, but I've got an idea that might make it look a bit nicer. But it really matters. So I don't know why I did that. I really just needed this. This can go. Didn't work for some reason. Oh, we can just blueprint it back in the station. It doesn't really work. Actually, you can work up here. You go under that? It looks like you can. I think it's just the way it is in the water, maybe. Yeah, it would have been nice if it was lower down. It's not too bad. That was the idea, you know, it's like, okay, the water can still go through. It was like supposed to be like a kind of a grate. But yeah, I feel like I should be able to get this underneath by looking at the bottom of it, but I just can't seem to do it. Strange. It might just... It definitely isn't as low as it could be, because I can see that this one is. So yeah, it's unfortunate it's not letting me do that. I could have zoomed it down. That would have worked. Maybe I'll just try that with just these ones, because these are the ones directly over the water. I'll just redo those. So it's here, and then can you go vertical maybe? There's no vertical mode? Ugh, hang on. Need to start from a higher spot again. Right, so from here. There you go. Think. Yeah. Kind of works. But anyways, we're gonna have to drive up onto this. But I just wanted to see, like, you know, if that would kind of look good, somewhat. Like, oh yeah, the water is still allowed to pass through. To some extent. We'll build over that and then kind of a ramp that goes down to it. So I guess you could do the same thing up here, right? If you wanted to. Oh, no, just cover it. Whatever. You can't even see it now. It's like, okay, yeah, what was the point of that? I don't know. At least we played around with it. See that it is possible. If I had more, you know, if I wanted to waste more time, it's like you would just do that, but here and on the other side, and that would probably make more sense, but it's whatever. It's fine. The point is that I know how to do it. Alright, well, anyway, this will be our road. Very steep incline just there at that bit, and we'll cut away these trees. It's fine. I just can't be bothered doing any cosmetics. I really want to make progress, because if I wanted to make things look good, like properly good, I could spend hours doing that. It's just... not the focus of the streams, unfortunately. Sorry for the tease. Right, so anyway, that's the way up. You pick up your thing. I'm going to get rid of this, by the way, now, because it's glitching. I'd be almost tempted to make that a metal wall. Maybe it might look a little bit better. Right. Anyway, so you go pick up your thing, and then maybe another foundation or two forward, and then you take a left. Guess we could do it from here. Alright, let's clear all this. That'll be the last bit of clearing, I think. Alright, great. Alright, trucks will load from here, and we'll give it a name a bit later, but for now, let's just hook this up to there. Alright, better. Just give that a little white swatch as well. Maybe not green. Alright, cool, there we go. Simple. So yeah, all we need to do now is just actually feed the damn thing with its bauxite. So we'll have to just bring in bauxite from that far node and the one that's quite close by. I'll do that using the blueprinted bridge kind of thing I have, so we can also walk along the forest, which could be kind of nice. That's that. Subject to coloring, I guess, but yep, pretty good. Might just get rid of a tiny bit of the trees here and then clear some of those gas pillars. Biofuel for the trucks, indeed. That'll be down at the bottom, the aluminum factory itself, a drone port. Alright, this should be fine. Let's get rid of that rock as well. Cool. Alright, that's terrain cleared, hopefully. So we'll do a little mini drive just now to test it. Test drive. I'll actually be going the other way. It'll be the way out. I should do it with the truck, because it's really what we will be doing. So the trucks will come up somewhere here and take a right. Cool. As long as I can do it, the truck will be able to do it. Load up, do our thing, and then just bail out. A little bumpy, not gonna lie, a little bumpy, a little tight, but should be okay. Oh, interesting. The trucks just totally drove over the bamboo kind of stuff. They changed that with this update for most foliage, like you don't drive over it anymore. Yeah, good to test. Alright, so now we'll just hook up the actual two miners. This will give us our 1200 bauxite per minute. And we'll build our refineries and we can start actually turning on the factory a bit. So to stay on the grid, I'll just build this out like this. We'll get rid of some of it, it's just to more plan it out. Straight over there. And maybe here to the right or something. Yeah. Alright, so we'll make this that little bridge blueprint thing. And then get rid of any trees that are in the way. Also, I need to get rid of some of this wood still. 5,000, that's so crazy. Just from you get so much wood up here. Can't even dispose of it. Oh my god, I forgot about the hard drives we've been getting, sorry. I didn't notice it go off that time. What do we got? We just got insulated crystal oscillators and iron alloy ingots. So mixing copper and iron ore gives you ingots, or just different alternate recipe for the crystal oscillators. Just leave it there, obviously, for now. We're still banging through these, got 4 more to go. Where's the ramp on the exit? The ground fits naturally. Oh, does it? I'll have a look in a sec. Alright, so, walkway. Steel walkway with a belt. This one. Yep. Yep. And this one will just continue over as well in the same fashion. Cool. Right. Almost an engineer. Thank you. You said, oh yeah, good point actually with that. I still haven't caught up. The problem with working 70 plus hours a week and trying to watch stream catch-ups is I end up having to rewatch as I lose my place. There's a little bit to say thanks. Thank you. And thanks a lot actually. It's a lot of money, so thank you. Almost an engineer with the super chat. Appreciate it a lot. Really does help. Yep, good point on this that we could probably just extend it out, right? The ground does just work with it naturally. For some reason I thought that we might be turning within here, but we're not going to do that, so good call. We could do a little no entry, right? You're not coming in this way. Okay, so we can connect this to here and just bring that further in till we hit the next one. Just let me float all the way down basically. Although I guess here I have to build this out now, so. Okay, same thing down here, although I'll fall in a second if I don't extend the power line. So hard to see now because all the foliage. We'll get rid of it in just a sec. It must be right here. Yeah, there it is. I didn't reverse it properly. Alright, leave it there for a moment. Cool. Okay, let's just fix this up. Anywhere there's concrete, just grab that and take it away. Ooh, actually, putting down the belt can sometimes be helpful if we have that concrete. I'll just get rid of some of the trees now. Thought we were done with land clearing, but I guess not. We'll have to do the same thing. We're going to build the same sort of bridge out to the other deposit, which is a bit further. Dropping into the stream. What's the crack? What's the crack? I haven't heard that in a while. Not much. Just played Satisfactory, I guess. Feeling good. Making progress. Finally getting, like we have a plan together, so we know what needs to be done. I feel like I'm just starting to start to make progress now. Getting some of the items together. We're going to be building an aluminum factory. We need more aluminum for pretty much everything else we need, like turbo motors, fuse frames, cooling systems, so I just needed more of it. So it's time. Now we're going to be doing 600 per minute, so we'll get a Mark 5 belt. Take this along with us. That's more than 30,000 biofuel? Yeah, I don't know how much it is, to be honest. Like 100,000 probably that was there. Because when you duplicate it all, I really don't know. Like, if I just look at wood really quickly, then I'm kind of curious. The wood, 4 into 20. That's 4 into 40. And then, I'm trying to think, do I do anything more with that? Because it just becomes solid bio. We do duplicate it before it goes to solid biofuel. Yeah, so 40 then becomes 20 solid biofuel, I guess. And then that becomes liquid biofuel. Yeah, so you'd have to do the math on, like, we've got a container of 5,000, so I don't know. That becomes... Then it has to be packaged, so yeah. I don't want to sit around doing that. I did the math. It's like 6.66 packaged biofuel per wood with maximum sloopage. Yeah, so the only thing is I don't sloop the refineries making the biofuel. People said it was just too much. And it was like ridiculous. So yeah, we don't actually do that. But everything else is slooped all along the way. Alright, so that's one of them hooked up. Done. Let's get rid of this concrete now. Oh man, there we go. Little walkway. Need some paint, but other than that, pretty good. Okay, so this is going to be doing 600 per minute. There we go. 240 per minute. 600 per minute, yep. And just throw it straight in there, basically. Can't be bothered making that look any better. Maybe just build us some stairs or something. Sure. Okay, there we go. Now, I guess I'll just paint it really quickly. So I've got colors that I want to use. Use the quartz pink. There we go, the speed. Love it. I won't bother changing the color of the lights, so just leave it. They're kind of an orangey color actually, which is okay for considering we're making bauxite. Alright, nice. Now, I'll just cut that off. That area's done now. And we'll just hook it up when we actually get our truck going. Just because, I don't know, I don't like it getting all full and backed up. I'd like to see both going at the same time. The only other thing, I guess, if you really cared, is that there is supports for this type of bridge, so... Just to even show an example of it, this would be what it would look like. We put the supports on. That would be the support bottom. The support bottom never seems to work on this blueprint. It's really awkward. You have to, like, nudge it into place, but it has issues doing that. It does normally work. Yeah, maybe from this side. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you need that nudge mod. I've never used that nudge mod. I've definitely done it where it does work, but for some reason... it's never, like, quite lined up. Holding control or whatever doesn't seem to fix it. And I think if you're underneath it, you can kind of get it in position. But yeah. It's like a foundation and a half off. I suppose you could just bring that down though if you really wanted to. Not a big deal, right? Alright, cool. Anyway, that was the idea behind that bridge. That's what it's supposed to look like. And this... Good there. And that can go there. And engineers 2/3, it would be 13.33 with refineries too. So if that's how much is that wood, by the way? That's for 4 wood? How much do we have in the container? Just want to know how much biofuel that is equivalent to. Per wood. Oh yeah, so 6.6, it's, sorry, 6.66 packaged biofuel per wood is without refineries being slooped. Okay. So 5,600 then. So 6.66 per wood. And we're doing that times 5,600. So it's, yeah, it's 37,300. Wow. That's how much packaged biofuel is in that container, just for the wood, not even counting the leaves. And then when you count the animal remains, it gets even crazier. Okay, anyways, so next up, so that's 1 miner done out of the 2. The other one's in the distance somewhere, but I'm not actually sure where. It's like there, but I haven't been to it before. I'm just going to map, or not map it out. Oh, actually, maybe you could combine it onto this bridge. I didn't really think about that. It's almost straight west from here, so it could connect in maybe there, or we could extend this out and then build a second line alongside. Let's just go west and see. Or east. Why do I keep reversing those today? That's the second time I've done that. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, by the way. Shout out. I remember when I was 17, the guy in the job center was chatting about having visited Ireland and was talking about going for the crack. It took me ages to realize what he meant. Hey, going for the crack means something completely different, I would say. There we are. Yeah, I don't know. Even when I lived it, like I've been living in England now for 10 years or something like that. But even when I lived in Ireland, I never really said what's the crack that much. At least I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not a very Irish person, I guess. Nice to hear it though, you know. Reminds me of home. Wow. Jesus. Oh, he killed the other guy for me. Thanks. Sorry, I should do better at reading my chat. Oh, Roy Schaefer. I don't know if you're still there, but thank you. Happy birthday. It might be a little late. Yeah, my birthday is September 16th. But I appreciate it all the same, you know? Wow, these streams have been going for a while, haven't they, actually? Yeah. This needs a miner Mark III, so we've only got 13 turbo motors, so I have to be careful with my... I don't make them. This is aiming straight west. Right, now I'm just going to build foundations here, or here, wherever. Ultimately, we have to decide. Maybe this one. I'm just going to bring this out in a straight line just to see where we end up. And then build a bridge straight over to it. Yep, going straight for that plateau. So we'll have to move over to the right. Whoop. To the right a little bit. Because you'd have to move a lot to the left. Doesn't seem like you have to go too far over to the right. Interesting that we're actually higher up here than we need to be. Okay. Yeah, I've never really built this where it can go up or down. Alright, let me just follow that back out. I wonder how much lower I can go. If I don't have to raise it and go crazy. Seems like we'll hit a hill right about there. It's pretty common expression where I'm from. / Scottish Islands. Yeah, I agree. I obviously, yeah, it is a common expression in Ireland anyway, for sure. It's more common, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. I probably just haven't lived there long enough, but I feel like it used to be said a lot more when I was younger, and then as I got older, it was kind of said less. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong with that. Like, I just feel like I haven't heard any of my Irish friends ever say it. I got funny looks when I first moved to Edinburgh 15 years ago. I didn't know they say it in Scotland, though. That's interesting. I actually don't want to do that. I'll blow up the entire forest. Got a few enemies. You dead? Nope. Something killed him. Oh no, I'm gonna die. What's the crack? Expression was popular in England in the 80s. Yeah, you're supposed to spell it C-R-A-I-C. As far as I know, it's an Irish thing, but I could be wrong. What do I know? Old English word kraken. Oh my god, it's always the English. The word crack is derived from the Old English word kraken, which means to make a loud noise or to brag or boast. The word entered the Irish language through the English language and was initially used to describe the sound of thunder or cracking of a whip. Crack is a term used to describe a good time, a fun experience, or a friendly conversation. Is commonly used in Irish slang. It was a borrowing from English crack, respelled as crake or crack, and then re-borrowed back into English. There you go. Oh my god, don't tell anyone Irish that it's actually an English thing they're saying. They won't like that. I never knew that. I guess I'll just have to build a bridge above it. Whatever. Yeah, I have to go even higher. Seems kind of crazy, but it is what it is. Alright, so this is the line. We'll just build a bridge on this, on top of it. Yeah, 'cause it hits that hill. And it just means less turns. It's just easier that way. Just to be quite high up. I'll just build a little lift that goes down. Alright, so blueprint walkway. There's a lot the English will never tell you. There's a lot the English don't know. The amount of people over here that I've met that think Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, is part of the United Kingdom. Kind of baffling. I'm not one to really care too much, but I just thought like... I thought you kind of know that. Don't know. Alright, we need more iron plates to be given to us. We can clear some of this actually, I need the concrete maybe just to help me with the belt. Get rid of this bit though. Have you tried placing the conveyor belt on the concrete before placing the blueprint bridge? No. That'd be far too smart for me. Yeah, I've always just ran inside of it. I actually have only started using a concrete bridge recently when I realized how difficult this can be sometimes. Like the concrete part of it, I mean. It used to be that the belt was built inside and I just do connecting, like the adjoining bits. But it's all good. I should really do the power before I do the belt, because the belt is the thing that really gets in the way, actually. I'm a second-gen American, and my grandfather used to say the Scots are just Irish that learned how to swim. No, I've never really heard that before. I mean, I mean, maybe I have. I don't know. It's not something that's on my mind like that I could think of immediately. But I've heard of little things like that to do with, you know, Irish and Scottish are like distant cousins. In certain parts, the Irish make fun of the Scottish for not being independent. You know, they get a lot of like the whole Braveheart film thing where it's like, yeah, you know, they don't like the English and it's like all about freedom and stuff. It's like, well, they're not free. So there's always I think they're on we're on their side, but there's some like banter, I guess, between the two where it's like Scottish kind of see themselves as harder than the Irish, stronger and stuff. The Irish kind of joke that they're under the thumb of the royals. But at the same time, the Irish, well, I don't know how true this is, but some people in Ireland are still quite bitter about the fact that they don't have the 6 northern counties, that's still separated, and that the English just own that, you know. And it's its own country now with its own problems, really. If that was to be integrated, it'd be quite a challenge. Irish government don't really want it. It runs at a deficit, so it's more like a pride thing, I think people want it, rather than a practical thing. There's people actually in Ireland I just heard recently running on campaign for government that are trying to promise that they'll get that. I think they always do. But there's some apparently quite serious ways they can actually do it now. Can't remember what it is though. I'm not very up on politics. It's crazy to think that there is 2 Irelands in Ireland. I was lucky to be taught in primary school about both. Yeah, so for those who don't know, there's Northern Ireland, which is the northern 6 counties. I don't really know too much about it, but it's like when Ireland got its independence, I think around 1916, that's when their rising was, when they kind of had a bit of a rebellion. I think in the 20s, then they were kind of given the rights to their own state. But in the agreement to that, for some reason, I can't remember why, the 6 northern counties were partitioned off and kept under the United Kingdom. And that led to a load of problems in Ireland. It led to like the Troubles, which is like this period in the 70s and 80s, I think, where, you know, people were, well, it led to like the IRA, you know, like a kind of a group that bomb and terrorize people as an act of rebellion to get their counties back, I guess. But I don't know much more than that. They're just not that interested, to be quite honest with you. It's like, yeah, it would be nice if it was all one. It seems like it should be, I guess, just as a natural kind of land border. But now I feel like the cultures are quite divergent. One of the main reasons that they're different is because they're heavily Protestant, not Catholic. So they, you know, and they're quite prideful of it. So it's like, okay, if they don't want to be integrated, then leave them, I guess. So I see it. I can't believe I'm out of iron plates, of all things. What I'm waiting on. Trickling up. I don't know how much we get per minute, but obviously not much. So this is almost done. We've almost connected it over. Just gonna see, is there anything else I can clear here? Well, I guess I can get rid of the concrete now that the thing is in. Oh, I suppose we can hook up the actual belt. Oh, and the power. Yeah, we'll do the power. Interesting how Scotland and Ireland have their own version of Gaelic as well. Yeah, it's like derived from an older Celtic language, I believe. So they have commonality between the two, but it's not quite the... Oh, I did the power. Did I? The whole way down. Hey. Did you say... Oh, you're going now to your art? Oh, okay, sorry. Most of the way down. Yeah, jeez. I was like, oh yeah, do the power. Kind of done, actually. Mark 3 miners look so cool. So chunky. Alright, there we go. I think something I'll do for my series is make blueprints for this that can actually, like, you know, make a stairwell connecting blueprint, make a right turn blueprint, those kind of things. Needs to be done at some point. No one speaks Irish or Gaelic in Ireland. Almost nobody. In the very, very west and very far northwest, there's a little bit going on. But other than that, in my experience, this is also changing in the last 10 years, in my experience anyway. When I went to school, everybody hated the Irish language. They hated it. Everybody. There was no one who was like, oh yeah, it's great, but I just don't like learning it. Everyone was like, this is so dumb, pointless, not used, it's ridiculous, we're all forced to learn it, it sucks. That's what everyone said, except for maybe 1% of people. Who, some people like, may have gone to Irish speaking schools actually when they're really young, and that way they just learn it from like being a child. But then I noticed that what I call like an Irish hipster movement, maybe that's wrong with me, is that there's this whole like, oh no, we should like really embrace it. And people who went, it's kind of like maybe when people were in their early 20s, a lot of my friends started changing their names on Facebook to like their Irish versions and stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Everyone used to hate this stuff, now everyone's like, oh no, like part of our identity and stuff. It's like, all right, each to their own, but I just think it's a bunch of fakers. Personally. But I have the opposite thing. My dad like really ingrained into me that it's completely pointless, and he's like, just don't do it, just don't take part. And so I didn't. So I didn't really do it when I was supposed to in school. Or I did, kind of, but then in my 6th year, so in Ireland, there's the way school works is you've got what's called primary school, so you're whatever, really, really young, up until the age of about 10 or 11 or 12, and then when you turn about 12, you go to secondary school, and you've got 6 years there, and it's just called year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can actually skip the 4th year if you want. It's a transition year. It's up to you if you want to do it. It's more artsy kind of year. Anyways, I hated Irish, really, really hated it, and didn't want to do it. Felt it was pointless, and especially when I decided what I wanted to do in college, I didn't need it to get into the college I wanted to go to. A lot of colleges in Ireland do require you to have it, so it can be quite important that you do it. But once I learned that I didn't need it for the course I wanted to do, which is programming, I just stopped participating like completely, and I started doing more math just on my own. And it's the best thing I ever did. I never would have got into college if I didn't take extra math classes. Now, the weird thing was I managed to get out of it for my state exams. I'm not sure how. Some people get out of it because they have like dyslexia and stuff. So you just say you have a learning disability, and that way you don't need to do it. I was quite a rebellious kid. It's in some ways not too bad, but a little bit cheeky, and thought I was real smart, I guess. And I was just said to the principal, I remember being like, I'm just not going to do the class, I'm never going to go to it, like, you're not going to make me go. So you know, if I can't remember how I approached it, or why, I don't know why the principal gave me any time of day with this, like why they entertained this idea at all. But I said, like, the course I need to get into. It doesn't require it. So is there a way I could take like some other class instead? And they're like, well, no, that's not really how it works. But if you just sit in the office next door to my office during your Irish class, do your homework or do something, then that's fine. And we'll find a way for you not to have to do it. I was like, sweet, great. And he was like, I'll be checking though. If you're ever not in there, you know, you're going to be back in that class. And I'm like, all right. Anyway, he never checked on me. So eventually I even stopped going to that. But it was pretty good though for the first few months I was doing it, because I really did catch up on like so much work. Oh crap. Oh no. I forgot there's no actual power there yet. Anyway, long story short, I didn't have to do it. It didn't come up on my exams. I don't know what reason they put down. It's like severe learning disability or something. I have no idea, but I didn't have to do it. And it never came up again. And my dad was like, didn't believe me. He was like, what are you talking about? How did you get out of it? You can't get out of it. Like, well, I did. It was so that we could keep you close, but by God, take British pounds to anywhere in Ireland. You get laughed out of the country. Same in Scotland. You're lucky if it gets accepted at shops. Same in Scotland? The British pound? Scotland have a different currency? I thought Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and England all used sterling. I had no idea about that. Do they use the euro? It's Iris in Ireland, Gaelic elsewhere. What kind of chair do I have? I've got a Secret Lab chair. Secret Lab Softwave. I've had it for 5 years. It's great. It's really good actually, because I got it soon after I just got a kitten. Cat was climbing all over it. Nothing ever tore or ripped. So really good quality. I'd buy them again. Not sponsored. Don't even know they exist, but I really like them. I might have to go and get more metal because I don't have any. Or I guess just do the belts out maybe, and once we get the metal I'll finish the bridge. Might be the right thing to do. Whoop. Rather than just waiting for one cosmetic component, really. We don't need the metal to do the actual belt. And I guess just finish off those power lines. I think that's connected. Yeah, just temporarily. I'll just build this here until we can finish that bridge, and then just connect that one in down on the bottom somewhere. What did you actually opt to study? Oh, I should have explained. There's, you do, in Ireland anyway, you do like 8 or 9 subjects. And each one is graded from 0 to 100 points. So if you take the higher level of a subject, you can get up to 100 points. So let's say you take higher math, you can get up to 100 points. If you take ordinary math, or lower math, depending on how you want to call it, even if you got 100% on the test, you'd only get 60 points. So if you take the advanced level of these subjects, you can get 100. Anyways, the max amount of points you can get is 600. But you take like 8 or 9 subjects. So I ended up just dropping a subject, and it didn't get replaced with anything. It meant I just focused in on the 7 remaining ones that I had. So I didn't take anything instead of it. But the thing I did need for my course for programming was like some sort of like I needed at least a B or something in math, and I wasn't very good at math. Still not very good at math. So what I genuinely did was use the time to just do more math and try to be better at it. Now look, I wasn't a brilliant kid working all the time, but in the times where I did actually apply myself, I was trying to get better at that, because I knew that was the one thing I needed to get into the course. You needed like 350 points or something. I was like, yeah, that's fine. I'll get that. And I think I got like 355. I like barely got it, but I did get it. I was more worried about not getting like the B1 that you needed to get to get into the course. Because the other crazy thing I did was, you can choose up to 12 colleges. I'm just trying to think what I should do here. Yeah. All right. You can choose up to 12 colleges that you want to get into and apply to. But they'll only take you... Well, it's complicated. There's 3 rounds to get in. So let's say that 100 people apply to a university. And the course or whatever is only taking 80 people. Or it's... Well, let's say it's taking 120 people. Something like that. Then you'll have a first... What's called like the first round will be like... You know, the people who applied... Anyone who met those requirements will get in. But then the second round of people... I'm explaining this so badly, actually. But there's... Here's a better way. Just forget that. You have to choose what colleges you want to apply for. But there's a priority. I think is probably a better way to explain it. Is this high too high? It's too high. But this feels like it's too low. How could that be? Oh, that's right. There we go, yeah. Anyway. If you apply for something, and you've got a list, it's a priority list, 12 things on it, 12 colleges that you want to get into, and it's their specific course, not just the colleges, like, I want to do this course, this course, this course. And it'll go down the list, so it'll check, it'll say, like, did Darren get into this university, like, number 1? Yes or no? It's like, are they eligible, and was there enough space, or whatever? It's like, let's say it was no. Then what happens is you go into second round. So the second round then, so all the offers go out to everybody, and then you're waiting for the second round, and then it goes through the next list of the things in your priority. So maybe I didn't get the first one, maybe I didn't get the second one, but maybe I was eligible for the third, but I just didn't get it because too many people were going. Then you go into second round. So now you have to hope that there's still space after everyone gets into the first round. Anyways, because I wasn't a very good kid, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just thinking, like, I know what I want to do. My careers guidance counselor was like, that's great if you know what you want to do. I was like, I'm just going to put down one thing. I'm just going to get that. It's like, I'll either get this or I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to put down one thing. That's just how my mind worked at the time. And she was like, just put down something else. You don't have to take it. You could always just say no, but why wouldn't you just fill out the 12? Like, I don't know. Just didn't want to do it. So I put down one extra course. And, the first course was computer game development in the Institute of Technology, Carlow. And the second one was computer science in Dublin City University. And then I left the rest blank. I was just like, whatever, man. I'm getting the first one, or getting one of these. I'm getting the Dublin one. That's where I thought I'd be going. Anyways, long story short, what ended up happening was, it turns out that the order, I didn't know at the time, but that order is really important. That's why I was trying to explain something to do with first round, second round. If you don't get, I got into the Institute of Technology Carlow, right, for computer game development as my number 1. But my parents freaked out. They were like, but that's like halfway down the country. How are we going to afford, like, how do we pay for you? We have to pay for you to go down there, live there. You didn't consult us with this. They didn't even know. And I was like, oh, right, I thought I could just choose the other one, because I got into both. But if you don't choose the one you got into, then you go into second round, and then you might be left in a situation where there's no more slots left, because they all went to the first round people. So it became a question of, do you take this course that's like in another part of the country, or do you just wait until, risk it, or wait until maybe next year, take a year out? But ultimately, my dad ended up saying, like, okay, like, yeah, we'll foot the bill, and we'll get you a place in Carlow, but we won't be able to get you a car or anything. You'll just have to live down there. And I was like, okay. So I ended up going to school down there. That's how it all went down. Anyways, isn't this game like 95% math? The math in this game is quite simple. Computer programming math is extremely difficult. I don't like math. I hate it, in fact. It really, really don't like it. The math in this game is just multiplying a few things together, and you can actually ignore it if you want. I've gotten much better at it for this game, like the math in this game. But if you're talking about actual math, like proper, you know, matrices and calculus and not knowing the value of something and then having to try and work that out, like that's what real math is. This is just like, you know, multiplying and subtraction and stuff. It's like, yeah, it can get a little number heavy at times, but it's not like complicated. it's as complicated as you want to make it. And ultimately, even if you don't make the numbers work out, you'll still produce things. Your machines will just go up and down and up and down. But anyway, hopefully that all kind of makes some sense. Sorry for the long rant. But I thought maybe some people might find it interesting. You wanted to know more a little bit about me, I guess. Fun now that, you know, when you get a little older, it's kind of nice just to talk through those things. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, that actually happened. I can barely remember it. Right. That machine is powered, so we'll power this other one as well then, I guess. Alright, now bauxite should be arriving, or will be arriving from both places. This... Annoying it's like slightly off where it needs to be, but oh well. There we go. One of them is going to be more full than the other because it was backed up, but that's okay. Now that should be 1200 per minute. Finally. Okay, cool. So that's the bauxite has been gathered. And it's not the most elegant looking thing in the world, but it's okay. It could be worse. Maybe I'll just pop that back on. Just to at least make these the same. Of course, we want to get to know you better. Do you fold or scrunch your toilet paper? Who uses toilet paper? I fold it or scrunch it? Scrunch, I guess. Alright, good. Get rid of that, actually. We can power this a bit better now. Out. Alright. Let's just clean up that concrete and then we'll get out of here. Needs a hypertube or something to go along this. It's so long. In just one direction. You need buffers for truck stations too, or you just need multiple trucks? Multiple trucks, no buffer is needed for a truck station. They don't stop when they load or unload. They just keep filling. I do need multiple vehicles though. 1200 per minute is very fast, and a truck, if you want to have a look at it actually, did I leave the truck out there? Yeah, we can have a look at its inventory size. I believe it's the same as this. Okay, I must have disconnected it. I know I did disconnect it, but I thought I rehooked it back up. Oh, no, it didn't. This bit didn't connect in yet. Maybe, floats. Yeah, I guess I added 2 last segments on, didn't I? There we go. That should fix it. Good. Right, so anyways, I think it's 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so it's 48. There's 48 slots. 100 per stack. see 48 slots. Sorry, it's 4,800. I typed the answer out before popping in. So 4,800 is how much we can do. So you know, that's a little problem. It means that we need quite a lot of trucks. That's why it's like kind of like you'd probably want to train for this, but we're gonna try this out, I suppose. So when a truck comes by and makes its journey, well, it's 1,200 per minute. It'll take 4 minutes to fill this entirely. Now, the journey that the truck is making probably will only be about 4 minutes. We can make that journey now. Everything's set up to do it, so I guess we can finally test it out and see how it goes. We haven't powered the delivery on the other side, though, yet, so let's just do that. But yeah, we'll need at least 2, but maybe 3, because it is such a short journey. And also, I guess actually, just before I do, I want to make sure that this route is fully drivable and nice, so we'll just clear some foliage and crap on the way down here. And I reckon just drive straight through this. Yeah, exactly. 3 to 4 trucks. It all depends on the route duration. 4 minutes, that's for the round trip. Because if it starts filling up, then you know you've got a problem. So we can easily test it. There's multiple ways you can test it and know that we have enough. We'll do all that. Blow this section up actually, because it's in the middle here anyway. Oh, those are the spiders that they fought. So the hogs won. Waiting for that hog to chase me. He's not moving. He's just right there. Like he knows. Yeah, how do you like having bombs hurled at your face, huh? Right. That out of the way. I have to pick that stuff up. I need to clear that little patch too. And then we need to build the drones so these can be refueled. Yeah, the idea was that I go in there and then out to the right and back around. That's a problem because I'll be crossing paths. I need to not... You can cross a path as long as it's at a 90-degree angle. Okay. Just go for a little drive and see if this works. You do your thing, you turn around, you go out. I'll probably even go out a little earlier than that. Not so close to the other one. In fact, just make the ramp here. Okay. Yeah, I need to clear just some of those trees on the right. Just a little bit. I'll be lazy though. We'll just bomb them. That one I think can stay, and so can... Yeah, those are okay. Need sticky grenades? Well, they do stick in this, actually, thinking about it. I was gonna say, is there like a sticky thing? They just stick by default. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Start recording. Oh, it's so tight actually here. I might need to add a little suspension bridge thing to just help. Well, actually, no, probably not. I think we'll just about squeeze through. Load me up. Yeah, people say cluster bombs are apparently like the most fun way to clear an area quickly. Want to get a total full load. Although I'll probably change the duration that we wait here, but we'll see. Easy. Easy. Oh, a bit too close to that, maybe. We'll see. The kind of interesting thing about having animals around areas where there's trucks is if you're in the area and the animals are spawned in, you'll end up, I should have turned left a bit sooner there. The trucks will run over them. You'll kind of automatically, you'll be farming like their material in a way. Should have gotten rid of those trees. I don't know what I was thinking. We'll just add 2 trucks to the road and see if they collide. They shouldn't if I hit this turn here at the right angle. But we'll see. Did exactly the same route for bauxite like 3 years ago. Nice. This is the bit I was talking about. It's like we have to hit that at a 90-degree angle pretty much to make sure that if they ever do collide, they T-bone rather than hit head on. If they hit head on, they deadlock. They T-bone, they just reset. It's no problem. Right, so. This is, the other factory is called Baby Aluminum, but I don't remember what I called any of the routes going to it. Damn. I wish when you're naming a route here you could see the other ones. Because I can't rename it after I save it. So, every factory in my game has like a 3-letter kind of acronym or something like that. A code. Could just call it Alu. I think I'll know what it is. I just didn't want the other one to be called Alu. Or AL2 maybe. Aluminum 2. It is the second one. Yep. Alright, well, anyway. I'll leave the nodes on just for a moment because I might have to change the duration it waits. Right, so just to keep this place running and see that this works, we'll hook these up to just some awesome sinks, and that way we can just sink the bauxite, doesn't really matter for now, and just make sure that the routes are working correctly. I might get rid of that one. So this is just temporary, and so is that. Alright, cool. Such a shame. I like these trees, but just a little bit too much in the way. The trees could probably stay, actually. It's just the rocks and things, but ain't how it works. Right, 22.5 seconds seems like a lot. So how so people have often asked me when it comes to trucks, how do you know how many trucks you need? You have to worry about how long the journey is, like, and all that. It's like you never have to time the journey or anything, but we just need to make sure that the original truck station doesn't fill up. Because if it fills up, that means that the production is stopping and you're not getting your full throughput. We'll just check on that. Delivering another batch of 4800 here. They wait for each other if too close? They wait behind each other, yeah, which is nice. I think that it should be the same time, really, as the other one was. That's filling up now. So if that reaches full, it might be a little unfair, though, because it's already just set off. Bear with me 1 second. I mean, like, we started the route when it was already kind of full. Although, actually, I guess that shouldn't matter. Alright, the truck is on its way back. Got plenty of slots still to fill, but we'll see. Guess we'll just do it this way. It might take 1 or 2 of these journeys to really know, but I'm going to add another one anyway. It feels like it just needs it. But I think 2 actually might be enough. I thought maybe needed 4. 2 might be enough. Can't you check the route length in the recorded plans folder? You can, yeah. I don't need to know the length or time, though. Well, I guess you could work it out that way, but it's much easier just knowing, like, okay, does this ever fill? At least to me, that's easier. Otherwise, you have to go like, oh, okay, it's taking 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Like, how much do I fill up the container? Is that more than what it's carrying? Or you could just look and see if you ever fill this up. It actually looks like it's doing the route before it fills. Filling from the top now, by the way. You're waiting there way too long. It does tell you the transfer rate, doesn't it? 19 stacks per minute. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but okay. Let's just say 15 seconds. Yeah, I know it says the outgoing transfer rate as well. And sorry for sighing, I'm just sighing anyway, not because of what you said. I've never really relied on it. The numbers in that, and the same with the drone port, the numbers in that I feel like are not reliable. This says, 1381 items per minute. We only make 1200 per minute. I don't know what I can... I'm probably just being dumb, though. I don't know what I can infer from that. So this is emptied. Obviously, this is emptying at a faster rate than it otherwise would be, though, if you remember. Because it's 780 out, it'll be normally 600 being consumed on the other side. That'd be a 780 belt, I guess, but still. Good. That's good. You should be leaving now. Yes, nice. How many seconds was that? Really? Alright, we'll leave it at 20 seconds then that'll be it. I don't think I need another one. I think one might be able to do it. Maybe. Definitely two, but we could do it in one that'd be even better. Next up, we'll set up the refueling for it. Then we have to do the same thing with quartz, although not as bad. We don't have to do the quartz right away. We can do other parts of the machines first. Is your trunk empty when it arrives back here? I don't know. Well, yeah, it should be. Aha, we've filled. We'll fill before it gets here. Okay, we need another truck then. Yeah, close. Not good enough though. Oh yeah, and just change that as well. You want to load a bit more. Yeah, he's empty. It did wait a little longer than it needed to though. But now it's backed up. Can't have that. Question is it full when it leaves? That's what I want to make sure that we're waiting long enough to actually fill. You don't ever want it to hit 4,800. So really, we want it to be reaching about 4,000 and then leave. If we're going to add a second truck. So around now would really be the time. If you're filling up, you're kind of sitting there a bit too long. I'll just cut that back a little bit. We'll add a second truck. And then we'll just make sure they don't collide with each other. Oh, trucks' pathways are saved separately to tractors. I did not know that. Well, there we go. We'll figure it out in a second. 16. See, it says 41 stacks per minute. That's not true though. We just loaded up 48 stacks in 20 seconds. So I don't know what that number means. Am I reading that number wrong? Like, what that even means? And then the transfer rate's higher than the capacity of the actual thing. So I don't quite get it. Like 2,500 items per minute? What are you talking about? You know? I guess with how fast it's what it could take if it was that full. But it just seems weird to even tell me that if it's not possible. But okay. Hey, Tobias. Good to hear, man. Thank you. That's empty anyway, so that's important. It'll average out in time. Yeah, I guess we'll just leave it for a little while anyway. What did I set it to? 16, was it? Or 18? Let's say 16. That should be more than enough. Now we just have to hope they don't collide. I don't think they will, but it's always a little risky when you're not on a road. I can turn off those nodes then in a second. I don't have a bauxite color. I might just color them copper, orange, and... I guess the pink kind of makes sense. Perfect. Great. I'm trying to turn off the... There we go. The hotkey wasn't working. Oh yeah, they broke that a while ago, didn't they? Alright, well anyway, there we go. So that's going to be the transport of the bauxite done. So from here, we can now actually build a factory. We don't need that many machines. We only need 10 machines, and then we need 10 water extractors, so we can get to that next. What time is it? I've only been going 3 hours. It's alright. So in 3 hours, we found the location, figured out what we were going to build today, laid out the foundations, harvested our bauxite, got 2 trucks running on a route that brings it and delivers it in. Now we need to build our refineries and all of that. That'll give us some silica out, but we'll need to ultimately deliver silica in here as well. It'll be the next transport route. I just need to go to the bathroom and I'll be back in just 1 minute. So you can just kind of watch the trucks and how they do in the meantime. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, oh yeah, biofuel for the trucks. I guess we should do that next. Got a bun. Rosie made buns. How's it going? Everything looking good? I would expect this to actually empty out because it's draining faster than we're filling it. Drones. Drones should be an easy thing, right? I think. Oh, that's Samwar, is it? Oh, yeah. Drones. Well, maybe right here in the center we could have a drone port. Because then we can fill both of these things quite easily. Is it a little weird? Either that or just off to the side somewhere. Bun envy? Yeah, the buns are great. Love them. It smells delicious in my house right now. Got a turkey roasting. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, and happy Thanksgiving. Anyone who celebrates or people who are doing something in America for it. Or wherever. It's one of the things I miss from my parents is like she used to make like really nice roast dinners. Me and Rosie do sometimes, but not that often. I think it's just because it's me and her, and we're not very big. We don't eat that much, generally. Whenever we do a roast, we're like so full after it, and you eat that same food for like 3 days because it makes so much. Even when we get small chicken things. I guess as well, sorry, I'll get building now in a second, but she's vegan, so she'll have like a different roast to me, so we tend to make 2 big ones for each one individual person, so that doesn't help either. Alright, anyways. It did seem like putting one right there would be good, because you could just feed both sides. But, if we just built it off to the side, then it would just feed in a line. So maybe just do that. So, this area needs to be cleared as well, because we're going to be driving up in here. This is going to turn out and around and go back down. Yeah, I don't know, just a little drone port on the side. I don't see anything wrong with that, so... I think, does it need to be raised or anything? I don't think so. Oh, really? Wow. Right next to it. I thought about putting it up on a platform, but it's like, I don't know, other than cosmetically and just for the sense of it, the way a drone would fly in, do we need to do that? I like the idea of it just coming in on the side. Doesn't have to go high up or anything. That way we don't have to raise or lower the fuel line. Yeah, sure, just like that. Oh. I don't know what it is with me in this game, but it just always takes out stuff. Okay, it's not doing it now, so that's good. Like, it takes out the bombs over and over again. It's like I press H, I put them away, but then it just takes them out again. After I take out the dismantle tool. Drives me nuts. That's fine, this is just temporary anyway, right? So it doesn't feed itself. We have to feed it the first time with turbo fuel, but after that it'll feed itself forever. Ooh, I don't have any with me. Did I not sync it? I don't sync packaged turbo fuel. That seems a bit dumb. We'll have to go do that then. Easy, I've got what I need for it. I just thought it was already done. AL1. Ah, so it was called... Oh, so I did name it the same. Nice. Okay, cool. My brain works. So this will be AL2. That's the aluminum factory one. It's the first port in there. Yes, this is AL2, the second aluminum factory. This is port number 1. And it's taking in biofuel. Excuse me. And then, well, we'll hook that up in a second. So I need to get turbo fuel. It's the buttons. I'll try to be quick. We gotta run all the way out there. In fact, we could drive. I have my car around the corner. Alright. 82 people liked. Let's boost it. How many viewers do we have? I can't actually see that number. Has everyone left me yet? Are we down to just 100? I say that because... Oh shit, actually, the, keep forgetting about that. P59, that's... a little bit more than I expected, maybe. Electric motor and the adhered iron plate. $261, $259. Nice, sweet. Not the only one that that happens to with the taking things out. It does to me as well. Last item in your hand, it'll pull out at random button presses. Yeah, I know, it drives me mad. Especially when it's like something big and bulky, like a chainsaw or something. It's like, ah. $261 people who don't spend time with their family. Oh yeah, I guess it is. I keep saying that. Yeah, Thanksgiving. No, it's just, you know, when we started these streams, there's something like 1,400 people because the game had just come out into 1.0. It was kind of crazy. I was like one of the biggest streamers on YouTube, at least from what people told me. I actually never looked. I think other people don't stream on Twitch, right? So they were overall bigger. But you know, I joked at the time. I was like, you know, people are like, "That's so great!" Like, I'll watch. You know, people say things that are really kind, that like they'll be there forever, and I'm like, no, you won't. And then here we are. I mean, we are pretty far in now. 26 streams, you know, that's 140 hours of content. So I'm not casting any aspersions, but you guys should now know why I say those kinds of things. I was there. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you were there from the beginning. But we're down to like maybe 20% retention now, something like that. All right, so we did. Yeah, I could have sworn I hooked this up to whatever it's called, Dimensional Depot, but I guess not. So we need a little bit more fluctuators. Wonder if power has been working well this entire time. Oh my god. There we go. Sorry. What else do we need? Wire and pipe. Alright, should be good to go for a little while. There we go. We've already made enough. We'll just let that do its thing in the background. I guess just push it up to there. All right, cool. So that'll be, we do overflow at the center. There we go. All right, so that's done. So now when we set up new drone ports, we just pull 100 out. We give it the initial fuel so you can make the first trip down to the biofuel and back. And then once it does that, then it'll get fuel down there in future, so it'll be okay. At least that's the idea. Always be here. I appreciate that, Jamichael. And then other people as well saying like, oh, I don't know. People have been saying like I'm like a big YouTuber and stuff, and I have to keep reminding people that subscribers doesn't make you a big channel. Definitely not, in fact. Because someone said like, oh, you're bigger than Total X Clips, and I'm like, definitely not. So I actually looked. When I saw, it was a comment on a recent video, on a stream, actually. And I haven't looked at his channel too deeply, but it said something like he got 1.8 million viewers in a month. 1.8 million views across his videos. And I assume streams and stuff. And that's not counting Twitch or anything. And I got 300,000. So that's where we're at. So yeah, I'd take 5 times the views any day. But yeah, he's like a multiple layers above me in that. And the same with Bits. I imagine Bits is probably even bigger. No one made that claim though, that I was bigger than Bits. Just when I saw that, I was like, am I? And then I looked on and I was like, no, definitely not. Those guys are proper YouTubers. I'm just like a guy who's getting by. What up, Darn? So you're live. I just wanted to say happy Thanksgiving from America. Happy Thanksgiving, Drew. Get some guns for me. I love shooting. When I went to America, I went to a gun range. It's awesome. I mean, I've shot guns over here too, but it just felt like we had to do it when we were there. Yeah. By the way, no pressure. Everything's going good and everything's fine. So I'm only joking, really. Like everything is really totally fine. I was just more talking about how some people overinflate like how big of a pull I have when those stream numbers are really good. Like I knew. Because I only do 2 streams a day, or a week as well. Like, I knew most of it would fall off, because it's, you know, hype for the game and everything. But it's just funny when people say, like, it kind of brings me down a bit when people are like, oh, your channel's going to blow up, like, with this. It's going to blow up, and it's like, it just never does. Like, I've been around for 7 years now. Like, okay, like, it's just not how it works. Maybe it would if I was, like, really prolific with content, but I know me that I'm not, so... Oh no, what's happening? Oh, they ran out of fuel. I was gonna say, did they deadlock? Just ran out of fuel. We'll keep them going one more time. Oh, this one ran out of fuel and that one's waiting behind it. That's funny. Be funny if it like beeped its horn or something. We're holding everybody up. Alright, let's go send that drone. Make drones automatically now. Is nice. We'll give it the e-fuel, turbo fuel. It has its first thing. Alright, so, all ports. You now have to go to the liquid biofuel port. So the turbo fuel import or the export. You want to go to this one, right? Yeah. Sorry, this port, I have to do it this way. This port goes to liquid biofuel 1, export. Bonk. Ah, I have to power it. Yes, it's receiving fuel. Nice, and that should return with liquid biofuel, thus powering our trucks in the future. It'll be great. A lot of people that came over to visit from other countries end up at the gun range. It's kind of funny. What up, Darren? Oh, sorry, I read that already. Views is more important than subs after the first few thousand. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, yeah, subs are important. Subs are important for new channels or channels that haven't been around that long. They can be actually like a good indication of what's going on. But ultimately, views is where it's all at because The recommended tab is like so much more important than subscription tab and the home tab. If I could just show one thing really quickly. I joke, but it's true. I am a terrible YouTuber. I never really look at my analytics, but there is something in the analytics that says like unique viewers. Yeah. This is the last 28 days. So it says returning viewers 42,000. So that's like your subscriber number, really. I think it'd be awesome if it displayed that almost publicly and got rid of the subscriber number. So you just see how many people are like coming in and out of the channels. Like that's what your active viewer base is right now. That's your returning viewers. Then you've got your unique viewers. It's like, oh, 84,000 people like yeah, interacted in some way with the videos, right? Channels your audience watches. It's so crazy that it shows you all this stuff. United States, there we are. Should have chosen a better day to stream. If I read these analytics, I'd be like, oh, everyone's busy today. Or 32.2% are. Curious about the watch time of my videos? I have no idea what it is. I think it's like 20 minutes or something. Because most people watch multiple times. They, you know, put an hour-long video. Obviously, not everyone's going to make it through, but a lot of people watch maybe 20 minutes and then watch another 20 minutes and then leave it, or they just skip to the end or whatever, you know? Right, anyways, so that's transport kind of done. We still need to do the quartz aspect, but now we can really do the... So we'll just put on the regular music for a little while as well now. Alright. Yeah. Oh, all my viewers are unique. Your other packaged turbo fuel plant does have a depot... does have a depot attached. If it isn't going in, that might mean you're running a deficit down there. That's a great point, actually. We did have a depot on packaged turbo fuel in the other place. You're dead right. Could be something going on out there. Let's check the power lines. Oh yeah, something's up. Could be anywhere. Something is up. Don't like seeing that, but that's a problem for another time. Let's just focus on what we're doing here. Right, so 1800 water. The water's going to be coming in from over there, where the big boys are bathing. We've got water there. We've also got water here, and we need 10 refineries. So I guess it's blueprint time. What kind of level 2 blueprints do we have for this? Turbo fuel refineries times 3. 369. Add another one on the end. That requires a... Oh, that's good. Yeah, because we need a material input and a liquid input, and we just get a... Well, actually, we get something else out. We get silica out. Alright. %, please. We don't need to mess with any clock speeds. Make them chrome, maybe, just because it's like... actually, I might make them white. That might be kind of cool. White with a little bit of that copper orange for the bauxite. Ooh, yeah. Love it. There's our boy. Oh, 900 biofuel, just like that. Just works. It just works. Alright, cool. Anyways, right, so that'll be the liquid output. Then we need the regular output as well. So it'll need this. Yeah, I might just... Now, the silica is 500 per minute, so it can fit on one belt. That's good. And each machine does 50 per minute, so just a Mark 1 is totally fine. link them together and remove their little anchors. Yeah, it's a problem for future, Darren, indeed. Personally, I love the hour-long videos. Oh yeah, same here. I don't plan on changing that. I mean, ideally, I actually try to do everything in 40 minutes, but I always hit an hour. It just seems like I never edit myself down that much. And that first episode was something like 3 hours. Edited it down to be just over 1. But there is like a little intro and outro kind of thing on it that won't be in future videos. Excuse me. So I'll try to get better at it. As people have mentioned as well, but this series that I'm doing is kind of focused on less... I want to be more like not necessarily like INGOTS, but the idea of doing videos that you don't have to watch the previous, if possible. So I'm trying to think of the topics that would be most searched for, or people are most interested in knowing more about. So it's like, okay, the first one's just like getting your ultimate beginner guide. It's like how to just get boots off the ground, get everything running. And that's it. See, a video like that might not do that crazy or anything right now, which is fine, but I think when like the console versions come out, just things like that, you might get like a second wind, and maybe they'll do better. The next one will be coal, so the idea will be like, okay, like it's your first coal plant. Here's how to build a hopefully efficient one. It isn't too daunting, and also learn about liquid and fluids and stuff. How to manage them. So that's like the idea. It's like, oh, this is something that people ask about a lot, so maybe I can try just build the episode around that. So instead of just playing through the game and then titling the episode, I'm trying to title the episode and then play the game. And that way it's like, okay, what will people search for? What are people interested in? And we'll see how that goes. I've sometimes tried to do that before, but easier said than done. Alright, Mark 5 out of our minds. With that, now on this side... Which way are we bringing stuff in? From the right. Sure, doesn't really... No, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And they're just taking in water. Pipe. Now, you're popping out 50 per minute. You're taking in 120 per minute. Each of you need to be a Mark II. Oh, this manifold will actually start really quickly then, because it's the exact amount that we send in. And it's Mark 5. So every time bauxite hits this, it takes in the exact amount it needs, so it'll just load really fast. Can we not do this? Not today. Go on, run away. There's our liquid biofuel. Love it. Bye. Create wonderful art. That's what I'm doing. Super excited to see where the series goes and all the new builds. Yeah, like I'm excited to do more of the cosmetic stuff. That's what I've been lacking on the streams, where I'm just trying to progress. I'm glad I have. I've learned a lot more about the game. You think you've learned a lot, and then there's always little tips you keep picking up. Yeah, I'm excited to do some of that. I've got an idea of where I'm going to build coal, but now I might change it. I'll be doing that tomorrow, basically. Because of that new patch that's apparently out. That allows you to copy and paste the settings on coal. And then I want to stop relying on some of the tropes I do like this, where it's just, or not tropes, but some of the common things I do. And try to build a bit differently and do more interesting, unique things. Building in the desert is quite fun. I used in the intro of the Let's Play a clip from that guy on Reddit that I mentioned before, where he made like a dune desert factory. And someone in the comments described it as not minimalism, but maximalism, which is using like an object is in every square inch of the screen. And that's a great way to describe it. I think that's probably what it actually is. I can't build like that, I don't think, but it's interesting to look at that and think maybe I could at some point. But yeah, the idea is to have like a big factory in the dune desert, and then have like maybe a big factory in Blue Crater and maybe in Rocky Desert, and then that'd be like kind of it. Those 3 areas are just connected. Maybe like one in the Pink Forest or something too. Now, is that what comes out of here? Luminous solution. Now that'll probably need to be, if we're gonna have 10 of these. Oh, we'll need multiple pipelines. Oh yeah. Alright, 5 will go together. That was a little mistake almost. Just in case you put things in the wrong spot, you should make a Sky Island factory with a shit ton of drones. Oh, right, I see, sorry. Those are 2 separate sentences. Most Netflix shows are between like 50 minutes to an hour, so I think your vid's a good length. Thanks, a lot of people do comment and say like they're too long. But I don't know, since I switched, I used to do reviews that were like 20 minutes usually each. Then I used to do videos which are like 15. Then I did Let's Plays which are always 30 minutes. And then somewhere along the line I just started doing like 1 hour long videos, and they only perform better. So I'm happy doing an hour long. Because I don't necessarily see any gains if I do them less. For long form games like these, like City Skylines or something, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Right, I'm just trying to think. So I'm gonna have a second. I really want these to be in one solid long line. That's the idea. The problem is that I'd need 2 pipelines. So one pipeline would be here, and then I could maybe build a blueprint where the other one goes out a bit further. Yeah, okay. I guess that would work. Let me just take these out. They're annoying me. Is he dead? I don't even know what his deal is. He ain't alive. Anyway. Right, I'll just state this as 1 then. Everything I need? Everything's correct? I think so. Right. Call it aluminum A. And we'll change that to... Right, and then we'll do B. We'll have its components further out. That belt can stay the same. Now B, contradictorily, might have to be placed down first, actually. Oh, and they need to be Mark II pipes as well. Okay, right, so, on paint. Okay, so this will be B. Save that. I'm just going to load the A again. Basically the same, just tucked in, and then make them Mark II pipes as well. Alright, let's see if this works. This will just let them fill up. I was more just to test if they ever would back up or anything, but I don't think so. That's empty, that's empty, okay. Right. Begin. B, I think, needs to go first. And the input will be coming from the side, so yep, that seems good to me. Might maybe move it down just a bit further to the right. It's gonna hit the edge. Alright, so 3 there, and then another 3, but we'll chop off 1. Two, is there, do I need 2 belts? Let's see. Oh yeah. They'll need to be at different heights as well. You're right, 2 different feeds for belts. Yeah, okay. I can adjust that now in a second. Alright, so this one in the end just goes away. Thanks for the heads up. I was thinking that as well. I remember just when I finished the blueprint, I was like... I rolled it in my head like, no, we'll just gut instinct say no. That it didn't need a second belt. Right, so that's that. Now we'll use the A version. Let's connect these together. That thing just... It's a bit annoying the way it just constantly hums like that. I guess I could turn it down. We got another blueprint, or hard drive. Coated iron canister and a bolted frame. Alright, we've got just one more, is it? One more to go, and then we'll roll some rescans. Shards of a Dream. Thank you very much. Hey, tier 3 out of your mind as well. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. It's a lot. Thank you. Do you know any... Does anyone know when Fixmas starts? I'm so hyped. I don't know anything about it. I didn't actually watch the latest video. People want me to do it, or a few people have asked me to do stuff with it, but I don't know. I'm not that excited about it. But maybe one video dedicated to it as an offshoot would be good. Right, so 5 times 120 is 600. So yeah, that's the 5 that needs to stay together. And then it's 600 as well out on the pipe, so that's 1 Mark II pipe. That's great. We're all done with that. Oh, wait a sec. Ah, these are rotated the wrong way around. God, I'm such a clown. Hey, you can go. Alright, there's our 5 again. Did I destroy the... No. It ends around January 15th, 16th. I find when doing builds like aluminum or rocket fuel, it's better to do multiple clusters rather than chain them all together. So like 2 aluminum solution refineries run into 2 scrap refineries. Okay. I don't disagree or anything. I don't see a problem with the way I'm doing it or whatever, but we'll see. We'll run into the issue. This is the second aluminum factory in this game, and this is the... middle. I've done 3 in total, I guess. The biggest one was 1500 casing and 500 alclad, and yeah, I just did it the way I do every factory, really. Right. Anyway, so I need to just change that other design where we stack them. It was the A variant. A variant just needs its mergers on top so that the stuff can actually get out and come in. Or no, get out is fine. Just come in. So here. So you go... Is that right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, cool. So there's our first 5. We just do another 5. Just connect this across. Choose the A variant. Ah, so this blueprint, because it was disconnected slightly, it's going to be a bit off, but it's alright. Nudge it down. So that's okay, because it's the same single... Did I do that right? No, because even this pipeline would need to change 5 times 180. Right, so even the water needs multiple pipelines. 180 water. You can feed them from both ends, I guess. Was that to be alright? Maybe? I was just thinking, does this need to move out like I just did a second ago? Have 3 pipelines rolling along each other? Let's see. We need that much water. Divided by... Well, it's... Yeah, 3. 3 full pipelines. Okay. Well, it'll have to be just a bit more custom then. So... But... Oh, no, actually, yeah. Because 600... About 180. So even if a pipeline was full, you can only supply 3.33 machines. Really, you want a pipeline at 540, so we need 4 pipelines. At 540, I guess? Yeah. We can lower them down, but yeah, we need 4 pipelines. A point where the return water can come in later. Oh, we'll get to that. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, it's a good point though. $80, 180. What's 180 times 3? 540. And 540 divided by 120? 4.5. Alright. Just do groups of 3. It's no big deal. And then we'll have to make a way that this can be fed back in. That's okay. So the water doesn't need to change its location. At least not in my head right now. Go back to this, and I'll just nudge it back in place. Now this is the A variant, so this belt is higher, so that's fine. Water is going to be the same, but the output pipe will be, yeah, pushed in a bit, so that's good. And then just do another one, and that'll be it, I think. Please don't attack me. I wish I did that with the gap that's down there, but I guess I'll just leave the gap. Who knows, maybe we need a pipe to go through it or something, just because things get a bit messy. Alright, cool. So that's 3. And then this will be 3. And this will be 1, 2, and 3. What have I done wrong? Oh, I guess it can't be divided that way. This is 10. Oh god, my mind. Having huge presence all over the map is annoying. Yeah. I think it's cool that they do it. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I can't really get too excited for it. But I don't know anything about what they're doing this time around. Maybe it's going to be way better. Or more interesting. I never completed it before either. I've never completed anything in this game. Alright, so it's a group there, group there, group there. Now I'm starting to lean towards what that guy was saying, which is groups of 2. Groups of 3. Groups of 2 would work because we need 10 machines. So yeah. 360 on each pipe. If I go to groups of 3, then it's like awkward. You gotta like merge pipes and stuff. Go to groups of 2, it'd be a little bit easier. I'll try that. A bit different. I'll give it a go. That's a group of 2 right there. Get another one here. I may, you know, I might refine this later, but just to keep building and doing something, I'm gonna go with this. So 1, 2, cut it. 1, 2, cut it. 1, 2, cut it. And then 1, 2. Oh. Need the rest of the bauxite to make its way down, so just somewhere here. That up. I'm tempted to go back to my old aluminum factory, see what did I do then, because it was so long ago. I wonder did I have any interesting solutions, or is it just pretty standard, whatever I ended up doing. Right. There. Actually, you're not even needed. Just get this straight down. Look at this. That's right. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Now, I'm not going to connect it in. We want them to fill it with water first, so we'll pull out of that when we need to. Yeah. Confused there for a second. Alright, now it'll be the top belt. Okay, so that's the bauxite basically hooked up. We'll just get this to connect, and then we have to do the water. Cool. Mark II pipes. Oh yeah, because they're 360, you're right. Good call. Am I crazy? Did I not? Oh no, I did it for the other side, yeah. You have multiple pipe junctions along the line. That's multiple potential entry points to the system. You can run an entry pipe every couple of junctions. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. It's like the water that needs to refeed back in can easily get in. It's just about, I don't know, trying to figure out how to do that cleanly. But I'm not planning too far forward ahead with like the layout, I guess. Normally when I do the videos and stuff, it's like, okay, I'll make sure, like I kind of think through everything. I'm just kind of building on the fly, and I don't want to sit here thinking for like 20 minutes about how it can be laid out. At least that's what I would need to do. So instead, I'm just kind of winging it. So now they are broken into somewhat, at least liquid-wise, into groups of 2. 360 each needs to flow in. I can't remember how much water we get back out later. We get 600. 600 would need to be distributed into 5 groups. What's that? 120. So, yeah, 120 would need to plug into each one of these at some point. And on the other side, the initial water needs to plug in. Now, 360 is a bit of an awkward... Well, 360 is not that awkward, I guess. 360 would be just 3... I don't even need to do it. It's 3 water extractors. So each one's now a line of 3 water extractors can feed each group here. And then... Well, that's if we wanted to provide all of it. You only really need a line of 2 to get the thing started, and then the water can come back in. Or we could just shut down the 3rd one. That's an interesting thing, right? It's like, okay, so basically... The consumption of this is 1800 water. Right? We've got 10 machines. They take in 180. That's 1800 water. Our byproduct is going to be 600 water. Once we get up and running, after these initial 10, we'll have 5 extra refineries, and the output will be 600 water. So we want to be able to use that water. Otherwise, it just builds up. You'd have to sink it in a packager or something. You don't want to do that. You want to feed it back into the system. So the question I got before doing aluminum was, how do you make that work? Right? Do you start with the 1800 and then remove bits, or do you start with the what you only will need, which is 1200, and then slowly like ramp up the machines until you're producing enough of the byproduct to feed it back in? I'm kind of tempted to try it that way because it'd be easy, certainly be easier just to go, just add the extra water extractor to each line, and feed in the 120 back into each line once we make it. That'd be easy. That's what we did with the other factory. It's just like, yeah, just flick the switches off when you don't need them anymore. and you're done. Super easy. But knowing that you can build way bigger than this, someone made a good point. It's like, well, you might have like 50 extractors to turn off then, or you might not have the space to build all those extra extractors depending on where you are. It's like, yeah, it's a great point. You know, maybe we should then look into, like, I can't remember how I did it originally, but look into the natural turning on, like spooling up of the machines as they produce their byproducts. So it's like, okay, not all of them can turn on then initially, but once they start making the extra water, then the others start coming on. So yeah. Oh, that's funny. You can just sloop it so it overproduces water, feed it back in, and then turn off the original. That's a good one too. I still think my way is probably just very easy. At least given this situation, there's enough water that I can do it. But that would be great if you didn't have enough water. Sloop, extra water, as long as you can afford the power. Let it do its thing. You are producing extra... What else comes out at that time though? Scrap. You might back up your machines or something. But if you're sinking it, I guess you'd be okay. A little bit to consider with that. But yeah, it's good. It's a good idea. Anyways, I just need to hook up the other side. This pipeline connects together. They stay together. And these two stay together. Every time. Every second time. Now, our silica is rolling out this way. It's all on one belt. Because it's going to go this way and wrap around and go into other machines. At least that was the idea in my head. I don't know if I've left enough space though. Okay, the pipes can go either way. Right, let's do the water then. Oh, I wonder if I could make this look a bit better if I can this in a line correctly. So I'll bring power with me. Looks like it's in the almost the center. It's like just off to the side. Didn't know you could build in photo mode. I don't think it's meant to be able to do that. Also, how far can I place? Pretty far. Right, so yeah, that's one nudge over from the foundation line. I don't really get this. They all seem to be in different positions. I feel like, shouldn't they be... Oh, there was an irregular gap, so maybe that's why. Right, well that would be the straight line of it. I was just trying to like lay out exactly where this line has to begin. We'll start it down below though. Go even lower than that. That's the line. Now, do we need to go that high? Yeah, probably. Kind of high. You might need a pump each. 4, 8, 12. Oh, maybe not, actually. Oh. Right. Well, I'll just keep flying then, I guess. So. Start here. Wow, just no fucks given, I guess. I'm not wasting my ammo on them. I'll throw bombs. I'm not gonna move out of the way. I don't have pulse obelisks. God damn. Here. Son of a bitch. I fed every machine water before feeding the bauxite. Yeah, you should do that. I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier when you came back. Greetings, Rux. You have 2 different saves, one for this playthrough and one for the Let's Play. Yes. Could you not just preemptively fill a fluid buffer with water and keep the 120... Yeah, you could do that as well. That's what some people do. I think I'm probably just going to go with the original thing because it is quicker. Just build 3 and then turn off 1. Just seems easier. But you could just fill a buffer. Yeah. Even its body is in the way now. Oh, actually, it says resource isn't deep enough. Really? Yeah, I guess so. There's like a bit of raised terrain here. That's so weird. It just looks like if that could go down, why couldn't this one, you know? Yeah, this is like a little bump. I'd have to go further out. Oh no, that's okay now. There we go. That's all you need. 3. Then we just do that again for the next line. I don't know if I can fit this in though. That may or may not have been what she said. Although I suppose I could just get rid of the... See, does it fit? No. Okay, well, not a big deal. To turn them along the bottom, I guess. Send them into their different things. Stop taking fucking stuff out. It's driving me crazy. Right. So, if that's going to be the case, then I need to actually just move this in a bit. I'm not going to do it in the center, let's do it like on the edge. Yeah, sorry about this. Instead of the center, it's going to be like there. This just needs to be a little further out if you can manage it. Of course, though, this guy's now in the way. Please. Ugh. Why is it lining up with the side of it, not the center? It didn't do that just a minute ago. What have I done wrong? I have to move this over a bit. Not that it really, I guess, matters, but it kind of... I mean, it does if you want to plug it into the junction. Just a moment ago, it was correct, wasn't it? So the right side of this is lining up with the center of that now. Cool. Alright, then let me move this here then. I just need to give it a bit more space. That's all I was trying to do there. Right, so seeing as that's apparently off, we'll have to put this back in. And over to the edge. This can go over to the edge. I'll have some on the other side. That way we have 2 pipelines a bit closer together. Plan. And then we'll move them along the side and feed them up to wherever they need to go. Yeah, I couldn't believe that worked when the guy's body disappeared, because it did say the resource isn't deep enough. So I was like, oh, really? Clean pipeline Mark II. Bonk. Alright, 120, 120, 120, 120. That's 360. That's what we need on each pipe. And each one has to go up to its various place. It should even be able to make it up there without any problem. I think. Not bad, but not great. Just because it's on terrain, that's going to be a little rough. And, well, life's too short, so. Okay, so next one. Line up with this. Cool. Alright, 2 done. Free to go. But I've got the format now, so it should be a bit quicker. Gotta get rid of that deposit, and then we can just put these back to back. Although, yeah, well, we'll just have to do that. See what happens. Start mining sulfur. Can't, because I'm floating. Is that why? Okay. What's with me in this game today? I feel like it's been so frustrating. Like, nothing's working how I want it to. Who put that there? Right, so you need a foundation going down the center as well. Maybe just about here. You're going to be aligned with your buddy. I guess they could be a bit closer, but it's fine. And then there'll be one more just a bit more uniquely placed over on that side. Alright, give me the power. Right, so I might put on that music again. Things were going really well when the music was on. How did I do it over here? Are they center aligned? They're actually not. Okay, that makes sense. So it's like, yeah, they don't really fit properly unless you do a control nudge. So at least the plan for me is just to turn off the other extractors once the water gets running. I mean, that seems reasonable. But yeah, I like the idea of using a buffer. That's probably like the most elegant, or a sloop. The sloop makes it just slightly difficult because you'd have to at least consider where the extra scrap goes while they ramp up. But the buffer really is kind of the way to do it, isn't it? You just overfill a couple buffers, if you have the space for them, I guess. Otherwise, what you'd probably have to do is just turn on the machines, let them get their water, and turn off the ones that can't, like... We can supply 1200 water. So, how many would that be? Divided by 180. That'd be 6 machines. So you run the 6 machines, and then they'd make this solution. The solution would go and start making a little bit of water, just a little bit, and then that would come back in and start feeding back into the same network. Then you turn on the other 2 machines, or whatever, however many you got going. That's probably how I would do it. Like, every time the pipes get full, you then add, like, you turn on, like, another batch of machines, if not all. And then they'll probably make what you need. So it kind of ramps it up over time. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Some straight pipes someday. Really? Alright, that's the next one. Got one more just to the right, and then one more after that. We'll just start from the top down. It seems to behave a little bit better that way. Fuck me. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. Alright, last one. It's gonna be out here. Can we actually go back to back? Evening, darn. Hey, Unstater. It's so frustrating. It can be. Need to get caught up. I'm opening a business and all this paperwork is killing me. Oh, you don't even imagine. I have to do so much paperwork even just as a YouTuber. And it's not, I don't even have a business. I'm considered like a sole trader. K Shittish. Shittish. Hey, K. And thank you, by the way. Sorry, not just hey, but thank you. Alright, almost done. This was quite painful, I gotta say, but almost done. Be nice if you had straight pipes, but we don't. So, until we do, that's what we gotta do. Yeah, it's just a bit of dirt fell over it, right? That's fine. I'm actually kind of tempted, like in the desert, to build pipes through the sand, because I'm like, yeah, it's just sand. You know, it's not like going through a rock or a cliff or something. Okay, so now they just need power. Easy. Guess I'll just build the power nodes on the tiles. Oh. Now, once these get started, that'll be our aluminum solution going. But we should really hook up the other machines first, then before get too carried away with it. Oh, these are powered. Whoops. Oh, we haven't fed the bauxite though. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's 6. Oh man, alright, there we go. So now we just need to bring each pipe straight into its buddy. That's not a bad pronunciation. Yeah, I guess it could be a lot. I could have said it a lot worse. All right. So anyway, for anyone who's just joined us, what we're doing is making aluminum factory. And I'm just feeding in the water into our different segments of refineries right now. I can go. Oh, I plugged straight into that. That was a bit of a mistake. It doesn't need to, it only needs to plug into the edge. Shite. Here. There we go. Just a little buried. Not too bad. They should all make it to about the same point, right? About here. I'll be removing this concrete. It's just to stabilize the initial pipeline. Well, it looks kind of cool. Like little lanes all coming in. Damn. Hey, Noam. I don't deserve it, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. Noam Ben Haim. 10 gifted memberships as well. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, cool. Now, get rid of these bits, I guess, and we'll start bringing this down to go into each of its things. Do you want to plug it in that way, or do you want to go this way? Matter? Not really. Anything else not going to be on that side? Yeah, I guess we want these to be flat because we might be bringing in water along from out that way. Keep these flat. Thanks again. What is the second video for the new playthrough? I think Sunday. And if you remember, which you are, that should mean Saturday. Either way, you'll get it a day early. Ideally, I'll be doing 2 per week, but without going into too much personal stuff, just this week's been not been great, just for productivity. So yeah, haven't really done too much. I've kind of been planning it and stuff, but I haven't actually recorded and edited it yet. But I'm planning on doing that tomorrow. So if that's done tomorrow, it should only, you know, full day's work should get that video basically done with maybe some edits on Saturday, and then it'll be out Saturday for members, out Sunday for everyone. That's the plan. Alright, we'll destroy this big thing, right? Cool. Alright, well there we go. Let's just make it look a little bit nicer just for a sec, color the pipes. Just a tiny bit of effort somewhere. Alright, good enough. Cool, so now each of our refineries has some water being plugged into the right side of it. We have room open on the left side. Not that it matters which side we go in or anything, but we have room on the left now to feed in another pipeline that could roll over this, the 600, that ideally would break off 120 to go into each group. So we'll see how that works. And then when that happens, we can turn off these ones. Set a valve maybe here or something so there's no backflow. Yeah, I reckon I'll just do that real quick. So I'll just build one of these so we can anchor a valve neatly. Why that one couldn't be aligned, I'll never know. Cool. Alright, they'll just be set to the max at the moment. It's more just a directional thing rather than a volume thing. Bauxite. We have the bauxite here waiting to come in. Interestingly, it's not full. But trucks are trying to deliver more. Why is that? Why is it not getting to 100? It's like it can't dump the stack in, so it doesn't dump anything. I didn't know that was a thing. I guess it only transfers stack by stack. Is that the case? Apparently so. Because it has stuff in it. That's weird. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It won't really matter once it starts consuming anyway. Right. So the next stage was 5 refineries taking in the solution and coal. The coal is down there. That's easy enough. That's just 5 refineries taking all this solution in. It's so much solution. 1200 per minute. It's making scrap, right? Yeah. Before we can turn it on, we need to do this. So it's only 5, so it should be quick enough. 120 coal each, so a full 600. So one node fully tapped, Mark II'd out of its mind. Actually, pure nodes can go way higher than that, but for now, you know, 600 should be good. And it's 240 solution each. Now, 240 solution each. What we're producing is 120. 20 times 5, 600. So we'll feed it in from both sides. Yes. And then what do we do with all the silica? Can't remember what part the silica plays in all this. There's 20 foundries that I just wrote 1800 on. Oh, and then and silica is the second thing. Yeah, yeah. So the scrap plus the silica makes the ingot, right? Yeah, I was just trying to understand that. Okay, cool. And that has to happen in 20 foundries. That's a bit of a shame because really this should maybe face the opposite direction, which always happens to me in these builds, but we could rotate it, or I could just bring it out down the bottom and then send it up the floor. Because I was thinking like the 20 could go here. You know, the 20 refineries, because the 5 refineries, it's 20 foundries, sorry, the 5 refineries could just go here. Alright, let's just do that real quick. We'll make a blueprint for this, I guess. Do we need to? I feel like I could just do it. It's the same amount of time, really. I'll just copy one of these and change it. Taking in 1200 aluminum, 600 coal, and putting out water and scrap. So it's, yeah, as long as it has both outputs hooked up, it's all good. So the idea for me was to do it in this, like this. Because then it would just plugging in here on one side, and this is going to roll out and plug in on the other side. They're a little close together, though, but maybe something like that would be nice. That way the merges aren't setting anybody. I don't know. I would like it if it was in further. But it gets a bit silly then. Yeah, so be taking coal in. It has to come in from the other direction actually, but that's okay. I'm just going to move this out then all the way to here, so it's in the center. This output at least then is in the center aligned with this foundation. That's okay. I'll just move this forward so it's got room to go from here into there. Just to test that, see does that work. Yeah, as long as it's got the space to do it. And these are are these the inputs or the outputs? Oh, it's the outputs. God, I did this before as well. Okay, okay, that's good. So our inputs are facing the right way. Let's use the B variant then, actually. No, the inputs are wrong. Well, whatever. What does that mean for this side now? Still off. Okay, yep, so we'll just continue like this. You know what? I'm just going to do a custom because I can just do it the way I want. The blueprint's not lining up the way I want it to. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense just to do a custom. Okay, so let's get one of these. Align them with the one behind it. Why not? Go out nice and far like. Because why not? Again. Maybe to there. Alright, I need to move that just one more over. Alright. Work from here. So only 5 of these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then we just set them all to be the scrap. Yeah, in fact, scrap is so high volume, a blueprint wouldn't really make much sense because they're going to need multiple layers of belts. All good. Let's paste this onto each one. So our input's just going to roll along like this. There. You're going to go around and plug into there. And make that happen. I suppose we could just do that. Seems weird. It's not really working the way I'd like it to. 1, 2... Yeah, I guess it's always going to be a bit too small. That's kind of nice. Maybe I'll just do that and then just plug it in like that. Whatever. The reason I gave it some space is to create a longer pipe segment. It just helps sometimes with high volume liquid. And that goes in that way. Plus we could also stick a valve on it to make sure it doesn't go the opposite direction, but I don't think it'll actually need it, but it might. I'll leave it without a valve for a while and see. Alright, so it's 240, so that way it should democratize, and these 5 machines will fill to the 2.5 point. Those 5 machines will fill to the 2.5 point. See how we get on. Alright, so the next thing then would be the input of coal. Is straightforward enough. Got a splitter. It's gonna be a little tight, but it'll fit. I do it the other way around, in fact, it's gonna look a bit better that way. Oh, thanks, by the way. I didn't read what you said for some reason. About it being an amazing series. I've only done 1 video so far, but thank you. Now, 600 per minute. They're going to take in 120, so they need to be Mark II. Alright, that's all well and good. And then we've got to do the outputs. So, what time is it? Yeah, I don't know if I can make the ingots today. We need 20 foundries. So for now, I'll just hook up some awesome sinks. It's out in the woods. But I'll send it that way, assuming we are going that way. Actually, it might not be such a bad idea that the silica does roll out down here. Could I fit 20 foundries right here? I was thinking 5 layers of 4, maybe. Oh, actually, we can have one in front of the other. We'll have room. A little bit more space. That'll be 8, and then we could stack another row on top of that, and that'd be 16. So if I just do this, that'll be 10. And then we do have 20. Just stack them on top. Okay, I think we can actually do that then. I should be able to make the ingots. And I'll keep it down here. That way the silica is in a nice spot. Alright, so we'll just clear that side just a little bit because that's where the stuff is going to be traveling along. Maybe even starting there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yep. Sorry, little boy. Yeah, so the only difficult thing would be like this is a little close, so the silica, or sorry, the scrap, which has a lot of belts, have to roll down this way into various groups. Try to be redundant, but actually I will go a little closer on this side. I'm a little tight for space in my planning. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And give it a decent amount of space there. I think that'll be okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we just need to build the same thing on top of itself. Now, the other thing is how much do these take in? 90 scrap per minute. 90 times 5, 450, right? So a Mark IV belt to be okay. We can just divide this stuff up. We'll use overflow if it's not going to work. So that'll be 1. The silica comes from a different direction, so I mean, both are raised. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, which one we choose to do what with. But let's just say that this will be the silica. We'll lower down the. Oh yeah, scrap. We'll just see how it goes. Right, so just as a basic idea, and 75, so at least 120 for each one. That's so not what I wanted to do. Mark II, in you go. 2, in you go. Okay, then we have Mark II here. Roll into the top. And just get rid of the bottom 2. I kind of thought like maybe it'd just be faster not to blueprint it because it's quite custom the way I have to feed each of these in some ways. In some ways not, because I have to do it again. But anyway, if you set 5 sets of 4, you could run 1 belt from each refinery to a set of foundries. $360 per minute. Yeah. 5 sets of 4. That would make it easy, or easier. Makes it more difficult to go up higher, though. Okay, so one of them is just going to be on a higher layer. Yeah. Good call. Maybe yeah, I'll put that one back, sorry, and get rid of the one on the other side. Because that's where the space is tightest. We'll have more room to go up and down then. Alright, cool. Thanks for the heads up on that. Yeah, shout out. Shout out to Matt Clark. Right. Okay, so aluminum ingot, copy, paste, paste, paste. I don't think paste worked on those. Paste. There we go. Cool. Alright, so... And then aluminum scrap. I just have it all on 1 belt right now. We need to break it into 5. What's an easy way to split? Is there an easy way to split to 5? Spare splitter. So we need a 1 to 5 split. So let's say we have 100 and we're trying to get 20. So 100 goes in. 50 goes out. 50 goes out. It seems so messy if you're trying to get like just the hangover 5 and then combine them together or something. That seems wrong. Is there an easy way of doing this? Anyone help me out? Split one thing into 5. So if we had 100, it'd be 33, 33, 33. We're looking to get 20. So 50 and then 50. Not doing that. Then it'd be 25 and 25. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Alright, well, we could just manifold it and it'll still work, but I thought there might be a nice way to load balance that. I can't think of it while being on camera and trying to work this out. I need to go open a calculator and then draw it or something. Can't do it. Not that important though. They take in 690 scrap each. And 75 silica. Yeah, one has to go circle around back to the input, doesn't it? That's what I was trying to work out, because I've seen people... actually, I might have a blueprint for it, maybe. No, I've got 2 to 3. Split 100 with Mark 1. No. I was using a placeholder number. I know that you could get like a 60 out and then break it down, but I was using a placeholder number. I was saying, like, imagine if we just had 100. What we actually have is 500. So I need to break 500 into groups of 100. So here's my 500, and I need 5 groups from it. It doesn't really matter. So what's this? So there's 8 foundries here. There's going to be another 8 stacked on top, and then another 4 on top of that one. So what's going to happen is it'll roll along here. One group will break along the bottom and break along the bottom. Then they'll split and go upstairs. But it'll just manifold its whole way down. So I'm just going to be very lazy about it. And that way I don't have to worry about it. But there's definitely a nicer way to do this. So I'll show you what I mean. At least for this. This will just go into like a splitter, I guess, here. Fuck, these are now the wrong way around, actually. At least I figured it out before I did those ones. Oh my god. It's all wrong. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Ooh, I've got an idea as well. I could do that thing where it goes out and up and over into the group above. That might be good. That'll save some space as well. So Mark 5 goes in there, straight belt. Right, and then the same thing happens up here. But this one will have an extra split. Go upstairs to the final group. It's going to be higher up. Split to 6 and circle 1/6 back in before the first split. Nice, super elegant. Yeah, another blueprint I'd like to do is do that kind of thing, like make a bunch of different groups of splitters. That'd be good. It's too close, by the way. If it's going to clip anyway... Oh no, it's okay, it's perfect. Then I would just build it onto the belt itself. Right, so each one of those machines is going to go into a different line here, so they can all be a different height. At least that's the theory. But they'll probably have to be high, not low. This can go up to 4. Great, alright. Okay. What are they taking in? It's, oh, it's 360, isn't it? Oh yeah, because I said times 5, so times 4. 360, cool. Oh, so 480 belt would be fine actually on each of these. Alright, cool. There we go. Thanks, David. I've given up on the splitting, but I do appreciate it. Just because I decided to do it a lazy way. You don't need to split them technically, but it would have been nice. Alright, so those are all set. They have their input. Now we need to do a floor above it and do the same, but at least I know the layout now, so it doesn't have to get too much more complicated. But before we go any further, we'll just grab some of the belts here and send them out. So they'll have their water come out that need to go around. It's 120 water each. If I really wanted to be crazy, you could keep each water on its own pipeline and just feed it into each group instead of merging it and then splitting them. Might do that, because then it's the exact amount that just goes into each group. Little crazy, but sure. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, I left a bigger gap than I needed, but okay, whatever. Alright, so each of these just needs to go around and plug into their own machine. That'll do. Each other one will have to go over and then in. Guess I could bring them a bit closer now. Am I wrong in thinking that it can go right next to each other? I guess it could. No, not really. Yeah, these are... Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. They're closer than the other ones. It just... I wasn't sure. I'll build a walkway or something on top of this so we're not in the way. Alright, last one. At least for this bit. What's wrong with this? Not far back enough. No. Will it reach? Yeah, just about. Okay, so there we go. 5 pipelines, each one that needs to plug into their little buddies. So I guess what I'll just do really quickly is put down the supports. So support there. I think this is right. Okay, see how this goes. Oh, I think I already made a bit of a silly mistake. They need to be raised. You just chill, dude. Alright. So, horizontal to vertical. Starting here. I guess this first one. Oh, yeah. That's fine, whatever. I'll just do this. Go in. Same thing will have to happen with these, but then they'll just connect straight over. It'll look a bit better that way then. So this goes right over here. That goes down and in. Alright, so that's the stuff that'll flow over again twice. This will go all the way down. Whoa, you bastard. Okay. That might have problems, but we'll see. Okay, cool. Almost done. So it's just getting these guys to go into each one. That'll be it. Please, game, just stop. Guess if you just nudge it in, it's better. Oh, good, finally. Jesus Christ. Alright, good. There we go. So that's each pipe doing 120, now going into its respective machines. Guess we'll leave the junctions in place, whatever. Alright, so now it's about getting the silica out. Now each machine is now going to be able to plug into one row of foundries directly. So something like that. We'll just use straight belts. I guess this one can go a little higher. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh no, actually, this one will have to be a bit lower, sorry. Gonna be a few of those, because we're gonna go pretty high, I guess. And Mark 3. Your little buddy, and then you go into your other buddy. Alright, cool. So that's those rows fed. Now we need to do this again, but upstairs they also need their outputs. So it's the aluminum ingots. How many ingots are we making per minute, by the way? 1200. Oh yeah, we have 1200 bauxite. We're getting 1200 ingots. That's the whole point. Alright, let's just build up then. Now, hang on a sec. We don't have all the silica yet that can go in here. The silica that comes out of here can only feed a few machines. The rest of them need to be fed by the quartz that comes into this factory. And this is where the quartz is coming in, or will do. The idea was that it was going to be made into... Oh no, the silica was going to come in, sorry, and they would just feed right in here. Actually, yeah, that can still happen then. Okay, that's fine. That's all fine. We're okay. I don't have enough silica to feed these. Yeah, we need 1,000 per minute that needs to arrive. Okay. Damn, I thought like, oh, we're really close to the end, but unfortunately not really. I reckon we can just go build from here. One foundation or something. We'll make it metal so it looks a bit better. A nit about ore processing. Why doesn't a smelter auto-detect what ore is getting made into that ingot? Yeah, I don't know. That's been brought up though. It's on the QA website where it's like a requested feature, like for machines to just know what is they're taking in, therefore the select recipe. I would imagine it's just the way they built the game. Maybe an instance of a building has to be set and it would require like a change somewhere. Does any building not require that? That isn't an extractor? It might just, I know there's only one option, right? If you're sending one thing in, it's only got, you could do the same in a way for, well, you wouldn't really want to do this, but constructors, it's like one thing can go in and then one thing out. I'll tell you why. What might be a consideration that they have is that mods might want to change how smelter works, have something more unique going. So let's say you could send in an iron ingot, or sorry, iron ore, and it gets made into iron ingots. But maybe with a mod you could send in iron ore and you could choose if it gets made into iron ingots or it gets made into something else, like an alternate recipe for iron ore, you know? As a maybe. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but I'm just saying, like, maybe for them they just see it as like, we just leave it the way it is, it's the most flexible for everyone else. And then also they don't have to change anything then. But I don't know, I'm just guessing. Just guessing. Trying to save on my ironically aluminum because I don't make it that much anymore. We consume all of everything we make. Right, so next thing is just getting one of these lined up correctly, and then we can just spam them the same way we did before. So I think that's about right, about there. Looks good to me. 1, 2, 3. Okay, leave it like that. Alright, the next one then, just over here. Alright, 4 of these, and then we just need to do 4 on the very top, and that's it then. We'll just go up 3 walls again and do this one more time. I'm having fun with this though. I was pretty frustrated with the pipes, but I'm still enjoying it as it's coming together. It's always a little annoying just not being able to stop and do tons of cosmetics though. That's what I'd like to do. Really enjoyed episode 1. Happy to see more streams. Thank you, Fabek. Thank you for being a member. 2 different recipes can have the same need of items, but depending of what the item you want, the amount is different. So some intake, but different amount. The game wouldn't know which one to do. Indeed. Is that ever true for smelters, though? That's what I was saying. It's like it could just be a flexibility thing for modders who wanted to do that. But are there any alternate recipes for smelters that take the same input? It's like, yeah, there's plenty of different ways to get the ingots. But is there ever a situation where iron ore goes into a smelter and makes something else? I don't know. Probably not. But again, it could be like with a mod or something in the, you know, you could probably get a little crazy with it. It's like, okay, I've got an alternate recipe where iron ore now makes something. We just crush it into coal. Like, I don't know. Message retracted from Ethan. I see it. I don't see the message, but see the retraction. Alright, anyways, so this would be our silica line. So how much silica can we actually run right now correctly? 500. Right, and we need 1,000. 500 would supply how many? 6 machines. So basically not even the full bottom row. Alright, well, just I'll hook these up anyway until we can get this silica made. This will be our another line of scrap. This will be another line of silica. How much does each row take? It takes 7, silica takes 75. It's 300. So, Mark 4. They're both Mark 4. Okay. Oh, I had said I was going to feed it up and around from the bottom. If I wanted to. Things are a bit different now, considering... Yeah, so silica will come out here. If I added a merger here, that'd be too much for one belt. There's 2 outputs here, which is good. We gotta divide that. I mean, ultimately it's gonna be coming from this end then. I won't do the going up and over thing. We'll just keep it all coming in from the same place. That's okay. Yeah, how I divide that up coming out of the truck station will be a little awkward, but not too bad. The reason it's awkward is because these machines, these 10 machines, can only feed 6.6 machines. So it's like, you need to add a little bit onto there, and then you need to have these 2 done and that one done. So it's just a bit messy. I suppose the ones that we feed here could go up and over, up to the next line, maybe. All right. Anyways, so this will be the next. Silica. The next scrap would be coming from here. Quite high up. Or we could just have, yeah, maybe here would be a bit better location for that. That way you don't have to go too crazy with the lifts on the side. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That just plugs down to here. That plugs over to its buddy. In the opposite direction. Ah, we can't do the opposite direction like this though. Damn, that's so annoying. It changes the direction if you do it that way. Ah, but I could if I do this. Whatever. I didn't know you could put a conveyor pole on a belt. That's interesting. That's very productive, man. Sorry. I've been gone for like 2 hours and you've done so much. Yeah, I don't read my chat. I'm new to the channel, but I've enjoyed what I've seen so far. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I'm like not a productive person at all at the moment. I used to be. I'm trying to get better at it. It's so difficult. I mean in real life. Like with making videos, I'm so slow. Okay. Right, so. I guess that might need to be further back or something. Oh no, that's gonna go into that one. Yeah. So forget that. Here. Mark 3, 240 per minute. Yeah. Why did I make these Mark 4? I don't know. Alright, cool. Make each floor only 6? It's too late for that now. Too late. Because we balanced them so that we've done 4 on a row on a line, because now only one of these needs to feed 4 exactly, which is quite nice. So if we do 6 to ease the silica, for instance, then we create problems for the aluminum. So it's, you know, one of them has to be a bit funky, I guess, if I've understood everything correctly. That's not right. Alright, we're almost done with the foundries. These have probably been the slowest because I didn't blueprint them. And then I'll have a look at what time it is, see if we've got any time left over to try and rapidly make that silica and deliver it here. Alright, we just need to power these as well and make sure they're all set. Do this. Alright, cool. Pick your poison, yeah, indeed. Exactly it. Oh boy. Right. Alright, the final 4. Or we could do 2 and 2. I wanted to try and divide up however I'm going to do the silica, but I'll just do 4. Kind of been done manifold anyway. Does this not show the other color at all? It just shows the primary color. There's no secondary color on it. That's weird. Anyways, right, the last batch. Come on, game. Alright, and the last split. I know you didn't need one on the end. Just habit, I guess. Alright, there we go. So they need their power, obviously. And if we want to turn this on here, which I kind of do. They need their outputs also. I'd like to have... Oh yeah, so I need to do that one over there. I was going to say I'd like to have awesome sinks in place, but so that we can just turn it on before we deliver in the rest of the silica, and that way it can just start ramping up. I think it'd be good. Beam... Mark IV belts needed out of the refineries. Oh, that's why. I keep looking at that number. God, I'm being so stupid today. I literally said it out loud. I was like, yeah, 240 per minute. And I changed all the belts. But you're right, it's 360 per minute. They all need to be Mark IV. I'll do that at the end. I won't forget. Thank you, though. Would have missed it. I would have caught it when they were running, probably, but then it's too late. Damage has been done. Alright, cool. They are almost good to go. So, in order to do this correctly, I guess I need this. What's the height that we're at here? There. Sorry, trying to get it to match the one on the bottom. It's got to go like that. Go. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. I'll update the belt story in a minute. Okay. A little crazy there, but whatever. Because I'll probably change this actually. Well, probably won't. But if I was to spend the time doing cosmetics, I wouldn't keep that platform there. I'd have it be on stilts and look a bit different. But anyways. Alright, one more to go. One, two, like that. And we'll get this to go all the way down to here. Now, that's going to have to go around to this way, so I do need to bring that up actually, but quite high. So guess it'll probably have to do something like this instead, actually. Is it there? Yeah, it's the one above that one. Right, better. And I don't know why I did it that way, because I could have just brought it the whole way up, but well, sure, why not? Let's just make it complicated for fun. Okay, so now I'll just go over it. That was, make sure these are all Mark IV. Yeah, we need 1500 silica in total, and the byproduct of these machines is silica, but we only get 500, so I need to make 1000 and bring it in. We have a truck station there for that purpose. We planned to do it. We went there in the beginning of the episode. It's to this cave. That's where there's some raw quartz. We're probably not able to do it in there. We need to pull the quartz out. Need to find nearby limestone, mix the two, and then bring it. You have to mix the two because you won't be able to get the volume we need otherwise, I don't think. Although it is two... I think at least one's a pure node. Anyways, alright, I'll just go one by one. So we'll start with the bottom one. Mark 4. Mark 4. And then we'll just stick to it like this. So let's mark 4 and go into each lane. Aha, didn't even hook these up. Now we need to power the foundries as well, actually. Right, so the next one over, this one. Done. Okay, so that's that one done. Next one over. Needs to be marked 4. And there we go. Two more to go. Already did that one. Alright, I think that's it. Now, because you can have problems here, I feel, you know, if scrap ever gets backed up and it's very high volume, cause all sorts of issues for making the water, going back around, keeping everything running. So I was thinking like just some awesome, or smart splitters to create awesome sinks just along this line, or to go into awesome sinks, I guess. Would be a good idea. Or, oh yeah, you can actually flow out the ass and go somewhere else into an awesome sink. Ass sink. I don't know, maybe I should just leave it. So much extra work. I'm just trying to think where it's going to go. It can't naturally all go into one. One gets backed up, they're probably all getting backed up for some reason. You know what, I'll just leave it for now, but that does need to be done. The other thing that needs to be done is we need to actually get that coal and bring it in so it's hooked up into these. That'll be the second component. The coal, 120 a minute, that's 600 coal. That just needs to be brought straight in from somewhere. Go like this, get high and tight. Alright, for now, I'll just very lazily drag in the coal to just like this point and then bring it in on the foundation. Are there not throughput issues using trucks? Nope. Why would there be? Trucks don't stop their stations when they pull up or anything, so there's no throughput issue at all. It's like just a belt. Basically a belt. Just a belt that needs fuel. Excuse me. I'll talk through the whole chain once we get it up and running so you can see exactly how it's going. It won't be too long now. We're almost there. Like wiggling so much. Let me eliminate the wiggle. Thanks. Oh, we're slightly off. You know why they slowed down the hand crafting? I just thought about that right there when I was crafting that. I was like, that seems really slow. Is that new? I didn't feel that way like last time I played. I don't think I've ever felt that way. But I was like, geez, that's slow. But no, I don't know. If they have slowed it down, I don't know why they would. Maybe too many people were doing it or something? I don't know. I'm assuming that only applies if you don't use it all before the truck gets back to the... Yeah. So, sorry, yeah, when you were saying throughput issues, I thought you meant just in the nature of the trucks themselves. As long as... Here's the basic rule. I've got 2 trucks at the moment, right? The trucks are going off to... Let's just turn on resources for a second. Here. So there's a station right here. Okay? So there's this deposit for bauxite and this one, and they're both kind of combining over into a truck station here. This truck then drives down and delivers it in here. That's all it does. It's pretty close by. But we're doing 1,200 per minute. It's high volume, so you're right. It's like you'll fill up a truck really quickly. You'll fill it up in 4 minutes exactly. It has 4,800 slots, capacity. So, well, it's got 48 slots, and each stack is 100. Obviously, the capacity is higher if you're using screws or something, but you know what I mean. It's got 48 slots. That was funny. Anyways, yeah, so can you make that journey in 4 minutes? It's like almost. So just to be safe, just add a second truck. No big deal. And then you definitely are. You're definitely going to make it. So you don't have to worry then about like how much they're filling or anything. The only thing you would have to worry about, just in case there was an issue, is just check your truck station. Just make sure it's never filling. If your truck station is hitting its limit and the miners are powering down, well, you know you're not delivering it quick enough. You just add another truck and then you will. Eventually. That's kind of what we did. I saw that it was kind of starting to fill. I was like, so close. We'll just add another truck to be safe, and that's what we've done. And if you're worried about like maximizing the fuel that they use, then it's like, we're running 2 trucks when really we only needed 1.1 truck. It's like you could tell them to wait longer at the node so that they almost fill. So you can actually just work out the time. It's like, well, how long does it take to fill the station? 4 minutes, because the station's the same size as the truck, and I make 1,200 per minute. So it takes 4 minutes to fill. So if a truck sat there for... Depends on the journey, right? But based on the fact that we've got 2 trucks, it's like you could probably sit there for about 90 seconds. You don't have to do any of this, but if you wanted to save on the tiny bit of fuel, because the trucks are going to continuously drive, regardless if they're full or not. So, yeah, you could tell them to wait. It's like, yeah, about 90 seconds, and then you'll be able to fill up fully and make the journey, and then the other one will get there and do the same. But that gets a bit, into almost semantics level. It's like you could sit there and see, like, how full is it getting, how empty is it getting. But if you don't want to be worried about that, just stick a second truck on it. The journey time is really not going to be a big deal. Or the fuel cost is not going to be a big deal. Right, anyways, so that's going to be plugged into there once we get the water. The water is up and running. Actually, have we filled all these now? We probably have. Ew, no, we haven't. We've got a problem then. Why's that? These don't need pumps, do they? 4, 8, 12. Oh, yeah. I said we don't. It's 10 meters of head lift. I thought you get 20. Oh, we'll just stick a pump on each one then. It's fine. That was the initial plan, was to do that, and I was like, oh, actually we don't need to. Turns out we do. This little baby pump can do the job. And in fact, do this. Alright, baby pump. Alright, there we go. That should fix that. Did say I was going to get rid of the concrete lanes, but I don't know, I kind of like them. So give it a bit of time. We should. There we go. Oh my god, it just filled immediately because the water's been so compressed. It just pushes all out to get filled in there. Good. I would have 2 splitters in the second row and lead on of the 6 output belts back into the front. Sorry, I'm not sure. Yeah, what that's in relation to anymore. I'm not going to change anything that's here right now, so I appreciate the help. I really do. I just hope whenever I don't implement something someone suggests, or I just go like, okay, I'm just going to go with my thing. It's usually that most people come up with a better idea. I just don't want to do over stuff, you know. Grab a little truck and bring this in if you wanted to. Alright, 600 per minute is exactly what we need. Do I want to do that? No, we want the luminous solution to fill first. Well, we can power it. Really do gotta encase him in like a little glass thing or something. Little enclosure. There we go. Alright, so that's the coal done. Water's done, aluminum scrap has been sent to different places. It's just the silica that's left. We need that additional 1000 silica and we need to power the foundries. So let's do that next. I'll do it a bit lazily. I'll just aim somewhere up and connect them together. Oh boy. Surprisingly, they're actually fairly in line with each other. So that'll be the bottom row done. They're powered. They'll get their silica, they'll get their scrap, they'll make ingots. We don't have anywhere for the ingots to go or do anything with them just yet though. So we do need awesome zinc just to keep the place running a little bit. To be honest, we need a few of them. These will be temporary though, so I'll keep some of the trees there. Alright, so it's 60 times 8 times 8, 480. Love it. Right, so those are both powered. Oh. Yeah, so I was just thinking some of the scrap needs to kind of overflow out, but it's just such a pain, man, because there's so many of them. Go into there. Alright, it's gonna look a mess. There's one there. There. Getting a line with that one. Actually, this can go back up here. I'm sure they'll back up, but it's just to put them onto, just to merge them up and get them to go somewhere. And I know one of them's not hooked up yet, but the one that's not hooked up should be going into groups that should always work. I think. So yeah. Alright, so at the left is your overflow. You, and you, all of the same. And just super messily, so that's a word. Feed that in there. That in there. Yeah, actually, just one last thing. I'll aim this out the other way. Alright, so, whoops. Oh my fucking god. Alright. You go in. Ah! You go in there. You go in there. You guys are done. You'll have a thing that brings you down to the lower level. Alright, so this guy. There you go. Now they would still get backed up a bit, but it'll help a little bit. If you're only like getting stuck a little, they'll overflow. Okay, just for a bit, you know. That's just a completely temporary joke of a thing. Hopefully keep things running a bit longer than they otherwise would. Anyway, sorry. Hey, Mock. How are you doing this week? I really enjoyed the first vid of your new series. Man, you gave that a lot of energy. I know, I'm much more... I try to be a bit more energetic than on the streams. Well, I mean, I could probably be a bit more energetic on streams, but after an hour or two, you just naturally will get more relaxed, you know? I just keep it real here, you know? You know what they slowed... See, I could just be like, do you know why they slowed down the handcrafting? It's been like that for a month. Right, that makes sense, says Flex Scopes. Marek says, I would have 2 splitters in the second row and lead on the 6 output belts back into the front. Mock Hours with the hi Darren, how you doing this week? I really enjoyed the first vid of your new series. Man, you gave that one a lot of energy. I could keep doing that. I could probably go even a few levels over that if I wanted to. But man, that would be tiring, you know? Who's got the energy for all that? Probably someone who's quite professional. That ain't me. I enjoy the chill stream. Yeah, same here. Super long form. You don't need that buzzy in your ear constantly, right? I'm a little bit too relaxed, but you know, still. I also don't think in the videos I'm like crazy or anything either, so it's not like that bad. I just try to sit down and be, like, motivate myself, really. Alright, they're all powered as well, I think. Are they? Am I so blind I can't see where their lights are? Oh yeah, there they are. Good. Alright, just that last little row on top, and then we need to deliver silica somehow. And these need their outputs, I guess. Right, let's just do these outputs then real quickly. It should be easy enough. It's just mergers all down the way on the same line. 2 groups make 480. Alright, and it's just this one. Keep on going with that. Most relaxing content to build along with, buddy. Thanks. Live stream should be chill. I agree. How many hours do you have in this game? I think it's like 1600 now or something. Let's see. 1698. So when this session is concluded, this will be my 1700th hour. Brother, I got my bag of chips ready. I'm waiting for that new Anna video. I know. Ugh. So this week, to be a little real, you know, I just had some issues going on in real life that meant I couldn't really record much, so it kind of delayed things. It was a bit of a shame, because it was right after that new video came out. So yeah, I just got held up a bit by that. So there was no Anno this week, and I missed the stream yesterday as well because of it. But hopefully things seem better now. So hopefully back on good form. I've also just been feeling kind of shit lately, and I talked about that a little bit in Discord. I don't like to talk about that stuff too much, but it's been a particularly rough couple weeks. Generally, like, I don't really have issues like that really affect me. Not that there's any problem if people do, but generally I don't. But yeah, I think it's also something to do with the time of year. Gets me down. But there's a few other things just going on in personal life that has been just a bit of an extra struggle. Alright, those two can combine up together. I don't know where I'm going to send those. Again, they'll just need another awesome sink or something up on another floor. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of a believer in the whole leave yourself at home type thing when it comes to content creation. I know some creators are like, no, it's good to speak out about everything, and that's great. You know, more power to them, honestly. And I'm not afraid to talk about anything that's quite serious, but I just kind of feel like most people who are watching stuff online, I don't think you need to be putting your problems on other people if they're not that serious, you know. Got like something really serious going on, then sure. But I don't. It's nothing too bad. So yeah, try to just work through some stuff at the moment on my own. Yeah, I think I might have seasonal. It's not just that right now, but last year I definitely had seasonal depressions for sure. I was really keen on going away in January somewhere this year just to prevent it happening. But what I'm talking about is more like something else. It's a bit more of an event that happened. Alright, anyways. Is this too high? I guess so, but whatever. This is just temporary because it's like we need to make the factory run, so I'll just disconnect this once we get it up and running properly. Just to allow it to run, allow us to enjoy what we've done. Looks so ridiculous, but okay. The other part of the factory doesn't look too bad, but it's like, yeah, that's just a bit of a monstrosity over there. January is the best time to go out for holidays, to start new year well. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I was thinking of going to LA. We have a friend that lives there, so maybe. It's very expensive. We haven't booked it. The closer we leave it, the more expensive it gets. But the good news is we have a friend there, so we don't have to stay in a hotel or anything. But at the same time, we're trying to save for a house. I'd really like to get a house. Very sick of renting. Been renting for 7 or 8 years. Don't want to go on about it. Talked about it on stream before. Again, it's like my problem, not anyone else's. But it's like, damn, a lot of money's been spent on rent. And I know it's going to go up considerably in January again. Perpetually trapping you in some ways. Even though my landlord's actually really nice, so I don't really have much of a complaint against him. We pay a lot less than everyone else around me. But anyways, long story short, really want to get a house, so it's like, should we really be going on a holiday when every few £1,000s counts, you know? I don't know. My brother works for an airline. I really should talk to him and say, like, can we just get like a couple of tickets, man, for free or something? My parents fly free with him all the time. Like everywhere, I think. We get him to hook me up. Like, save the Christmas presents, bro. Get us a ticket. Anyway, gotta enjoy life though. No, indeed, yeah, totally. Alright, I think that it looks so bad. Alright, I'm happy enough with it though. So, the very last thing. So I don't know why I even bothered with the to-do list in this episode because it's been nothing but inaccurate. But what we do need to do now is silica delivery, silica production and delivery. Now we did just make a silica factory somewhere else in the middle of the map, and I didn't fully power everything up, but it's a bit further out. It's in here. There was limestone, there was silica. I need 1,000, so it's still not enough. So what I need to do is grab the quartz that's in here. Yeah, so let's run out. We'll grab a radar tower and bring it with me. Or sorry, power and bring it with me, I should say. Then we'll put down a radar tower. I'll just have a quick look at where we can see some limestone. Mix the limestone with the quartz. The idea was that the road was just going to be built straight down here, rather than going all the way down and around. Seems a bit crazy. It's like we're just aiming for there. So just build a big ramp down. So why the hell not? Oh my god. Messed up. I just have to float down. Didn't take out my zip line because I put it away because it kept opening. Zip line? Surprised it's not up there, but I guess there's only a certain amount of shortcuts, right? Yeah. Anyway, mental health is as important as financial health. Airlines buddy passes are a good option. It's a long flight. It's probably not free, but discounted. ASIR lines? ASIR lines? Never heard of that before. It looks magical. Stupidity. Darn, that coal plant in Update 8 was a nightmare. I'll make this next one will be easier if you're following along the new series. But yeah, no, it was. Good news is they've just patched the game so that you can copy and paste the clock speed of every machine, so you don't have to manually type it in, so that's kind of nice. I think the coal plant in that series is the best coal plant that possibly exists. I just think it's completely overkill. And a bit unnecessary. Also, I didn't explain it very well how fluids work in the game. So it was a lot more awkward for a lot of people. There is some limestone. It's normal. There is limestone. It is pure. This is above that one, though. So I need 1,000 silica per minute. Let's have a look at how we get that. $2.5. So we need, that's not too bad, 19.4047 machines. Very specific number there, but whatever. Actually, I don't need to write it down. I'll just pop it in brackets. Need 19 of those. Or 20. We'll say 20. And work out the number. Oh, that's my... Oh, yeah, I've got a blueprint for it already, which is promising. I'll have to have a look at it. But, silica. 22.5 and 37.5. Excellent. 37.5 is the limestone. 714.28. Also okay, because it's only one node. Right, so basically the last thing we need to do is make 1,000 silica per minute using the cheap silica recipe, which combines limestone and raw quartz. I have the numbers of what we need for both. We only need one node from that cave and one limestone node. Combine it somewhere up here, wherever, doesn't matter, and then drive it up there via a big ramp that goes up there, and that will feed the factory. Then we can turn it on. That'll be it. And then next week we'll actually do something with the ingots. We'll make the casing, we'll make the alclad, and that'll probably just be the first part of that stream, because then I'm sure that wouldn't take too long. It's just the... Although we might also make the tanks. Maybe. then it just becomes a question of, yeah, how do we divide that into like turbo motors and fused frames and stuff like that. So making progress. This is a streaming save. It's got nothing to do with the save file that you've seen on the series. I really hope that me streaming doesn't affect that series. People thinking like, oh, I'm after missing out on some, or oh, he's just doing 6 hours straight of stuff and I've missed it all now. It's like, no, it's a totally different thing. I use different logos in them. This one has a specific like 1.0 logo that I made rather than the official one, hoping that it looks somewhat different in the thumbnail, but yeah, I don't know. This is an episode 2. I won't be streaming that. That's just all videos. Yep. Now, little idea here is we could drive it, just powering a truck with coal that's right here. I'd kind of like to do that. Oh yeah, it might be. I guess other creators don't do that, right? They probably. I think other creators. That's probably why people say that. I didn't think of that. Just that other creators often do stream the whatever the Let's Play world, and you know they do everything on camera or whatever. So that I can understand why people would assume that. I'm trying to think like, why do people keep thinking that? That's not in the grid. Can't handle that if it's not in the grid. I'm not holding control, by the way. It's like, is there something here? I lose my mind. What's wrong with this? It's like standing on the ramp, maybe, was the problem. Oh, yeah. I think that was it. But anyway, it doesn't really matter now. Hopefully, I'm sure the truck can get over that little bit, right? I'll leave that. Alright, cool. Anyways. How big is the miner that sits on this? Is going to poke through. It's okay. Guess I should bring power over here so I can float. Right, so I need to find that silica, not silica, sorry, the limestone. Then we'll combine it together in a little open factory thing. That's really nice because I hate when I'm watching a series to find out they need to watch a 3-hour stream. Yeah, no, I don't plan on doing that. Ah. Back. I guess. I was thinking of putting a road here. Basically, I want to use... I don't have to use that one. There's coal right around the corner. I just need to power the truck either way. It doesn't really matter where it happens. There'll be just a little elevated road. I just put down the boombox by accident. Not even on. Alright, so starting with here, we'll go blueprints, we'll go to roads, road segment. Good. Before I go any further, I'll just check where that silica, I keep calling it silica, sorry, limestone is. Need the pure node because I need 714. The alternative will be to grab two other deposits. There's a normal one there and a normal one there, but I'd rather just take this one because it's pure. That one. Normal. Normal with a Mark III. And overclocked. What does that go up to? I swear. I want a disclaimer is that there are different saves at both the beginning and the end of the series episodes. Yeah, maybe I'll try to let people know in the beginning of the next one. At that point it might be too late though already. Let them know in the first one. Yeah, gotta love blueprints. Remember to like and sub. Feel like it. I'd appreciate it though. Does help. Alright. If that's where it is, then I reckon even just somewhere here, a nice big open area. Build a factory here. We only need 20. Is it foundries? I think so. Oh no, it's an assembler. Alright. Even better. 20 assemblers. Easy peasy. A platform like that, and we'll just stick like a truck station on the end. Truck will run by itself, thanks to the coal deposits that are here. Oh. Did I just drop that? Well, if I did, whatever. Modular frames. Oh yeah, did I look at that last hard drive? We did something like 8 or 9 of them today. Most I've ever done. Checking just one sec. Anything particularly useful here? Not really. Love it when we find like turbo motors and stuff, so good. Alright, hard drives. Steeled frame or tempered deuterium ingot by mixing it with petroleum coke. Hey Rose. Time is it? 9 o'clock. Yeah, I gotta finish up soon. Oh, I think we can get it done though. It'll take like another hour though, isn't it? Where is he? I don't know where he went. Okay. Right, let's stick that last one in. We can do some rescans then. Oh my god. Stealth. That was impressive, really, more than anything. Jinx jumped down for you, but Nick's sat up there. He almost killed me actually because he shot it. Interesting. You picked that back up now? Oh well. I am in the UK, yeah. It's 9 o'clock where I am. I'm in the southeast of England. In this save, I am 150 hours. 157 now. Almost all of it streamed. Maybe 5 or so, maybe not in total. Sometimes I hop in to just do some math, basically. Alright, so blueprinties. We need to go cheap silica. Look at that. It's already laid out for me. Now, top is coming in from the left, so that could be our quartz. Bottom, going from the right, that can be our lime. We've already got 2 groups. Awesome, awesome. Alright, let's go further out then. There's no point putting ourselves short. For that. Could maybe go up a little higher. Oh yeah, I need to bring power out here and then I can just build a bit more quickly. Do that in a second. Alright, so starting from this point, we'll get a 4 foundation. Those two, get this, get that. Get our blueprints. Find the 5x5. Down. Line it up. And we're back in business, just like that. Parking lot is back up. Alright, let's get those. In fact, we'll just start building my power from here. Let's go up and over, I guess, why not? No way, whereabouts? I'm the same, Essex. I live between Crawley and Horsham. Or around that area, basically. West Sussex. Alright, we are powered. That's the road. Yeah, thinking about it, I guess I don't really need a road, do I? I can just drive on the terrain. Not that far, it's just around the corner. So maybe we can cancel the road project. Not really needed. I am going to drive out to here though. That was the idea. The idea was to drive all the way into the cave and pick up the quartz. I was just thinking how I can fuel it, because I'd have to... this could be really weird, but I don't know. Let's just play around with it for a sec. Don't need to. This made more sense in my head a second ago. Why am I doing it this way? The truck goes in, picks up its stuff, brings it here, stops, transfers to this, and then another truck goes off. Yeah, that's fine. It was so that the journey wouldn't be so long, so that the coal doesn't run out. Because one journey might be a little too long. That was the reason. Gonna be slightly in the way now, but we can just move that forward. I've never done that before, just like a little truck exchange. Bit weird. And I guess I need of these because we have to build the miners inside there as well. I only need one miner, I guess. You could just belt it out, but I just feel like, just drive it. Why not? It's only going to be one truck doing it. A little tractor could probably do it, actually. With ease. Look, it never happened, okay? Guess we could just line that up a bit better. The problem is this won't line up that nice. Ah, it's built the wrong way. Fucking road. Alright. Go off grid. Pains me to do it. Alright, so they're both going to be powered, no problem. That's a feature, so don't worry about that. And this can just go into there. And there we go. Both need power. What do we got? 120 per minute? More than enough. Then we just need to drive in. We need this to unload the vehicle. It's going to go into there, and then vehicles will load the quartz and go on to their destination. Yep. Alright, we can do the first route then. Oh, actually, I guess I need to run in there, bring our power with us. Hook up the 2 miners in there. Is there an advantage of using tractors over trucks? They're really, they have a high turning radius, much higher. So if you're really tight for space for some reason, they can be pretty good that way. But other than that, I don't think so. I think they're worse for fuel efficiency, I think, and their capacity is smaller. So at the very beginning of the stream we were in here, we cleared out all the spiders. Now they're back. And I also bombed a lot of the floor so we could drive over it a bit, maybe a bit cleaner, a bit nicer. So it's all been set up from the very beginning to do this, in some ways. A little bit of a ramp there to watch out for. Alright, and here we are. So let's just do a truck station. There's also sand ore in here. Do a little truck station like that. Please get out of the way. There's a lot of spiders. Do I have my gun? Do I have my ammo? Happy Thanksgiving, motherfuckers. Ah, stay back! I've only got 20 shots. They're just spawning out of the air. Oh my goodness. Are they actually just spawning? Take out the bombs. I think it's over. Jeez. Teleporting because of the small rocks? Alright. Just the first time we were in here, I didn't see them doing that, but then just seeing them appear up, like, above rocks was really... I was like, are they just constantly multiplying? It never ends. This would be great for my... This is such a great place to farm. If you really... If I ran out of biomass, killing a group of these probably give me like 10,000, you know? Biofuel, I mean. Something crazy like that. Is that good enough? Bunch of them over there. Now I got 16. There's more around, but it's all good. Alright, anyways. Let's get this down. Shoot it right in there. No, I mean, what do we need? 428.571429. Let's do 5.8. It's more than we need. By 1. Hopefully that doesn't back it up too quickly or anything. Alright, okay. Now we drive our route. What do you reckon? Truck or tractor? I think tractor because of the gap. The turn for the tractor station on the other side is going to be really tight. I think a tractor will do. And the journey time from here to there is so low that I don't think I need a big capacity. Do we have coal in the... Now, there's only going to be one, so I can kind of drive over my own thing if I really need to. Actually, hang on. Stop that. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. The speed! These things are great. Look at that. An instant kill. This will be great for farming them as well. I've said that before, where trucks, if you're in the area, they just... Oh shit, actually, this is going to be tough to go up and down here. Where if trucks are in the area, and you're in the area, sorry, it'll spawn like enemies, and they'll just drive over them automatically, and you kind of just like gather them stuff afterwards. Come on! Okay, hang on. Let's give it a ramp on that. It's gonna need one. Its little wheel is spinning. Okay, we'll just delete those in a sec. Drive to here. Right, so just before we go any further, I'll just delete those ones that are crazy. Problem is I don't know which one's which, I guess. I don't know if it really matters, but it might. Hopefully I did that okay. Let's see. I think you can make it over the rubble, right? Smooth. So many rocks in here. Oh my god. Fine though. It'll just work. It just works. Todd Howard approved. Don't know how the truck will actually handle doing this turn. I mean, it'll do it. Might look crazy though as it does it. Power. Okay. Not a problem. Right, so you go do your thing. We'll check if this is working, and I'll just get rid of some of these. So you don't want to wait there. That's fine. You don't need that one. That's fine. It's a little messy, so the ones that are kind of, I can't even tell which way they're facing, just get rid of those. Alright, see, he's off. He's loving it. Yeah, just maybe clear this just to help him out. He'll be fine then. No problem. That'll be okay. Alright, cool. I'll leave it at that. Not really my concern anymore now. 40 per minute. As long as that doesn't reach max... as long as it doesn't get full, this should be okay. I think. I didn't actually work out the journey time distance / what it makes, because it is a smaller capacity, I guess, but still, I think it'll be okay. That's okay. I think. I say this, when you're not in the area, the physics don't apply, so it will just follow the nodes, so it's not a problem, but I just find it funny that it could be like so disastrous. What's your deal now? You haven't run out of coal, have you? No. No. 39 seconds. Who told you to wait that long? Ah, this has happened. Oh no, it's okay, yeah. I like how it was like, yeah, I'm just going to wait 10 seconds before I go to the node. I feel like when it goes here, it's going to have a real hard time turning. That should have been maybe over there, but... oh, look at him go! Wow. I thought for sure he was going to hit the wall and like reset and stuff. Wow, good job. There you go. Smooth. Alright, cool. Now that just makes it into here. Alright, great. So now we do the same thing again, but we have to go off that way. To a different truck station. So I'll just build a little platform for the truck to kind of come up, do its thing, turn around, and then we'll just build a ramp that goes down. Do a 4-meter ramp, I guess. Today, I'm not in the mood. I've got no time. We're on the fix-it clock. Back off. Not messing around. I thought he's gonna run. I misjudged it. Right in his mouth. Alright, cool. So yeah, just need to build the other truck station, then we can drive that route. Then we just lay out our machines, hook them up, then we drive a route taking the silica way up the cliffs. And that'll be powered by biofuel, so that will last, we can go much further with that kind of thing. In fact, from here, we could actually take that ramp up, thinking about it, because it's... we might not need a bridge. There's no real point building one over there if we're building the silica thing here. I guess the question, you know, in hindsight, maybe it would make more sense to build this further out that way, but whatever. I'm just gonna commit to it. We'll figure it out and see how it goes. Do the beans get in the way of trucks, or will trucks clip through? Trucks will knock them over. They hit their legs and the beans fall down. The important thing is that while you're not in the area, physics don't apply. So it doesn't matter what's in the area. These will just run on tracks between the nodes. So they're always efficient if you're not there. Sometimes if you're in the area, you might see them crash and reset and take a few extra seconds to make the journey they otherwise would. But, I mean, that only really happens if you're not building on roads, which I haven't really built too much on roads here. The ones that are going dead straight, you can tell they are on roads. Alright, so yeah, truck station. Trying to think where it should go, where the road would be, where it's like a natural place to have a road. Yeah, this works, why not? Alright, we'll just build one right here then. Right on the edge. Be our platform for the truck station where things will come up. Now, before we go any further, I'm gonna get some of that stuff out of the way and then just build that, adjust the blueprint. Because I think I probably did numbers on that blueprint that won't be accurate to what we're doing now. I think it's a Mark 1 blueprint as well, actually, but we'll see. Nope, Mark 2. Alright, cool. There we go. So, have they been adjusted? They have. So, I could adjust them, but I feel like let's just make a little extra silica. Why not just ramp it up fully? So, we needed 1,000. It makes 52.5. Which is 19. But if we just say 52.5 times 20, 1,050. So we just make 50 extra. No big deal. And yeah, just set them all to that then, I guess. And that'll be done. That's right, 100%. And they're being fed from the correct directions and everything, so I don't have to worry about that. I'll just save this back out, clear it, and then we'll just build 2 of those. We'll do the truck station first, though. Well, actually, I guess I'll put this blueprint down just so I know exactly where that's coming in. Those are the inputs for... No, that's the output. These are the inputs. Good. Alright. Oh, why is this such a big gap? So this spills over the edge of its blueprint thing, which fair enough. But if I connect them, then it's too close to the machine. Alright, fine. I just guess it needs a bigger gap between them. I need this, I want this to be on the foundation. It should be on the halfway mark of a foundation. So that's off. Hang on, I need to place this down again. It'll just make lining other things up harder if it's not aligned. There's your problem, right? It's not actually aligned. Now it is. Yeah. Cool. Alright, there we go. I have this weird depot glitch where it says the item is full, but it continues to load the belt. Yeah, I haven't had that. I guess I can't really speak to that. Also, never mind. The depot is full. So you're sending something into a depot. The depot's inventory is full for that particular item, yet the belt is still feeding it. That's what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know. That's a serious problem, to be honest, in a way. I always turn enemies to passive. I personally enjoy the game more that way. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think for the first time me playing through it, I just want the enemies there. As normal as intended. I didn't want to use advanced game settings because I think you don't get achievements if it's turned off. Not that I cared that much about achievements really on Steam. I don't really give a damn, to be honest. But I don't know. Just I put so much hours into the game. It would be nice just to see it through the way they wanted it to be seen. This also off. No. Okay. That'll be the gap. So one thing should fit between these if that's done right. Yeah. All right, and then we just need another one, but we only need 2 machines, not 4. That's just set up for me. Okay, cool. Ooh, one issue, I guess, is that the outputs are going the wrong way. Oh, no, they're not. I guess I'll just build another station here, and they'll drive off that way. Yeah, that's fine. All right, cool. Let's join that together. We'll connect this to that, and this to that. Same with down below. Okay, they all have power now. This will require multiple belts. 1,050. 525. Oh no, we have multiple belts. They're stacked on top of each other. Great. They're Mark 4. They probably need to be Mark 5 though. Alright, almost done. Truck station. Right, so with this truck station, go like that. One can go straight up to its buddy. There. The one can go up higher. The other buddy. That is a Mark 4. That should be fine, I think. Alright, there we go. That's the quartz fed. Actually, I just might move that pole. Bring it across to the back. Bring it along here, whatever. And just hook it into that one. Connect that one to here. And there we go. Alright, so the truck station now needs to be set to unload, and we need to drive that route, so we'll just get our ramp on either side and then drive it with the truck. Oh man, alright. Back to my steel video. Class of creatures is not advanced. Oh really? Oh, okay. For me then. That's good to know. That sucks, Genome Cup, by the way, if that's really happening. That really is... That would be very frustrating. Maybe reloading the game or something simple might fix it. Changing how the build was configured or something. But yeah, because that would be, you know, pretty destructive. And disruptive. How are we doing? We're full up. This is getting full. That kind of acts as a natural buffer, actually, which is interesting. Where's that little vehicle, by the way? Almost here. We'll just hop in it and hide those nodes. See, only because I'm here is it acting out. We'll just leave it, and we'll figure itself out. And then once things get running, the way to check, is everything working? Okay, it's like there's a few things. Is the truck station getting full? Is the miner getting backed up? Will be a good first place to look. It's like, okay, if that miner's getting backed up, then you got a real problem. How's with this? It's only in 53. Oh, it's filled this already for me. Nice. God. Oh my god, I didn't even finish the ramp. We only burned 8 coal getting there, so that's great. Problems there. How was that? I don't know what's happening. Bits of the rocks are getting in the way of the camera, I guess. Alright, now whoop. A little air time. Mad Max, in case anyone didn't get that. A lovely day. Will this be enough to turn around? I hope so. Probably not, though. I mean, I could do it, but I don't know if the thing will be able to do it. Handbrake. Nice. Can't remember what I called it. Quartz. Fraction. O2. 2? B. Second part of that same route. Enable autopilot. Keep the nodes on because we need to do some stuff with them. Just quickly go over that. Probably need to wait a bit longer. Say 12 seconds. Alright. I don't know, just something to break it up. The truck is so going off that edge, it'll be fine. As long as I'm not there, it'll just do what I did. It doesn't know any better. It just thinks, hey, if the player could do it, then it must be doable. So we activate the nodes, it's totally fine. But yeah, if I'm in the area, I think the way it's going to turn, it'll probably try turn and then turn around. Oh yeah, I have to turn off the wait timer thing here. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, the ground looks really detailed here. Don't hit me. Oh, there's no wait node? Oh, that is one. Stop humping the truck, jeez. Get off the truck. I think that'll be it though. I don't need to stop anymore. Okay, there's just, I think, we just need to activate the limestone miner. And then I believe it's just a matter of driving one last route. And then that's it for the whole aluminum plant, I think. Oh, I keep forgetting that the hotkey doesn't work to hide the nodes. I just pressed it and then got out. I can't catch the damn thing. Hang on. Alright, now it's actually going to load. I think. Vehicle settings load. Come on. Come on. Okay, maybe I will put some rails on the sides. Oh, it's really stuck on that edge. I can't move it, actually. That's annoying. Hang on. You're okay, you're okay. You'll be fine. Industrial railing. Oh, do I have industrial railing? Yeah. Let's start from here. Be careful, truck, be careful. This is actually aiming the wrong way, technically. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It'll work. Fine. I'll just leave the area. We don't need to know what's going on over there. There, you see, it's right behind me. That's all that matters. It's right behind me. Interesting. That lead down to the little quartz area. Your spiders scurrying. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I don't want to get sidetracked. Oh my. What the hell, man? They're not little ones, are they? Oh, they are. Oh god, they just look bigger. Oh, look at that. The truck made it here before me. That's how fast it is. How efficient it is. There we go. Send it in. Alright, let's get our limestone hooked up and fed from the other side. That'll make the silica. And then we'll hook up a truck station, getting it out. I'd like to, at the end of the stream, go take all that wood down to the biomass factory or whatever. Right, so, Mark II, out of our minds, aim it this way, somewhere there. Overclocked, out of our minds, 600, what do we need? 714, ah. Give that back. Excuse me, we need an extra thing. Input below, not connected between blueprints. Oh, really? Oh, thanks for the heads up. Oh, I need fused modular frames. Shit. I don't think I can make those, actually. Because they require gas. I guess the ones we've built so far, I just had some. This is why we're getting the aluminum, by the way, so we can make these. And do this. That's annoying. Well, I could do it, but for now, I might just have to sloop. Can you even sloop a miner? No, right? Ugh. We're 114 short. Okay, well there was more nearby, so I could maybe just get some and combine it then. You can sloop the constrictor? The constructor? Oh, you mean the assemblers? Like I could sloop their output? That's true, but I'd rather just, I don't know, it's a bit messy. There was just some limestone nearby, right? Just down there. It's normal. I would just get a little bit, combine it onto the same belt. It'll be okay. Just, it's inelegant. Yeah, so it's going to go in the bottom. We need to split and then go upstairs. Right, so I'll need to make one more of these. I don't like to waste tickets on resources, personally anyway, you know. I'm trying to get that, you need 1,000 for the nut statue, and then you need like 750 for all the other statues, so you need 1,750 tickets. I've been playing for 150 hours, and I've gotten 550 tickets spare, so it's like, it's gonna take a lot more tickets, so I don't really feel like I should ever waste a ticket on a resource, but people were telling me that later in the game, that some of the items you make a huge amount of points. So I've never gotten that far, but when I do, then I'll maybe reconsider my position on this. But I know, especially speedrunners and stuff, people want to get through the game quickly. They just mostly use tickets for getting items in the shop to advance milestones and get things quicker. I'm aware of that. Because I would never do it. I'm even against like getting like the Cybertruck and stuff. It's like 20 tickets for one thing that's like that you never really need. Just a meme. I'm good. I want that statue. I want all the statues. I want to do it right. That being said, I've killed a lot of animals, a lot of protein, and I only use that for biofuel. You could use them for DNA points. Use them a little bit, but not much. So if we have 600 per minute, we needed 714. Although I said I would use more than that, actually. So what is it again? It's 37.5 times 20. So 750. So 150 needs to come out of here. Alright, both of those are online now. So now, we're actually going to be making the silica. I have to fix that input belt, though, that someone mentioned. Let's see. Yeah. Well, forgot about that. And on the top floor as well, I'm assuming. And the silica can actually make its way down. Oh, you know what? I never disconnected the two machines that aren't needed. I might just turn them off to be lazy. So we don't need two of these. So you can go and you can go. And the same with your little friends. Alright, that's 20. Because I accidentally built 24. Right. Mark 5 can do 780. Yeah, so we can still fit. Yeah, it's 750 now. Good. Good, good, good. You have 24. Oh, yeah, thanks. Thanks. I just got that. Automating a lower amount of portable miners into a dimensional depot is a big quality of life improvement. Yeah, I've been so lazy, I still haven't done that. Yeah, definitely need to do that. I'll do that in that series for sure as well, because it's too good not to do. Right, so final thing is building another little platform down here, and that'll be our truck station. Our long haul truck station, which is going to go all the way up the cliff somewhere. Get some ramps to do this one. Go down. Right. That should be 1,000 per minute, by the way. Oh yeah. Talk about a lot of trucks. 1,000 per minute, and we're going quite the distance. We're gonna need some serious amount of trucks for this. Because each one's gonna fill in about 4.8 minutes. How much in a stack of silica? Is it 200? Oh, okay. That might not be too bad, thanks. It's 9,600 that we can transport in one load. We've got 9 minutes. It was my plan all along. I knew what I was doing. Right. Here. Down to the edge. Got our 2 different lines. They're both going to go into 2 different spots. This place doesn't need fuel. Friend will need fuel instead. That's not an output. That's the input right there. For some reason I thought that was it. Okay, so this one then, similar fashion, but we'll go all the way up to the top. Go 1 higher. Alright, we are in business. Trucks will load. I need to name these docking stations. I've just been throwing them down haphazardly. My god, I've been working flat out on this now. Just like no breaks, barely looking at chat. I feel bad. I mean, it's not moving too much anyway, but that's probably because I'm not been looking at it too much. I've just been trying to concentrate and try to get stuff done. Be productive. Because early on we went on a bit of a tangent about my school life. Right, I have to kind of plan out where this journey is. I might drive it with the Explorer first and just see what kind of hitches we come across. I'll probably go that way. Stream needs more likes, people. Thanks, me lad. Everyone hit the like button, show some love. Right, so we go along here. This is great. Ultimately, I need to get up onto that long ridge, right? So let me just see. It's here. So this is the start point, and we drive up and around. This is the correct way. Nothing immediately in the way. It'd be cool if the tracks stayed there so I could just follow this. This would be quite the journey. Quite the journey indeed. But that's it. But I don't have to clear any obstacles. That's nice. I don't think. Now, the only issue could be is that there's going to be multiple trucks. And I just need to make sure they don't... it's not so tight to get through that, you know, 2 trucks side by side will collide. Let me just go back here and remove these. I want my truck to get sick. Oh, stop. speed. Wow. So they can die just from the impact of an obelisk. Interesting. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Record the path of the explorer and follow it. That's a really good idea. I never thought of that. I was just gonna put markers on the map. I think I can make it there, but that's a great idea just for general use in future. Because I was gonna say like, oh no, you can't like use the same route, but just for the markers, not a bad idea. I wish I thought of it when I was down there, but I guess maybe driving back. I'll probably just fly back. Oh, that's an annoying one. Okay, so to stay to the right of that. This is where it gets really tight up here. Whoop. Especially for trucks. Then definitely need a ramp there. Can this one be removed? Yes. Good. I don't know if this will help at all, but maybe. Not really. And this is the destination really, so I'll just get rid of some of these trees and things if they're in the way. You can always add multiple platforms off the side. Yeah, I think it might be a good idea. A little bit of concrete support. That's good enough. We'll just bomb the rest. How about some slamming some road blueprints quickly? No. Just no. They wouldn't be quick, that's why. Because the initial plan was to build a ramp that just goes down from the cliff down to the area, but I don't really need to do that based on where I've built the thing now. Yeah, the road blueprints are pretty straight, and then to do the ramps, you kind of have to get out and adjust them and build a wall and then add another one, so it just takes a bit too much time. If there was vertical nudging, or the blueprints just worked like on top of each other much more nicely, then yeah, maybe. I kind of didn't want to get rid of that, but oh well. But because we're constantly going uphill, to build a road on top of it, I just feel like it'd be so finicky to get that right. Alright. Look what we've done to the area. We've just made it so ugly. It looks trash without trees. Right. I reckon I could just drive it from here. Why not just start it? I know the route. Let's get that explorer out of the way. But yeah, just some supports here would be good, I think, at the very least. So yeah, then maybe the ramp, I guess. Just a little extra space just in case. And we'll do a little fence. It helps a little bit, so we darken it. You can match the gray a little bit better. I guess you can see the edges though now. We could make it metal or something. With drones? No, the volume I think is too high for drones. 1,000 a minute? I mean, you could do it. It would just take a lot of drones, you know? I just feel like that's impractical. Drones can only carry 900 at a time. We're making 1,000 a minute. The drone would probably take about 5 minutes to make the journey. You'd need like... That's just one direction, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many you'd need, but it feels like you need like 15 or something, just as a guess. I could be wrong, but it feels like that's what you'd need. Just a constant flow of them. But with a truck, we can, you know, it takes 9 minutes to fill the truck. Almost 10 minutes. So when it leaves, it's like we're still waiting for quite a while. They could probably get to about here before another truck has to hit. So I reckon 3 probably do it. I've never used them, so wasn't sure. No, that's no problem, yeah. I think anyway, drones are best used for just like awkward to reach places, but lowish volume, so maybe a higher tier of good, like moving crystal oscillators or modular frames or heavy modular frames or something like that. Not necessarily for something you're going to do in bulk. Really, a train should be doing this. Like really, 1,000 a minute, you should be using a train, not even a truck. Even the truck is not really the best. That's weird. So I don't know. That kind of helps. It's not great, but it's something. Get rid of this and just drive backwards. I need to also build a little extra ramp here too. A few little spots where it's like, yeah, you could probably do it just buffing the side just a little bit. There is going to be multiple trucks. Like here. Seems like a good spot for one too. There's a bit more space on the side here, but even so. Something like that maybe, and then we could build a ramp on this so that it just goes up a bit nicer, just in case. I'd leave that. There's not much we can do for railing, but this could help a small bit. Now, what some people do to get a little crazy, make it look good. If I had more time, you get like beams, right? Steel beams, and start like on the corners and go with diagonal mode. And lock them into the wall, or freeform mode, probably even better. Something like that. That way it can look like it's kind of supported. I guess diagonal mode might be easier to do. I'm not very good at this kind of thing though, but that is something like what you'd want to do, I guess. That from a distance, maybe it looks like there's a reason for this. Or there's a practical answer to how that's doing its support. And then I suppose we just make it steel. And then here we could do this all the way across. Yeah, you don't even need this. Something like that, maybe. To say I made an effort. Alright, let's get rid of this. This should be good enough, I think, to carry us all the way. Get this and flip that one around as well. Alright, now we can drive it. There should be no problem. Oh yeah, this little bit is the last bit that needs a ramp. Should be enough to get up. Alright, there we go. What I have my drones doing is delivering fuel, because it doesn't need to move high volume of it, so that's usually pretty good too. Fuel's full right now because they aren't really doing much. Okay, so let's drive this, let's see how it goes. Now we'll start it off with 100 biofuel or something. I've got some in my backpack. Just trying to get in. Alright, there we go. 3, 2, 1. Full high speed. We go down, but that's okay. It's fine. Fuck. Yeah, let me start that again. I went too fast anyway. Get that out of the way. Also, can I fit it? I'll tell you what, I was gonna say I'll stick a truck there, and then I know where to go to get around it. As if that one was coming up towards me. Yeah, so this bit just probably needs a little ramp. I never know how to use any of these. Down corner ramp, I think, is what I need. I think. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't need to be a ramp. It could just, yeah. Let's try down corner, actually, just there. Jesus Christ. Shame it sticks out a little bit on the edge, but if I just nudge this over, maybe. Just overcomplicating it. Could just be that. We just say no to this side too, please. Not smart enough to use the shapes. Using right-hand traffic pattern for this playthrough? Yeah, just because most people want me to. And then when people use the save files and stuff, it fits most people. Alright, anyway, start that again. I don't need to go all the way up to the top, but just somewhere from up here and we just begin. Be good. Well, I suppose no real harm. Let's start about there. Now I'll hop out on the way back and remove that truck, so it should be okay. Excuse me. Take it nice and easy. No need to rush. There we go. Lots of space. Lots of space. Lots of space. Doing totally fine. That's what she said? Lots of space? Oh god. I just need to find my way back there. Okay. Take a right here, don't we? I think. Don't know. Should have done what that person said. Drop the nodes. Yeah, this is it. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Get a little pep in their step. Okay, where from here? I really don't know. Like, do I hop out and drive down that way? I could drive down that way and the other truck could come up this way. That might be better. No, I could just continue straight. Let me just get rid of some of this stuff, though. Bit in the way. Oh, boy. Should be it. And little sticks everywhere. There's a truck here? I really remember leaving it there, but okay. The edge of the cliff, that was funny, yeah. It's fine. I have it. It's fine. I have it under control. Get out of this thing. What I like to see though, just pure silica just loading on up. Alright, now we just follow our nodes back, but just stay to the right of them. Go full speed ahead. And I'll delete one of the nodes I think I was a bit close on the other side. Ah, shit, I'm a bit close on that one too. I've actually never had a deadlock, so at least not since update 7. So I really don't know how close I need to be, but I just feel innately like I'm cutting it quite fine, like that. I either couldn't move that like too much over, so it's cleared as well. And then we'll just run this route and just turn off all the stop signs or stop signals. And then I think add just maybe 3 trucks and that should be it. Alright, cool. Bulldozer went, I know, right? Yeah. I really do want to watch the truck drive along that path now. That'd be quite funny. Just so unnecessarily close to it. Don't worry, if I just remove some of those nodes, the truck will drive this bit faster as well. Alright, well our first delivery of silica is going in. Is this place powered? It might actually run. Oh, we didn't release the bauxite, actually, so it won't. Oh, and this isn't hooked up either, actually, yet. Okay, cool. Almost done, but not really. I did say at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I knew it would be after 10 at least before we got it all done. Alright, now we just go this way. Right, cool. So this is Alu 2. Okay. And it refueled. Enable autopilot. See you later. Let's go just clean up some of these. There's a tiny little fly flying around me. I don't know how I got in here. The windows aren't open. It's like, yeah, do we need that one on the edge? We might watch it just fly off the cliff, and then I'll if I remove that one and that one, from here to here would probably figure itself out a bit better, but if it works, it works. I mean, it'll work if I'm not here, but see if it works while I am. Turn. Safety first. Oh, it's totally fine. Fly! Jesus. Fly in my face. Alright, cool, that was easy. No problems there. Oh, I forgot to turn off the stop signal. Why don't you use a train? I like trucks. Trains I find take me a very long time to set up. I think this is still fast. Doing it with a truck would be faster than doing it with a train, in my opinion. I can get rid of that. Although, granted, normally I'd use roads. I guess if you didn't care how it looked and you just dragged rails all the way down, like then sure, yeah. But I did say earlier, for the volume of stuff we're moving, probably should use trains. Safety third. Smack. Any other stop signs? Nope. But we're farming meat. Do trains kill things when they run over them? I'm sure they do, right? You just build your tracks along the ground. I love how it just ran, it just was like, yeah, 67 seconds, sure. You like the look of train tracks running along the ground without foundations, a more realistic look? I do to an extent, it's just, in some ways it can be more realistic, but if you've got to make a turn on the ground, suddenly like, you know, the train doing a 90-degree turn and going uphill and stuff, I don't think that looks quite realistic, in my opinion. Trains are normally really do whatever they can to avoid any elevation changes, so it's like, yeah, I could have brought a train all the way up the side of the cliffs and all the way up, and it might look cool for the game, I guess. But I don't know, I would have wanted to use some sort of foundations, and that would have felt like it would have taken a very long time. I would have had to build new blueprints. I don't have any. But in my series, like, I do sound very anti-train on the streams, just because on the stream it'll take a long time, but in the video series I'll be building them. I've done it before in Update 7. I have a train railway system going all across the entire world in that game. So, you know, I kind of feel like in Update 7 I use trains a lot. Update 8, I was like, I'm going to use trucks a lot. And I kind of feel like I just prefer trucks. Overall. But trains for using high volume makes sense. I don't really have much high volume in this world because I tried to reach the targets with quite low volume everything. So I never really felt the need to use them that much. I just... Alright, Let's try that. So 18 seconds. So you can hold 9600. We're making 1000. That'll be 9.6 minutes to fill entirely. You don't have to wait anywhere near that long. We need to know how long that journey is. We don't need to know. I reckon 3 will do it, but it'd be tempting to see if we could do it in 2. Well, anyway, we'll just build another one. We definitely need at least 2. I guess I'll try build it here and make it start on this side. I don't know if it'll work that way. We can hide the path nodes now as well. Godspeed. 3,120. Cool. Alright, now we'll just head back up to the top and we'll follow it. We'll just get in this truck and let him bring me up there. And then we just need to connect the output into the factory and we should start making 1,200 aluminum ingots per minute. That's the idea. Found a new bug. Don't upgrade power wall outlets. It crashes your game. Oh, wow. Sorry, it's so loud. I was actually looking in between if I had anything left unlocked in the, or locked in the, what's it called? Awesome shop. And it's, Wall Power Outlets Mark III. I don't actually have that unlocked in this game yet. I never really used them, I guess. Mark II power poles are like super useful, but I don't think I ever really used Mark III. Almost like too much. It's like rickety. I mean, he's on his way. He's fine. Oh shit. That was a close one. That's okay. Alrighty, so here we are. The final part of the puzzle, piece of the puzzle today is to get the outputs here to be broken into groups so they evenly feed all of these. Well, they don't have to evenly feed them, just as long as they can feed them all. Eventually, that'd be good. So it is 2 outputs, so that doesn't need to be there. So a merger here, maybe. I might get this to go up and over. Anyway, basically, we get, I can't remember, the 500 per minute. So we can do 6 or so machines. So we want to, I think, go like along here. We want to combine this, just, oh yeah, the output's here. That's better. Good. I want to combine these two. So in a way, if we think of it, it's like 500, and then we're after consuming 300. So we've got 200 left on this belt. We'll go into there. I can join some of the stuff from here. Yeah, because it's 1,050. We only need 1,000, so 1,000 divided by 500. I don't know why I just did that. It's obviously 500. So 500 plus the 200. So we could fit it on a Mark 5 belt, so that's okay. Yeah, it's just for now I'm going to crisscross belts, but we'll clean it up later. I just want to get the logic right. So that'll be 500 going in there, mixing with the whatever is coming from there, 200. So that's 700 now. 700 minus 300 is 400 left. Then we can go send this bit up. $400 minus... It's 300 in each row, isn't it? I don't have to do this every time, I just did it. Yeah. Then it leaves us with 100 left at the end. The idea was that it would come out this way and connect into the other side or something. But I don't know if I can really do that. Or just send the remaining up to the very top and merge it with something. That's 400. 300's gone, so we've got 100 left that could be used here. And needs to be used. So, I suppose you could get a splitter. This is so much more complicated than I'm sure it needs to be. And the remaining 100 could go down and feed into here when it's combined with a merger. That's 100. And in we go. Okay. Then this other output just needs to feed there, there, and there equally. Easy as that. I was just trying to think if it needs a splitter here. I guess so. Okay. Okay, so the 100 then mixes with something that will give it 200. This leaves 300 remaining, which goes into there. Kind of how that will work. All right. I think in theory that works. I think. Might be some complication if one line gets backed up first, but I don't know. I don't think so. Nothing goes over 780, so I don't think it should be a problem for any of the belts to eventually fill them all out. The only thing I don't like is the way I flip the belt. Alright, so that's back to normal. Alright, cool. So that should be it. They won't get full power until we ramp up everything, but I think we're ready to go. We're finally ready to turn everything on now. So I'll do a bit of a recap of everything that went into this, and then we'll turn it on. Right, so in today's stream, on this little recap, we can all wake up now and pay attention. Because, yeah, this is where it all kind of comes together, hopefully. It'll take a little while to This will work first try for sure. Oh, there's going to be no issues whatsoever. Ugh, all right, so the start of the build, we'll just go up really quickly to the bauxite area. We'll just have a look at what that's doing. And then we'll just run down. We won't run down to the silica because we obviously just did that, so we've seen that. Okay, so basically what we're doing is taking in 1200 bauxite ore per minute. I'm not using the sloppy alumina recipe, we're just using the regular one. I just thought it would be different because we did sloppy alumina the last time. So basically up here in the pink bamboo forest, pink part of the bamboo part of the pink forest, we've got a little truck station here, looking to pick up 1200 bauxite per minute. So that's one node over there and one node pretty far in the distance out to the east, right? It's out here. Now, you could do it from just one node if I had a Mark 6 belt, but I don't have one yet, so we needed to. Right, so trucks drive around down this way, and then down the hill, and obviously just straight into that little input area down there, right, the truck station. So that's that. So for the first stage of this, it's 1200 bauxite plus 1800 water. So the water is down here. Now, you don't actually need quite all of this. We could chop off one in each row. There's 3 in each row. Because eventually the water that this produces will be cycled back in. But the way I'm doing it is we'll just add the extra water extractor because we had the space. If you didn't have the space, we determined a buffer would be a pretty good way of doing it. You could just fill up a buffer and then release the buffer to get everything going using valves. Or you could use a summer sloop to produce the extra water to feed back into the system from the beginning. So there's that way. But I've just gone for the old-fashioned method, which is we'll just add extra water and then we'll just turn it off when it's not needed. That way, if we ever need to turn it back on, we just flick the switches. So that should be easy enough. Right, so the bauxite comes in here. Now, to power the trucks that are going off to get the bauxite and to get the silica that's needed for this build, we've got biofuel. So biofuel is not technically fully... I don't know what's going on there. Technically fully automated. It's semi-automated. So we drop organic matter into the liquid biofuel factory manually at the moment. We could make it do it through a drone. We talked about that earlier, where we just build a drone station anywhere and it would just deliver it. We would just send it off from where we are. But at the moment, I have to manually go down there and drop it into a container. Once that happens, after multiple sloop processes, it gets refined into a massive quantity of liquid biofuel. So at the moment, I'm sitting on like 120,000 packaged liquid biofuel just sitting there. So I was like, we got to use this somehow. So you can't use it to power drones. We needed turbo fuel for that. So we have an extra turbo fuel factory here that powers the drones that kind of fly between different areas. So we're fueling this place with a dedicated area for turbo fuel, and that's powering all the biofuel drones, which then will fly out to power the trucks. All that effort to avoid using trains, huh? So yeah, that's how biofuel gets here. That's why it's here. But the good thing with biofuel, it burns really slowly, so, you know, it should last the journeys of the trucks quite a long time. Anyways, so that's pretty much that. So the bauxite, we're going to release it in just a moment into here, into 10 refineries. Each one's taking 120 per minute. We have 1200, so 10, totally perfect. It's 180 water, so basically each one of these supplies 2 refineries. So that's going to be a line of 360, a line of 360, 360, 360, 360, so on and so forth. Supply all of these, and they just supply their own batch of 2. Oh yeah, one thing I do need to change is make sure that the water doesn't roll along here. We need to put in valves. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Alright, I'll just do that in a second. So where are these pipes going? So that's basically the recycled water, right, that has to come in. So out of here is going to be aluminous solution and silica. So they're broken into 2 groups. I mean, they're broken into many different types of groups if you think about it, but there's 10 machines, and the first 5 are on one pipeline, and the other 5 are on another pipeline, because they both produce 600 waste, or aluminous solution, I should say. So the 600 that goes in, the 600 comes out. So we've got 5 refineries here that are right next to them that take 240, double the amount. So I'm feeding 600 on a pipe down this way into the machines on the right, and then on the other 5, they're going out around this side and coming in from the opposite side. So ideally, they're feeding 2.5 machines from each side. This is going out and around and it looks a bit funky, but there's nothing I could really do about it. So there's that. So anyways, that then is going to hopefully produce lots of scrap, 360 scrap per minute and 120 water. So that water, each of them I've kept on their own pipeline. They didn't need to be, but it just seemed a bit more elegant that way because 120 is the exact amount we need to plug each group with. Therefore, we turn off one extractor per group. That's the idea with that. We'll do that in a moment. Oh yeah, and the last thing then is obviously the silica, right? So out of here, we get the scrap and the water. So where does the scrap and all that go? Goes into 20 foundries at the moment. Did I need to underclock those? For some reason in my head I feel like I was supposed to. What's 360 times 5? 1800. 1800 divided by 90. It's 20. Okay. Guess that's worked out. And then, yeah, silica should be fine. Okay, so the secondary byproduct out of the first row is silica. You get 50 per minute. We have 10 machines. It's 500 per minute. So 500 of the silica is provided for us, which we send around into the foundries. The other silica is being provided by the trucks that are delivering from out in the distance, right? We just built that all the way out here. The trucks go and fetch their silica, and then they bring it back and drop it in here. Should be plenty. See how it all works over time. So without any further delay, if it works, I'll give you $100. We'll see about that. Well, okay. You know, I don't have to hold you to it, by the way. It's okay if you change your mind. But let's play. I love playing for stakes, so let's see. I'm just going to make sure I do valves, because that would be my only fear with this setup, is that the water could backwash the wrong way. So we'll just put these down as anchor points, and then put our valves in. It's just to stop the water going this way. It's not actually that important for amounts or anything. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Alright, that was the last little thing I think I had to do. Now we should be preventing water going back on each line. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay, our coal is being provided over there as well, so that's going to these refineries. It's 120 per minute, so 600 for the 5 machines. So the way that it's a rolling start, by the way. I don't know what it means to say if it works first time, because it is a rolling start. The way we do it is we have to fill these all up with water first, so that's done. Then we feed in the bauxite. Then they're going to make a luminous solution. Yeah, you can hold your $100 because there's no way of proving this, really, because I will have to make... The only adjustment I guess I'll be making, hopefully, is once the water totally... Sorry, the luminous solution totally fills up here, then I'll hook in the coal, and then they'll make water that goes back around, then we turn off the water extractor. So it's a manual start. It can't ever really just work out like as soon as you click it to turn it on, but you know. Anyways, yeah, alright, cool, let's begin. I think we're ready. Did you make an overflow protection for the silica byproduct? No. Did I? I made some overflow protection. It's for the aluminum scrap, not for the silica necessarily. That's kind of temporary. Yeah, so the scrap that comes out. The scrap that comes out and the ingots that come out will go into awesome sinks. Or can do. Not all of the scrap though, because the volume is so high, I would have needed an awesome sink for almost each one. So instead, we've just gone with a makeshift combo system where all the belts are being combined together to hope and see what happens. The bottom one isn't, actually, but so yeah. Alright, anyways, let's just turn it on. It's been long enough. Right, so the first part of this is just hooking up the bauxite. Let's begin. Just before I do. Reset that music, that was a good song. Alright. About to be nighttime as well, unfortunately. Alright, the bauxite is a flowing. Oh my god. Well, there's an error right away. It's like immediate fail. That's okay. Alright, I'm seeing green lights across the board. The excess silica is now being produced, which is good. So silica will back up. Oh, I see what you're saying. Is there an... Oh, yeah. An overflow for this silica. There isn't. That's an interesting point because, yeah... We're now... Although these are being filled quite quickly, actually, which is good. They consume 240 a minute, but they'll fill basically immediately. Alright, great. So we don't need much of an overflow then for the silica. 3, 2, 1. Coal will start making their way in now. Now these are Mark II, so they take in 120 per minute, so it means that the manifold activates immediately, which is great. Now the water's going to start coming out and making its way around, so we can actually... We'll just wait for the pipes to fill and then we'll turn off the water extractors, but there we go, the scrap has been made now. And there we go, we got the ingots. Thank you, Jamichael, appreciate it, thank you. 100 fat ones. And he says, because you spent damn near 8 hours with us, he's going to give it anyway. I think for the most part it has worked, straight up, but you know, it would take a while to really, and thank you by the way, I really do appreciate it. It's such a huge amount, and Jamichael's given that before. Esteemed Senator multiple times over. Yeah, it'll take a while to know if like the truck routes are delivering the right amounts, that kind of thing. And then on Wednesday, I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. These streams are on Wednesdays and Thursdays in this world. Sorry that I didn't do yesterday, genuinely. But yeah, on Wednesday we'll decide what we do with these ingots. I mean, we need to turn them into casing, and also alclad, and maybe a little bit kept for what's it called? The tanks, fluid tanks. So we'll just leave it running for a minute, and then we'll see. We'll do a little inspection, see what. Oh my God, they're not hooked up. Oh, no, they are hooked up. Wow, that was weird. I just could have sworn I didn't see they were. The scrap, it's not going in there. Oh, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Oh, the water is just full already. Okay, that's fine. That filled so fast. I can't believe it filled so fast. Right, so what we got to do is turn off a water extractor each, and then they should bounce out, I think. Unless I've messed something else up. Let's turn up the ones on the end. Done your job. It would be cool to hook up a second power line for those and just flick a switch for those ones, you know? Alright, I think in theory, that's it. Let them just be empty. Now there should be enough water in the system to just work. But these have stalled, so yeah, something else is up now. Your solution can't go anywhere, because these couldn't empty the water, so there's just too much water on the pipes. Okay. Do I... Yeah, just flush a little segment each. Not the whole thing, but just a segment to maybe get it moving again a bit. Although it won't actually move until... Okay, yeah. Wait a second, give it a sec. The only other one I can think of is you flush the aluminum. And then it would be okay, I think. Because these are full anyway. I think we're alright. Alright, give me one flush. I'll get them all going again. So they can't do anything because the water's literally just rammed to get around this way. But as they consume that water, there won't be enough coming in from here. So it should start taking from these. Alright, just watch for yellow lights. There's one over there. I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm just trying to think, would it be a bad idea to flush the water? I don't think I need to. Why are you full? Maybe I'll do the aluminum one more time. 'Cause it can't even get out. Like, the volume is so crazy because you can only store 50, but it's making 120 per minute. So it's like slamming it out. It's way faster than I thought. I could have had the water extractors just turned off from the beginning because there's so much water in the pipes anyway. It was wrong to do that, but maybe that's what I gotta do. Not a great stop-start method. I don't deserve the 100. What was going to do? Food coming on the way home. We ate dinner with the family, and you're still streaming. Nice. Did you go out for Thanksgiving? Was it, or just went out for dinner anyway? Come on, water. I can't believe the pipes are that full. That's crazy. It's just I completely overfilled them. Good problem to have, really. I'll know for next time. It's like this fills super fast because it's 180 per minute. You are ramming this thing dramatically. So yeah, the others could have been turned off from the beginning. They were the buffers, basically. Are we good now, though? Ones in the middle are still suffering. I hope it's nothing wrong with my, like, loop thing. Alright, I'm going to be a bit more dramatic. This should guarantee the water comes out first from the refineries, then the water extractors. I think. Yes, finally. I was going to say, I'd like to see these emptying out now, please. Good. I wonder where they drained, because are they on the same network, technically? I guess they technically are, actually. Oh yeah, oh no. I might have screwed it the other way now. Buffers might be a better idea. I'm stuck at work. I'll be off in 30 minutes. And yeah, my mother's house, nice. Jealous, man. That sounds great. I look forward to, you know, Christmas will be my Thanksgiving, I guess, in that regard. Going home, getting my mammy's food. It's going to be great. My mom's a really, really good cook. I know everyone says that. Well, a lot of people say that about their mom, but she really is. She's great. Alright, how we doing now? Green lights? I'm seeing some green lights. Let's keep it here for a second. I'll catch up on chat. The recent update seems to have changed how the nighttime looks. More variety. I actually haven't installed that update. Unless it was before my stream. But people said during the stream the update came out, so I could be wrong. More variety at nighttime? Kind of like it. That's interesting. My problem is water's slushing. Water's not slushing around for me. That's not what's happening here anyway. In my maxed out pipes. Yeah, so that's it. It's an interesting one. But it should be solved now. Wasn't too troubling to solve. Yeah, so it's like the water couldn't get out because the water was backed up because I provided too much. But even turning off those machines, it's like, well, there's so much still in the pipes and in the inventory of these. They all were holding 200, right? They're all maxed out to 200. So you could kind of think of it as like I have a big buffer here of like 600 just sitting on top of the what's already coming out. That was too much to come along here to allow for my supplemental ones to get in there. Because yeah, it's like, you know, it's like having 600 on the pipe. So it's an interesting little problem. Really, they should have just all been turned on at the same time. I shouldn't have like really backed them up. I didn't need to. Or I think a buffer would be a good idea. Or just even if I locked that valve, that probably would have been okay. Just lock the valve, those 5 valves, and then let the machines spool up and run, and then once this is able to get around and start getting in there, then you can release the valves, and then it'd probably be okay. Maybe. No, I don't actually think that would work, because it would still be these would be too bad. I think the real way to do it is not to turn these on until those go on, because they just filled way too quickly, and then this pipe sort of has priority to get in. But it should be okay now, I think. We'll give it a little bit more time, but I'm not seeing any yellow lights right now, and water should be getting out now. So if water starts pooling in here, there might be an issue. I'm not seeing it. They're full of solution. These aren't full of solution, so that's good. So it looks good to me. But yeah, a little hiccup. A little unanticipated hiccup. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we leave this running for a long time. Like, is that going to start overfilling now? Is there going to be an issue? No, it looks good. It's settling at less each cycle. Or is it? Hang on, it went up to 22 there. So I'm just wondering, at this next cycle, 25, that's actually gaining, so that's a bit of a problem. If it gains and eventually... Oh no, but then it came way down. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, cool. Great, nice. Alright, so that should be 1200 ingots per minute. You're still carrying silica with you. That's probably not a good idea, but... It's probably because they're just so filled anyway, overfilled. The other thing I'd like to do now that this is running for a little bit, we'll run down there and check that those machines are running at 100%. I have to wait till these run at 100%. They'll take a while. They have to be manifolded. How much silica can be stored, or scrap can be stored in one thing? Is it 500? Anyway, we'll leave that running just for a little while, see how it goes. Is there anything running in here now? Yep. Lots of ingots. Anyways, the latest patch added copy pasting for water extractors. Gonna be great. Yeah, and generators apparently too, which is awesome. Oh, that'll let me test if I have the patch or not, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I think I did begin to read that and then I got distracted. I'm stuck. I'll be off at work. I'll be off shift in 30 minutes. Then I'll be heading home for my Thanksgiving. Being slow here. Got to watch the stream all day. Nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. Been there around Christmas time and like holiday time. You're just in an office and it's like not much going on, not much to do. People have taken time off and stuff. Yeah. Those are interesting times. I mean, I've only experienced it, I guess 3 times, but yeah, every time I was in for... I never took holiday around Christmas, so it would be just me and maybe a couple other people who did the same. You just kind of bond over meaningless crap and play around, play different games, or just, you know, office games, I mean. Joke around with each other, and then just everyone just kind of goes home a little early anyway, typically. At least in my experience, that's what happened. But that was just an office job where it's like we're a game development studio, so if half the team is out, it's like, well, what do we do? And especially I was on the marketing team anyway, so it's like, well, we're not talking at this time of the year, so. Alright, I'm really happy with this. They're all running 100%, or I don't want to say 100%, but no failures yet. Don't like seeing them pool, though. I don't want that to happen. But hopefully I'm just catching them at moments where they're just about to empty out, because it seems to fluctuate. We're at 95. Right, so yeah, I'm going to run out to... I'll try and make it quick. Just go out to that silica area. And then we'll quickly see if they're getting backed up. You know, they shouldn't be. Although, actually, technically they would be, because we make 50 per minute more than we need. So, an awesome sink or something out there might not be such a bad idea. Or maybe here, really. This was really fun. I can't believe I streamed so long, though. But I guess it kind of makes up a little bit for yesterday. Tomorrow's going to be my slow day at work with over half the team off. Why not add a fluid buffer to handle the overflow? Because it shouldn't need one, though. What would a fluid buffer accomplish? I guess... Okay, I guess it would be a literal buffer, because 50 is a little bit tight, isn't it? But if it's ever going up and hitting 50, and the machine stops, I don't think a buffer would fix it, because a buffer would just say, like, Well, instead of it hitting 50, eventually it's just going to hit 500 or 2400, but it would take a much longer time. But wouldn't it still do it? If the liquid's not getting out, I feel like you're something else is wrong. But maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, where 50 is so low that it needs to go over that for a little bit and come down. I don't know. I don't see why that would be the case. To me, my brain says it should never be storing any in excess, like ever. Like it should never hit that 50. They're off by on purpose, by the way. It would just fill. They don't have pressure release for pipes, yeah. This is interesting that it's totally full. I'm going to leave it with just 2 trucks though. It being full means something is going to stall eventually, which is not good. However, we are making 50 more per minute, so it's like, okay. Not unreasonable. The only thing would be if we're not getting enough on the other side. That would really tell me if there's an issue. But they're actually bringing some back right now. So, definitely have enough. At least right now. Kind of surprising with just 2 trucks though. It is quite a long distance for them to go. We'll turn down that music. Very last thing then, I wanted to load up some of my inventory, take it down to the biomass factory, and throw in all that wood in there. And that'll be the last thing we do today. I'll call it a day. If you haven't seen the biofuel factory, it looks kind of cool anyway. For this save, it's probably the best looking factory in this save. The machines don't output 1 at a time though. They output like 12 at a time. You have multiple machines outputting at once. Maybe you could have too much fluid in a pipe segment for a bit. I genuinely did think of that. I still don't think, because it said 8, I think it was 18 even, maybe at once. One of them's 18, one of them's 12. So 18, but the pipe's capacity is 600 per minute. So it's like you throw 18 out. I don't necessarily see what the issue is with that, you know? Still seems like the capacity of the pipe is way big enough. Because there's only like 5 machines. If there was, and 10 on one side, 10 and then 5. I would agree a bit more if you had like, I was going to say loads of machines, but then you'd be breaking the rules of the pipe. You'd have way too much for one pipe to handle. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just need to troubleshoot and leave it on for longer and really see, but my gut tells me like you should just never fill it. The 50 out of 50 like liquid, it should never reach 50. Because why would it? Somewhere on the pipe something's getting stuck then if that's the case. Buffer or no buffer. Because even if they all shit out at the same time, they'll all be consumed at the same time then on the other side. So the vacuum will still be created evenly, you know? So that's why I'm like, oh, yellow light. You didn't get enough alumina. Look at the speed of this, man. It takes 1 second. But why did that happen, you know? Oh, I did say a while ago, I was like, just in case. So here's how this works, right? The aluminum rolls out this way and then comes back down. It needs to feed 2.5 machines. They have to have a central sort of meeting point. So I did think there could be an issue where if liquid is flowing this way, it could end up trying to push the liquid the other way. That's coming in from the opposite direction. So maybe, and I did say initially, I don't know why I keep saying that as if I'm like real defensive. I meant like, I did say like, we'll put down a valve if there's an issue. And there does seem to be kind of an issue. Maybe somewhere here in the middle. Saying like, look, liquid should never roll this way or never be, you know, encouraging it to move that way at all. I don't know if that'll help or not, but I don't think it'll harm anything. I always say that with valves. I don't think it harms anything. Oh, sorry, it shouldn't even be there. It should be the next one over. Trying to choose a bigger pipe. Somewhere like right here. It's like now nothing can roll back, ever. So it's like 5 machines are pushing this way. And then similarly, we need to do the same for the other side, right? Here. I've never really liked this, but I don't think it does anything wrong. It says 600 per minute rolling that way, which is accurate. That's what it should be. Just in case. This might mess with things, I don't know, but... 92%. These are at 100 now, so oh, that's at 88. I'm sure it'll get there though. Yeah, well, that's weird. What was your deal? You gonna get your silica or your solution out? Oh yeah, that could be the issue there. There's the vacuum. You can just tell when it hits that vacuum, the number tumbles. That's okay. That's what we like to see. Boom. Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's an example of maybe why it is a buffer might be needed. Maybe. Although I don't think so. Sorry to go in circles, but because I think a buffer, if it would almost be like each machine needs a buffer, because their inventory is just too small. But if they're all multiple on the same buffer, the same thing would just happen anyway. Anyways, because a buffer is just a pipe segment in the game's logic and game's code. The game doesn't know any difference between a buffer and a pipe segment. The buffer just has more capacity. Alright, let's check on the foundries then. Last thing, I guess, and then we'll head down to the biofuel factory. 100%, 100, 63, that's low. And 63, these guys are still waiting on their scrap. Now, each row gets scrap in the exact same way, so they should all be at the same level of productivity then. Which they are. That's okay. So we haven't made our full 360 enough yet to build up. And it is 500 in a stack, yeah, so we gotta wait. The first two are almost hit their max. Yeah, just gotta wait. Alright. Looks good though. The 1200 ingots, just out of curiosity, is this bigger or smaller? It must be smaller than my other factory, surely. 90 ingots becomes... Yeah, so I wonder how many ingots I had. I must have had 2,000 ingots. In the other place. 780 and 780 maybe. Because I had 1500 casing and 500 alclad, so I'm just trying to think like, oh, is this a bigger factory? Oh no, but I mixed it with copper. I remember that. I made the casing through copper. We can get a lot of casing if we just find some copper. Why didn't I think of that? Well, we'll do this on Wednesday. We'll have a look around and see if there's some nearby. I feel like there was some really close by. Oh no, I'm thinking about down there when we were building that area. Damn. There might be some just a little bit to the west, isn't there? There's some here, I think. You need copper for the alclad sheets anyway. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta get copper. Totally forgot that. We'll probably build a floor on top of this factory and then bring it in somewhere. Somehow. A lot of snorting down there. Come on, man, drain. I want to see you drain. It just went idle. It doesn't think it can get that much out then. When it goes over 40, it can't produce 12. What about a little restart? Your pipes are obviously full because you're struggling to get out. But let's clear your inventory now. Just say that this is like a fresh start. That one's low enough that I don't mind. Same with that one and that one. Anyways, right. We'll check back in on it on Wednesday, and I'll check on it. I'll have to, because it'll drive me mad. Gotta get it perfectly balanced. Right, so to the liquid biofuel. Oh, actually, before we go there, we have to go pick up the wood and stuff. Time is it? It's like 10 o'clock or something, isn't it? Damn. Oh, it's like 11. Damn. There's gonna be no food for me to get. My dinner has to go in the oven. It takes ages. Oh well. Ugh. You're full up also. Yeah, I don't like that. See, these should all be running at 100%, but it's because I ran the trucks first and then they all filled up the thing. But oh well. Shame on me. Can I take all this stuff back with me? This is the one that has loads more in it. Oh yeah. I'll leave the grass then. Oh my god. This is just from clearing of, like, just a little patch of the forest over there. It gave me like thousands. It was insane. I did one like, and then we looked and it was like 956 wood. It's like, in one batch. It's like, damn. Alright, let's bring all this stuff with me. Bamboo is infinite wood? Yeah, it feels like it. Crazy. Alright, let's go. To the south. Just turn off the resources, I guess. You've been playing for 8 hours. There it is. Jesus. Alright. God, 8 hours and I went to the bathroom once. Need to drink more water. Good way to lose weight though, man. I didn't eat anything except for one bun. Didn't even think about it. Yours is still pretty healthy. 250 is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, I couldn't actually. Still don't see the viewers until afterwards. And I honestly, genuinely, it's actually weird to say, but I really just don't even bother. Because these streams finish so late, I just go like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed. I make it live for everyone, and then I just go to bed. I don't like wake up the next morning and check the analytics or anything. But yeah, 250. When I heard someone said something like 250 or something earlier, and I was like, oh, that's not bad. Little lower than maybe I thought, but not by much. Are we missing grass here or something? Yeah, I don't know if it's a good attitude though. I mean, it's something I always think of it like, well, what could I do different? What would I do anyway? If I saw the analytics said like, you had 1,000 years or you had 500, I don't think I'd do anything different. So it just kind of, at a certain point, I kind of just stopped looking at it. 'Cause it's like, well, I don't know what I could do about it. Or at least, it's not that I don't know what I could do about it. It's like, I'm not going to change anything, so I don't need to look at it. Yeah, I'm like the opposite of Mr. Beast. Or something where it's like, you know, he looks at his analytics, he finds exactly the moments where people were less engaged and then changes like videos based on like that. It's like, yeah, that's great. To me, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I could really change much or what I can glean from it. And the viewers, I used to see the viewers in Streamlabs, but now I use OBS and it doesn't show it. I think you need a separate dock or something. I just can't be bothered. I just assume thousands are watching all the time. Why change the formula? Well, actually, something I have mentioned before is like, you know, I get less and less views each stream, and I'll get less and less views each video on a series. So there probably is something I should probably change. But overall, things are fine. Things are good. I'm not, you know, what's the word? Like, I'm not going broke or something. So it's all good. I'm making a living, and it's better than it was a few years ago. So I suppose on the whole, it's like, yeah, things are getting better. Also, I really enjoy what I play. That was the other thing. It was like, oh, you could just play different, like, certain games. Back when I was doing Total War and stuff, it's like I just stopped enjoying it. I like Total War now, especially that I don't play it that often. It's nice to go in and out of games and just enjoy it a little bit. But when you're really hardcore and you play it all the time, it's like just you just see all the problems, and it gets frustrating that their updates don't address some of the things like that. I know, I'm almost done. It gets frustrating that their updates don't address that, and then you become basically toxic. You know, it's like, it's because you're not supposed to play just one game, one single player game over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, it's not perfectly balanced, and it's not going to be ever geared towards players that want that. And also, the player base is really divided on what they want. Some people want more immersion, more realism. Some people want finer balance, more magic and stuff, depending on what the game is. God, I thought someone took over my keyboard there for a second. Oh, we have a cat. And a woman. Hey, Jinx, can you look at this thing? Gar? Yeah, and you see it obviously with big, like properly big streamers and things where they're just playing Call of Duty like every day. It's like 9-hour streams, battle royale over and over again. They're like, this gun fucking sucks, and they get so fucking angry at everything, the matchmaking, like everything. It's like, guys, look, I'm as critical about games as the next person, truly. I'm not one of these people that says like, just enjoy the game or whatever. You know, I get passionate and I care about what I'm playing, and sometimes developers I feel like could be doing better, and companies, especially, not necessarily the individuals, but the companies overall make, and I know it firsthand, trust me, make decisions obviously for profit, but certainly at times where it's like you didn't need to squeeze that hard in certain things. So I get it. Trust me, I get it. But what I was trying to allude to is like, this game doesn't do that for me. I just play it and I don't get mad at anything. I'm 1,600 hours in. I love it. It's great. You know? There's like still so much stuff I haven't even gotten to. And then there's like all these cool mods that I really want to play, but I'm like, no, I should really finish the game first, you know? So, creative games in that regard, creative sandboxes, it's like you can play them over and over again, and there isn't really this... you see me get frustrated sometimes with certain things, but not to the extreme of like really complaining about the game. Whereas, yeah, in games that have a bit more of a... like have AI, like a Total War game, or a shooter, which has like... it's important about gun balance and stuff. It's like, yeah, obviously you're going to get even more frustrated, especially when you're a content creator and your income relies on your game, like your income relies on the game to an extent. So this is something Legend of Total War talked about. It's like, yeah, he has a vested interest in CA doing Creative Assembly doing good work, making the game have more players. Therefore, he'll do better and he'll have more engaging, like he'll probably enjoy the game more and have more engaging viewers and things like that. So then when they see things, when the company's doing bad and the players are lashing out, they jump on the bandwagon because they're like, yeah, fuck you, man. You're turning people away from the game. Like, our careers are built on this. It's like, well, that's not their fault, but, you know, it gets so complicated with all that stuff. It's nice to just be out of that world to an extent. I was never deep in it anyway, but it's nice to be out of that and just throwing wood into a container and watching it go into a machine and making, like, some fuel for us and stuff, you know? Life is good that way. Anyway, that was all to feed into, like, I'm doing better now than I was then. I'm also probably, like, a lot less mad at games generally. I feel a lot more pressure when I'm making things, though. As the audience grows, I actually feel like I get... or as it has grown, I feel like I'm increasing pressure to do well so as not to lose them. And I think, inadvertently, I probably end up losing people because I take so long with things then. But anyway. It's a chill for me. Not playing the meta that I love about you, plus the lives are fun. We get to hear about you personally. Thank you. Yeah, also, everyone's just super nice. No one's ever really mean. So actually, even when I was at my meanest, I probably never really got that many mean comments. I'm sure it happens when you have really high volume, but I think, again, in a creative game, what is there to say to be mean? You know, if you don't like how you build or something, people just move on. If you're not giving your opinion and telling people how they should feel about things, it doesn't rile people up as much. So it's also just much nicer that way. I'm off shift, heading home for Thanksgiving. Hope you have a really great Thanksgiving. Really enjoy it. And maybe get to play some nice games as well. This is a great stream. Have a great night. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be wrapping up now in a few minutes anyway. I just wanted to dump some of this stuff in here. I was also just kind of curious, seeing if any of these containers, now that we've hooked up some trucks to them, have emptied out. But it looks like the answer is no. 4,800, 4,800, 4,800. So, no. They're all still completely full. These were refilling. I was, like, working my way through some of these and filling these ones up instead. So, yeah. I'd like to keep track of it, but I don't know. It looks like maybe I've used about 2,000? That actually seems kind of high. But I've got more in the chamber, so much more backed up that we'll never eat. Like 4,800, 4,800, 4,800. It's like loads. But if it was 2,000 just in the space of 10 hours, I'd love to know my burn rate. Is basically what I'm saying. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because they're filling the drone stations. They're not all being used. But every time I build a new drone port, it's got to dump 900 in there. So that's where the thousands are going. That makes more sense. I was a little worried there, because yeah, there's 1,800 here, right? It's like 900 in the inventory of this, and then there's 900 in the inventory of the drone that's going somewhere. Is that the way it works? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Oh no, there is actually 1,800 straight up here. But yeah, then there's probably 1,800 on the other side, waiting to be like distributed. So that makes a bit more sense where my couple thousand is gone, because I was like, yeah, we should only be burning like 30 per minute, really low, at most. I doubt even that much. I'm going to be mean. Stream more often. Yeah, actually, the meanest comments I get are usually, it's not even that mean. It's like people saying like I should stream more. One of the negative ones I got the other day was, you talk too much about yourself. And I was like, well, it wasn't even that mean. Person just wants to see more of the game. Alright, well anyway, that's going to be it. We did silicon delivery. We did aluminum. We finally built a bigger aluminum factory. We just need to divide up now the casing and the alclad, and then we have pretty much the components we need to make turbo motors, I think. Right, so turbo motors here. We make radio control units. We've got a bunch that we don't use. Not so much motors, not so much cooling systems. We do have a lot of rubber. Or we could do this recipe. We actually have a decent amount of rotors, I think. We can have a huge amount of electromagnetic control rods. And we have a lot of radio control units. So this one might be the one to go with. Seems easier. I think just the motors might be my problem. It seems like we need to make a stator factory. I need stators to make these in higher capacity. We have everything else. I've got 150 AI limiters and like 70 high-speed connectors or something, so that's easy. We could do that. It's just the stator factory, and stator factory we worked out could be made from entirely just iron. One iron node. You can make quite a lot with it, so that could be easy enough as well. I'll try to remember this for next week. And that'll be turbo motors. Yeah. Cool. So turbo motors, then we need fused frames. This one, that one is a bit more involved. That's a nasty one. So we've got the casing now, and the gas is easy, but making the heavy modular frames could be a bit of a pain. So we did unlock a bunch of hard drives today. And I very slowly went through them. But now what I think I'll do is in the next stream, we'll just roll alternates on the ones that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 possibilities that we could rescan for, or choose anything that we like. So we'll try to divide that up carefully and then make our decision. Anyway, once we do that, then we can make the thermal propulsion rockets, because they need the turbo motors, the cooling systems, and the fuse frames. So those are the three things that we have here. Nice that they're there, because it's like those are the three components we need to make that. Modular engines I have already, so that's fine. So there we are. We're back on Thursday. Between now and then, there will definitely be another video for the Satisfactory main series, so please do check that out. It'll be focused on coal power, so obviously we're still in the baby phases. But it's, you know, the next video is now automating power, dealing with liquid, hopefully passing some of the stuff I've learned about like fluids to people, hopefully in a concise way, so I don't have to repeat myself a billion times in these streams over and over again. And yeah, after that it'll be something to do with the Dimensional Depot, probably a shorter video, I imagine, like a 30-minute mini Let's Play. It's like we're going to set up a Dimensional Depot with a bunch of different things and make an area for it so that we can just add to it. That'll be cool. And then we'll have blueprints and stuff, so it's going to be great. so much, it's so great progressing quickly in that. Alright, anyways, I don't know if I just saved it. We'll save stream 26. Save file will be handed out if you want to go get it. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. That's going to be it for me. Thank you all again for so much support in the stream. Really do appreciate it. Showing up, still hovering around that 600 channel member mark, which is, I mean, that is massive, to be honest. Forget the viewer count. That's a huge number. You'd expect your channel, the amount of subscribers / members you have, to be less than your active viewers. So for mine to be 2 or 3 times higher is kind of crazy. So appreciate it. And thanks for all the super chats and stuff as well. Do appreciate it. And just even being here, if you're dropping support or not, you being here is support in a way. So thank you. All right. Gonna be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. And I will hopefully see you next week. Have a great Thanksgiving if you haven't finished the day off yet. And yeah, have a great weekend if I don't see you. All right. Bye-bye.